Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Iron Fanfics, back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Had Spider Transform Quirk. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. It began on another sunny day, a 14-year-old Izuku Midoriya now leaving a comic book shop. He glanced down at the issue he had just bought, a slight yawn trying to come out of his mouth. Man, All Might is so cool. I wish I could meet him. He whispered, only for his phone to vibrate. Taking it out of his pocket, he saw it was his own invention, the Midoriya Hero app. The program switched to show a certain news headline Izuku always loved to see: All Might. All Might defeats sludge villain. Another victory for the symbol of peace. Why wish I could have seen that in person. But that's not in the cards for a Deku like me. Izuku commented as he tapped the phone. App, give me all the details. I want to record them in my notebook tonight. Understood. The phone replied back, Izuku putting it away a second later. To say Izuku Midoriya was a genius was an understatement. The app he just used was his newest invention, something he found he was born for. He found early on that he had the knack for inventing, finding he could easily take anything apart and rebuild it. He started with the television at his house when he was 5 and kept going for years, trying to make all sorts of support items for the future. But despite all that, his love was for heroics. He adored heroes since he was small, even before that fateful day when he was 4. There, he was told he was quirkless, a judgment that along with the doctor that day, many others also told him that he could not be a hero. And it was something he lived with every day now. For after that day, he had spent over a decade of constant torment and bullying. Guess that's that. Izuku then looked back at the comic in his other hand. Well, at least I have this. Though what's a brain like mine good for if I can't be a hero? It wasn't long till the day ended, Izuku going home. As he walked inside, he found his mother, Izuku Midoriya, already in the kitchen. The woman had a slight frown on his face, Izuku knowing she probably wanted to do another talk on how he shouldn't try to be a hero and just go into support. Despite this, he saw she was making katsudon, the teen taking it with a small frown. But as he began to eat, he was halfway done before just tapping the food with his chopsticks. The sight made Inko sigh, the woman slowly speaking up. Izuku, what are you working on now? I know you wanted to make that support portfolio thing for UA. Yeah. Izuku sighed as he took another bite. I just thought I wish I could do more. Izuku. She put her hand on his shoulder, the boy slowly looking up at her. I know you don't want to hear this, but that I think this will be better for you. You have a brilliant mind. Why, I remember when you were 5 that you took apart the television to see how it worked. Remember that? She let out a small giggle at this, only for Izuku to slowly get up. I'm not gonna go to bed. Izuku dash. Sorry mom. He interrupted, I'm just not feeling it today. He then shoved the plate over the table and walked away, the sight making Inko sigh. Oh Izuku, I just want you to be safe. The teen soon closed the door to his room, his eyes slowly drifting up as he saw his room. Around the bed were piles of metal, gadgets and gizmos he had created. Along with that was a stack on notebooks, all filled with analyses over heroes he had made over the years, his other passion. But they weren't what he was proud of. It was the sights on the walls, posters of All Might, shelves of action figures of every hero he knew, and piles of comic books to the side of his bed that he loved. This sight would always make him smile, a big goofy grin on his face as he would read a few comics or play with his action figures. But not today. Instead, he just slugged over to his bed and flopped down, a small stream of tears appearing from his eyes. Why couldn't I have been born with a quirk? I'd give up this brain if I could just have a quirk. He put his face into his pillow as tears started to stain the cloth. I want to be a hero. You'll never be a hero. That was the roar of Katsuki Bakugo the next day as he used his quirk on Izuku's stomach. The teen cried out at this, only for the teen to slam a fist into Izuku's face. Ugh! Izuku yelped as he hit the floor, tears pouring out of his eyes as 2 other boys started kicking the down student. Yeah. You heard Bakugo, you useless Deku. Loser. Loser. Katsuki leaned down in front of Izuku's face, growling at the teen. You hear that, you quirkless loser? I told you to not apply to UA. You're looking down on me, aren't you? I never looked down on you, Kaken. Shut up. You'll never be a hero. You're just a worthless pebble. Katsuki then kicked Izuku in the stomach, making the teen squirm, only to reach down and grab a certain notebook that Izuku was clinging onto. Hey! Give that blaff. Izuku cried as Katsuki kicked him in the face. Shut up, loser. He spat before opening it up. What's this? Blueprints for Heroics. He quickly closed the book and glared at Izuku. Seriously? I just told you that you can't be a hero, you useless Deku. I'm not gonna be a hero, Kaken. Izuku wheezed out. I'm gonna go into support. Yeah right, you quirkless loser. No one is going to UA in this dump except me. Katsuki growled before lighting his quirk up, the book instantly exploding. No! Izuku screamed, only for Katsuki to kick him in the face again. I said shut up. Katsuki roared before opening a nearby window and throwing the notebook's charred remains out of it. He then leaned down and grabbed Izuku's collar, a huge grin on his face. Listen here, loser, if you really want to be a hero. His grin grew wider as he said these next words. Go take a swan dive off the roof and pray for a quirk in the next life. You, Kaken. Izuku squirmed out, only for Katsuki to punch him in the face. Blaff. Don't you dare call me that, Deku. Katsuki spat as Izuku laid out on the floor, squirming as tears poured out of his eyes. See? You're just a worthless wimp. You'll never be a hero, so give up already and stay out of my origin story. With that, Katsuki spun around and left, the two boys that were always with him taking a second to kick Izuku again before running after the teen. And as Izuku laid out on the floor, he let out a wheeze of pain before a pair of shoes appeared in his line of sight. Looking up, he saw it was his homeroom teacher, a snarl on his face. Izuku. How many times do I have to tell you to stop laying on the hallway floor? Get to class already. Yes, sir. Izuku coughed out, slowly getting up as the teacher walked away. He let out a sniff at this, another batch of tears going down his face. Why me? The rest of the day was the usual for the boy, nothing but pain and misery. Even though he had the best grades in the class, the teachers always tried to go against him, all because he was quirkless. It was like this every day, every moment, especially since it had been announced the previous day he was applying to UA. Katsuki had run a fit at this, telling the class they were all beneath him, then giving Izuku yet another beating. This was followed by today, where Katsuki was extra mad, though Izuku couldn't really tell when Katsuki wasn't mad. Despite this, the school day soon ended, and Izuku found himself having to purchase a new notebook. And as he walked out of the convenience store, he began to write in the book as he got on the train. Well, at least I remember most of what I wrote down. I do have 9 months for the support department portfolio, and I've already written out a few blueprints. He rubbed his face as he began to do a sketch. Should I make a weapon? I know UA support prefers costume support, but maybe I could make something more logistical? What about a type of tracker or... His thoughts drifted as he wrote down a bunch of different things just as the train came to a stop. And as he walked out and back to his house, he couldn't help but think how pointless it was in the end. Despite everything he wanted, he was just settling for what he considered to be second best, with support. I'll figure something out. I got 9 months after all. 9 months later, just 2 days till UA entrance exam starts. Izuku was now staring at his desk in his room, for new fully written notebooks in front of him as he scanned over everything he had written out over the past 9 months. Wads of papers were all over the floor, most in a small trash can as he found himself going back and forth at the notebooks, staring at a few weapon blueprints he had made, only to shake his head. No. He whispered before looking down at his phone. The best invention I've made is on this thing, and I know that's not going to be enough. All these portfolios are good, but this is UA. I'm running out of time. I just need a better idea. What if I dash? Izuku! He was taken out of his thoughts at his mother's voice, the teen turning and yelling back, Yes. Could you take out the trash? In a minute. Izuku replied, only to glance back down at his desk. The sight made him flinch, only to sigh a second later. Why me? Why can't I figure this out? Kaken's right that I'm just a failure. A few moments later, the teen got up and gathered the paper in the floor, soon taking his wastebasket to the trash bag, only to walk out a minute later with it. And as he walked over to the dumpster by the apartment, the teen found himself in a haze as he walked. His mouth began to mumble as he tried to think about what he was missing. Maybe I should do a type of all-in-one gauntlet like my earlier design. Though that might be too much, though maybe I could make a type of phone with the gauntlet. I mean, it could connect to a hero's mask, and then I could use a type of protective fiber over it that makes sure the hero. His muttering stopped as he let out a long sigh. Oh, who am I kidding? Even after all this, I still can't do it. I just want to be a hero. Maybe Kaken is right. Maybe I should just take a swan dive. Whoa. He let out a scream as he felt a surge of pain from his wrist, soon slapping it with a single strike. And as he looked down at his hand, he gasped when he saw a now dead spider in his palm. He quickly shook it off, squirming for a second, only to blink as he saw the spider hit the pavement, its corpse bouncing till it showed its back. Izuku blinked at the sight, soon leaning down as he saw the numbers 42 on it. What the heck? He whispered as he slowly picked up the bug, squinting as he spun it around on his fingers. 42? Why does a spider have wa? Izuku's words began to slur as he felt his legs feel like they were about to turn to jelly, the teen almost dropping the bug as his other hand grabbed his knee. Whoa! He felt a bit of nausea in his throat, his vision blurring as the pavement below multiplied and spun around for a second. Izuku closed his eyes at this, his legs still shaking as he started taking deep breaths. What is that happening? Head that feels that funny, did I not just get that poisoned? And after what felt like hours, the world stopped spinning on Izuku. He opened his eyes and saw that everything was fine. Rapidly blinking at this, he put the dead spider in his pocket, grabbed the trash bag and threw it into the dumpster, and quickly ran back into his room. His mother called out to him, but it fell on deaf ears as Izuku put the spider on his desk and then pulled up his laptop. Gotta find out what this spider is. I don't want to die to a spider bite of all dash. Ugh! Izuku yelped as he clutched his head. What now? A burning sensation slammed into his head, the teen now rubbing the sides of his cranium. He semi-closed his eyes before glancing over at the spider, only for his head to hit the keyboard, his hand smacking the desk before pushing the spider under some paper as his eyes closed. Wah! Was all he could mutter out before he felt himself shut down, sleep taking over as he tried to move. A long yawn escaped Izuku's breath as he felt his hands lift out of his bed's covers. His eyes slowly opening, he found himself staring at the ceiling, the sight feeling slightly zoomed in for him. But this was ignored as he felt a certain stiffness in his shoulders. When did I fall asleep? He thought. What was I dash? Izuku? A voice called out as the door to his room opened. He glanced over to it and saw his mother walk in. Oh, thank goodness. What's wrong? Inko just shook her head at this. I found you passed out on your desk and your face was burning. I thought for sure you had a fever. A fever? Izuku repeated as he put a hand to his forehead, only to feel semi-warm skin. You don't have one now. Inko commented as she walked up to him. You just thought, well, you were burning for a bit and I couldn't wake you up. So, I put you in bed. She sat down on the bed and put a hand on his shoulder. Are you okay? Did you overwork yourself with the UA stuff? No, I mean, I don't think I did. He said as he blinked at her. I guess that I don't know. I think I'm fine now. Well, I want you to stay at home for today. I already called the school, especially since you slept in like that today. I slept in. Izuku responded before turning to his room's clock, only to go wide-eyed as he saw it was almost noon. Inko giggled at the sight before patting his head. Just rest. There's some frozen dinners I picked up 2 days ago in the fridge. Just have that for lunch. I'm gonna go to my part-time job at the hospital, okay? Okay. Izuku slowly replied as his mom left the room, the boy shrinking back into his covers. And as she closed the door, he thought aloud, what was that? What happened to the spider? He quickly hopped out of the bed and over to his desk, quickly rustling through the papers until finding the dead bug under one of them. His eyes squinted at the sight as he picked it up again. So, you didn't poison me, but you did something, didn't you? Alright, I'll examine you in a second. He put the insect back onto his desk before getting up, walking into his bathroom. He was about to use the toilet, feeling the urge, only to stop in front of the mirror. He slowly turned to the reflective surface, only to see his arms, and they were muscular. What the dash? He looked down at his sleeves, seeing they were now constricted and tight, the teen quickly taking off his shirt. And the sight made him go wide-eyed. Izuku was never an athletic child. He never really had muscles or much strength. However, now it looked like he had gone to the gym all his life. I have a six-pack? He yelped as he glanced back up at the mirror, now seeing the reflection of what he had just looked at. His eyes continued to grow as he felt down and patted the pecs, feeling every touch. Whoa! He flexed his arms next, seeing the raw muscle now in them. He clenched his fist at this, feeling a surge of strength just in that one motion. It felt like he could do anything, as if he was now a one-man army. What happened to me? He then sat down on the toilet, doing his business as he began to think, how did this happen? Why do I have a six-pack now? Why do I feel better than ever? What is going on? He got up a few moments later and began to wash his hands, but as he grabbed the handle and turned it, he found couldn't take his hand off it. What the dash? He began to pull at the handle, growling as he felt his hand stay stuck. Stupid hand. Let go of woe. The teen let out a yelp as he let go, falling back as his hand suddenly stopped sticking to the sink handle. Izuku fumbled back before straightening up, growling as he stared at his hand. What was that? He then went back to the sink and washed his hands, soon drying them, and began to walk over to open the bathroom door only to twist the handle, and the whole door broke off as he opened it. Whoa! Izuku slowly looked down at the door handle, now seeing his hand was stuck to it before backing up at the now broken door. What is? His words drowned out as he felt his hand release from the door, Izuku quickly grabbing the door's sides and placing the door on the wall. And as he walked back into his room, his eyes instantly went back to the bug on his desk. The spider! He leaned down and poked the dead creature, the teen's eyes going wide as his brain finally caught up to everything that had happened this morning. Did you not give me a quirk? The next few hours were the busiest in Izuku's life. Ecstatic at what had just happened to him, he quickly began to figure out all he could do. For starters, he found he had immense strength, able to lift up the house's washer and dryer with one hand. He found he was quicker, and his hands and feet would now stick to things as he tried to climb up his room's wall only to slightly tear off a bit of the ceiling with his fingers. This was followed by him looking up what spiders could do, which was followed by him taking out some old support equipment he had made, as he knew he had to examine every bit of what the spider was and what it did to him. Glad I made this, he mumbled to himself as he pulled out a small folding microscope scanner. He had made it for crime scenes, trying to make a portable medical scanner of sorts, which was supposed to connect to police computers, though he never really got to test it. Now, he took a small needle and pricked himself, putting the blood on a small piece of glass. But as he did this, he saw the little prick he did instantly heal up, the blood not even dripping off his finger. He blinked at this, only to tell himself that was another thing to look into before staring down the scope, his eyes quickly going wide. The blood in the sample looked as if he had evolved, its structure no longer fluid, but in a state of constant flux. The sight baffled him before he plugged up the scope to his computer, soon examining the blood on a full screen. He then put the spider in the microscope, trying to find anything on it. But the spider had nothing. It was as if the spider had given Izuku everything and was now an empty husk. Seeing this, he took out a small bottle and put the spider in it, sighing as he put a lid on the container. This was followed by Izuku doing a scan of his own blood, soon going over what data his little machine could give him. So it looks like I have enhanced strength, I can stick to other surfaces, and I seem to have some kind of healing factor. Though this sample is so strange. According to this, it should have also affected my nerves and brain dash. He stopped as he then felt a tingle in his head, his ears ringing as he heard a small buzzing noise. His arms suddenly jerked at this, only to feel something now between his fingers. Squinting at it, he saw he had perfectly grabbed a fly's wings, the bug still alive. Whoa! He let go of the fly, the bug flying off as he sat back down. He stared at his hand, flexing the fingers for a bit. Guess that answers that. I guess I have some kind of radar sense? Still, how did this spider do this to me? He then looked back at his computer, only to see something more to the data on screen. It also says I have something with my skin, along with a type of energy inside me? What is that? He glanced back at the bug, slowly whispering, "What are you?" He then looked back at his hands, feeling the tense power inside them now. Then again that I just got what I always wanted. A quirk. He glanced up at the screen, multiple quirks. Or is it a mutation quirk? Might be that. He slowly got off his chair, staring back down at the bottle containing the spider. Thank you. He whispered before a grin shined on his face. I have a quirk. I have a quirk. He exclaimed, moving his arms into the air. And as he said this, he then looked back down at all his notebooks, stars in his eyes. I gotta tell Mom. I gotta try the hero exam. And as he said those words, only one thought went through his head. I can be a hero. No. Izuku's face fell as he heard this before exclaiming, What? But Mom, look at what all I can do now. I see that. Inko replied, only to point to his room. And I can see the damage you did in the house since we now have to replace your bathroom door and figure out what to do about your room's ceiling. Izuku grimaced at this, opening his mouth to counter her, but his mom just put a hand on his shoulder and said, Izuku, I am happy for you, but you just got these powers. Do you really want to go in with no control over them, or do the support exam you know you can pass? But well. Izuku stuttered out, glancing down at his hands before sighing, I mean that I know I can pass, but... He looked back up at her, tears flowing down his eyes. I want to be a hero, Mom. I don't want to be a failure anymore. Izuku, you are not a failure. I am. Izuku screamed back. All I do is fail, and it's all because I don't have a quirk. Now I do, and you want me to not use it. Inko flinched at his uproar, the boy rarely raising his voice, only to sigh as she gripped his shoulders. Izuku, I know you want to be a hero. You've wanted it all your life, and his mother stared at him straight in the eyes, and you could do it with this spider quirk. But the exam is tomorrow, Izuku. You remember telling me about the UA Sports Festival? How general education students can use that to get in the hero classes. Izuku nodded back. Support students do the festival too. Why don't you use that to get into heroics, alright? That was your plan, remember? But I. He tried to speak, but the big frown on his mother's face drowned out everything. Instead, he just let out a sigh and nodded. Okay. Good. Now, I know this is hard, but you can be hero Izuku. You just have to go a different path for it. Besides, the spider quirk will help you get there, but you can't just jump into this. You need to figure out your quirk first, and you can do that while at UA. I know. Izuku muttered, staring back down at his hands. I need to figure everything out. I have a quirk. He clenched his hands into fists at this, a lone tear going down his face. I'm no longer quirkless right when the UA exam starts. Figures in my life, huh? Just too little, too late for me. Sleep did not come easy for the teen. Izuku's brain couldn't stop thinking about his new quirk. It was his second day with it after all, and he wanted to spend every waking moment trying it out. Instead, he had to go take an exam at UA, something that also excited him, but nowhere near as much as his new quirk. Despite this, Izuku woke up bright and early that faithful day, his mom quickly helping him get ready as she began to mumble out questions. Do you have everything? Do you have all your supplies and your portfolio and your dash? I got it all, Mom. I promise I'm ready. Izuku replied as he put away all his notes into his backpack. He then glanced back up at her, a small smile on his face. Wish me luck, okay? I will. I'm just worried about you. She put a hand on his shoulder. Remember, Izuku, just focus on today. You can figure out the whole spider quirk thing after this, alright? Yeah. Izuku sighed as he put the backpack on his back. I know. He then hugged her, Inko embracing him back. Thanks, Mom. I love you, Izuku. I'm so proud of you. Thank you. Izuku repeated, soon spinning around and walking out of the house. He waved back at her, Inko telling him she loved him one more time before he ran for the train. It was here he felt his new body speed himself up, quickly racing down the street like a bullet. Despite this, he found himself able to slow down just as he got to the station, soon hopping on before going straight for the school. And as he rode the train, his mind was on one thing, his new quirk. He knew he shouldn't be thinking about it, but even the exam was in the back of his brain. He soon put his head in his hands, telling himself to think about the exam and review his notes, only to put his hands on the train's seat. They began to stick at this, making him JRK before slowly taking them off. I gotta get a handle on this. Don't want that to interfere with the exam. The greatest hero school in the world was in the front of Izuku. The very sight made the teen feel like he was 2 inches tall, the size of the place alone making Izuku want to puke. His nerves made his whole body shake like a leaf, worry pouring over his face as he slowly walked up to the school. You can do this, Izuku. You can do this. You're not a failure. You're not a Deku. You have a quirk now and you're gonna go pass the support exam and become a hero while doing the festival. He put a hand to his head as he felt his thoughts start to jumble up. Get a hold of yourself, Izuku. He began to walk up to the school, his feet slowly dragging on the sidewalk before he felt a tingle in his head. Danger. Izuku came to a stop, the teen glancing down as he saw his feet were about to trip on the sidewalk. He slowly lifted up his foot, making sure he didn't fall before continuing his walk. That was close. This new radar sense is nice, but it's a lame name. Maybe I should call it something else. Like maybe, spider sense? That has a good ring to it. It was here that he saw he was already standing in front of the support exam room. He blinked at the sight, shaking his head before finding a seat. As he sat down, he rubbed his forehead as he thought, gotta stop thinking about my new quirk. You gotta pass the exam, Izuku, you have to dash. Hello everyone. A voice made Izuku look up and see the support hero, Power Loader. The sight made stars appear in his eyes, his jaw slightly dropping. It's Power Loader, that is so cool. He mumbled to himself, he's one of the few heroes that has both a hero and support license. I heard he's Dash. Hey, snapped a voice, startling Izuku. He turned to see a boy glaring at him. Stop muttering. We need to hear what he's saying for the exam. SSS sorry. Izuku whispered before looking back at the pro hero. He grit his teeth, trying not to speak as Power Loader gestured to the desks in front of everyone. Everyone quickly sat down at this, Izuku's mind going back as he hunched over in his seat. Oh, why did this have to happen now? I want to do more tests on my quirk. Just how much can I lift? Maybe I can know. He smacked the sides of his head with his hands, his eyes just now looking back up at Power Loader. Concentrate, Izuku. You gotta pass this test. Okay everyone, we're starting with the written exam. As you can probably guess, your exams will be slightly different from the other divisions. This one will be more support-oriented, though it will still have the normal stuff like heroics and business will be doing. It'll also be 3 hours, and after that is the practical exam, so get ready for a long day. Now, any questions before start? A hand shot up instantly at this. Yes? A girl with pink hair in front of Izuku stood up at this. Yes. Will we get full access to all the tools here at UA for the practical? I already have too many ideas. I want to make a super baby right now. Baby? Power Loader repeated before shaking his head. No, you'll have the basics, though there are a few extras we have for the practical. That exam is more based on improvising and showing your skills. Now, does anyone have a question on the written exam? Silence soon followed this, the hero nodding at the sight. Good. Then let's begin. The written exam was a disaster. Izuku found that despite the feeling that he knew most the answers, he couldn't help but think about what he could now do. His mind was scattered, unable to think about anything but his quirk. Diagrams and terms were all over the paper, yet to the teen, he could only read half as he tried to concentrate. It wasn't till an hour in that he calmed himself down, giving him barely enough time to finish the exam. And as he finished, he soon noticed glares all around him. Everyone had finished early except him, at least, that's what it looked like in Izuku's eyes. Nothing but cold, dead stares coming from everyone. But that was normal, it happened all the time at Aldra after all. All right. Power Loader muttered out as he looked over the stack of written exams. Step 1 is done. Now, it's time for the practical. Follow me. The kids quickly hopped out of their seats, the pink-haired girl from earlier zipping up to the front. She looked as if she was about to run past the hero as they walked into the support lab, everyone soon going to a desk. Izuku was last, his eyes glancing around at the room. Wow. This is amazing, he thought as he saw tools everywhere around him. UA really spares no expense. They have everything. Wonder what I could make with my quirk? There's a sewing machine over there. What if I tried to make a costume that could dash? Everyone in a seat please. Power Loader said, knocking Izuku out of his thoughts. He looked up at the hero as he pulled out a sheet. Now, let's begin the practical. As you know, this is UA's support class, and our main job is to be the future of supporting heroics in this world. Because of that, this test will have you to make a support device of your own design. If you're wondering why we don't give you a design, it's because our class pushes improvising. As such, you'll have 3 hours to make your device with the tools we provide in this room. Any questions? No hands were raised at this, the hero nodding, good. Then begin. The first hour of the exam was grueling for the teen. Izuku expected the test to be something crazy, but he didn't expect it to just be so normal. It was just making something. And it didn't help that his mind kept going back and forth over the first exam and his new quirk. And so, he began to make a small portable information device. Over the past 9 months, he kept trying to think up good support weapons for heroes to use, only to find none of them to be anything that wasn't already on the market. As such, he went back to mobile devices, which he found better luck with before he got a quirk. He soon found that support items around gathering information were few and far between. Seeing this, he began to make blueprints over devices like this, devices that held small computers or scanners. He mainly tried to make them for wrists or masks, but never had the parts at his house. Money was always an issue when it comes to looking into support, which made practice even harder. Despite this, he knew it was what he wanted to do in this exam. He began to gather up what tools he needed, soon making a small wrist device. This took over an hour, the design being super clunky, something he didn't care for, but he knew he was already running out of time. But as it passed 2 hours and 30 minutes, he found himself in a complete mess. He was trying to make a scanner, but he found his quirk acting up as he began to make the mini wires for the device. Each time he grabbed one, they stuck to his fingers, making him growl as he ended up tearing a few apart as he tried to release himself from each tiny tube. And as he grabbed a magnifying device, tilting it over his invention, he didn't notice a tiny spark appearing on the side of his arm. His mind raced as he glanced up at the clock, seeing another 5 minutes had passed. Come on Izuku, you can do this. You just gotta get this done and working. And I'm almost out of time to test it. Sweat began to pour down his face at this. Know that I can't fail. I don't want to be a failure. I don't want to be a useless Deku. The spark slithered down his arm at this, the teen's mind melting as he took out a small electric welding tool. Tiny sparks flew off his device as he tapped the wrist. And as he did this, the spark traced up the back of his hand and down his finger. Izuku's eyes went wide at this, now seeing a green spark go down his finger and into his device. His spider sense blared at this, but it was too late. Boom. Ayaha! Izuku screamed as his device exploded in his hands. Pain surged through him at this, making him flinch back as the whole room spun around to stare at him. Power Loader zipped out of his desk, getting over to the teen in a sudden burst of speed. Are you okay? He yelled as he reached Izuku, seeing the teen fall over as both his hands showed a tiny bit of smoke. He scanned Izuku's hands over, seeing them fully burnt, red and black searing over them before looking back at the other students. All of you get back to work. He then glanced back at Izuku. I'm taking you to recovery, girl, all right? Stay with me. Izuku didn't respond after that. He barely said a word as he was taken to the school's nurse. Normally, Izuku would have been excited to meet the hero, But there was nothing as she kissed him and bandaged up his hands, grumbling as she told him that he's just the start of her day before going off to the heroics practical. And as soon as he was done, he went back to the UA support room with bandaged hands, only to find the test was already over. The sight made his heart sink. His mind sunk into despair at this, quickly spinning around and walking out of the hero school. Why me? Izuku whispered to himself as he walked down a street. He looked down at his bandaged hands, pulling at the strands as he felt something cool in them. And as he tugged a bit, he saw his hand was already healing, though very slowly. Well, I guess that still works. He let out a long sigh, tears going down his face. I totally failed, didn't I? He did a small sniff as he continued to mutter to himself, I get a quirk and everything still goes wrong for me. It's like the universe won't let me be a hero. He put a thumb to his mouth as he began to mumble rant. But what was that? Did I do some kind of bioelectric thing? Why would the spider give me that? Are there electric spiders? I don't think there are. I mean, I looked up a bunch of different spiders after the bite, but none of them could dash. Young man, yelled a sudden voice, making Izuku hop in place. He spun around at this, now seeing a police officer glaring at him. Turn off your quirk this instant. Quirk. Izuku muttered out, I don't dash. I don't care what your quirk is, you're disturbing people. I am. Izuku barely replied, but I'm not dash. He slowly looked down at himself, wondering if the bioelectricity had came back only to see nothing. Nothing at all. Though he couldn't see it, he was just a floating head in the street right now. He blinked at this, his brain slowly turning before going wide-eyed. Huh. And in that instant, his body reappeared. He looked down at his now reappeared hands, quickly flexing them before the officer said, That's better, young man. Izuku glanced back up at him, seeing a small smile on the adult's face. Considering your surprise, you must have accidentally activated it. He shook his head. Don't worry, I won't report you. Just be more careful, okay? Okay. Izuku stuttered before doing a very slow robotic bow. Thank you, sir. Sorry I did that, No problem. Just don't let it happen again. With that, the officer spun around and left, leaving the dumbfounded teen. He glanced back down at his hands, blinking as his brain began to churn. Did I just not turn invisible? Since when can spiders do that? Wait, did I that the skin thing I couldn't figure out from the scan? He looked back up at the street before him, his mouth slowly moving as he said, Just what was that spider? The next week was the longest in Izuku's life. Granted, his hands were now fine thanks to his new healing factor from the spider quirk, but that was the only good thing. Izuku couldn't help but think about the exam every waking moment. He knew he failed, he just knew it. He mainly spent the time either procrastinating over his failure, or trying to summon the bioelectricity and invisibility, but got nothing. His mind was too distracted by his horrible performance. And it wasn't long till his mom ran in one day, yelling, It's here. The letter from you. Izuku was sitting in the living room at this moment, turning to see his mom run in. She quickly gave it to him, the boy ripping it open. There, they saw a small device, Izuku taking it out and commenting, A projector? He put it down on the ground, a hologram of Power Loader soon appearing. Hello there, this is Power Loader of UA. It said before the hero pulled out a remote, pressing a button and showing a picture of Izuku behind him. Izuku Midoriya, you passed the written exam with an 81%. That's a good score, and considered passing for our basic regulations. However, due to the accident, you failed the practical. Izuku's heart sunk at that, Inko shrinking back as they both felt tears start to appear in their eyes. And then Power Loader said those next words. I'm sorry, but UA has decided you do not qualify for the support department. He did a small bow. I wish you good fortune elsewhere. The hologram instantly shut off at this. And then the dam burst. Tears poured out of both, Izuku letting out a scream as he fell to his knees. Inko's eyes streamed tears out as well, hugging her son as he kept crying. I'm so sorry, Izuku. I'm so sorry. There was silence at this, Izuku just crying as Inko kept herself clinging to her son. But as she did this, she felt him shake, Izuku's tears stopping as he let out a scream. She had never heard him do that, looking back up as she saw the tears stop coming out of her son. "Why?" he slowly muttered out, only to scream again, "Why?" "Izuku." Inko increased her grip, now seeing the pure despair on his face. Why? Izuku cried as he turned to his mom. "Why, Mom? Why does this keep happening to me?" I. Inko tried to say, only to just hang her head. "I don't know. I'm sorry." Izuku just put his face into her shoulder, muttering out, "I can't take it anymore. I just want something to go right for once in my life." "I know." Inko replied as she patted his back. "I'm sorry. I don't know why this happened, but I'm so sorry, Izuku." Izuku sniffed as he leaned back, his eyes going back to the hologram projector on the floor. He kept sniffing as tears poured down his face, only for those words Katsuki had told him so long ago to race through his mind again. Kaken was right. I can't be a hero. And as he thought those words, his tears stopped. It was as if something snapped in his brain, as if his entire life flashed before his eyes, all the pain and suffering he had endured now bubbling in his mind. He didn't know why, but he started to feel anger inside himself. And as he looked back at his mom, she saw the fire in his eyes. It scared her, as she had never seen this in him before. It was pure raw anger as he said, I can't take it anymore, Mom. I'm gonna tell you everything." "What do you mean?" Inko replied, only to see Izuku take a deep breath. And then he began to rant. Izuku told her everything, every day of Katsuki's bullying, every ounce of hatred he had for being born quirkless, and the hopelessness that came from it. He told her all the lies he told her about his injuries, all the times he came home burnt or beaten, and how it was all Katsuki. And as he continued to talk, his mother stayed silent, not responding to a single word. But she soon found that made it worse, for after he told her about that singular moment, the one where Katsuki told him to kill himself, his mother's face went pale. But even after that, Izuku didn't stop. He kept getting louder as he finished his rant. "And then I finally get a quirk, only to take an exam I don't want to do, and then the quirk makes me fail it and fail my chances to be a hero. Why? Why does the universe hate me? Why? What did I ever do wrong?" As he screamed those last words, the teen slumped over, panting as the bloodshot look in his eyes began to fade. Small tears dropped out of his eyes, his mother just staring at him. She had never seen him this angry. She didn't think he could get angry. Sure, he had gotten mad if an invention had failed, but never raw anger. Nothing like this. And as she saw him finish his rant, she took a deep breath, ready to enter the conversation. "And Katsuki really said that?" Inko asked as she put her hand on Izuku's shoulder. He told you to kill yourself?" "Yeah." Izuku muttered out, tears still flowing down his face. "And Izuku, you didn't really think about Dash?" "Yeah." Izuku whimpered, tears dripping off his chin, and the worst part is that he's right. "I'm just a failure. A worthless Deku." "Izuku, you are not Dash. I am. Didn't you hear me? I keep failing. Everything keeps going wrong in my life." Izuku roared back, making Inko flinch. He saw this and flinched himself, making him glance away. "Sorry. I didn't mean to yell. I mean, I just yelled a bunch, and I didn't mean to do that and Dash." "I know." Inko interrupted, sighing as she put her arms around him, giving him a soft hug. "I'm sorry too. I'm sorry I haven't been there for you. It's okay. No one wants to help a quirkless Dash." "Stop that!" Inko exclaimed, making Izuku hop. She grabbed his face, pulling him to make him stare right at her. As she stared into his eyes, seeing the hopelessness in them, the despair at her heart sank. She knew it was all her fault, she should have been there for him. Seeing this, she took a deep breath and said, "Izuku, I won't run away anymore. I'm going to help you every step of the way. I know you failed the UA exam, and that's okay. We'll get through this, okay?" Izuku blinked at this, just staring at his mother as she stared back. The two's eyes stayed still, tears appearing in both before they began to stream down their faces. They began to hug each other again, Izuku sobbing out, "But I don't know what to do now." "We'll figure it out. I just thought I'm sorry for not helping you all this time. I thought I should have been there for you. Well, you're here now. Izuku finished as they continued crying, their hug staying for what felt like hours. And when the hug ended, Inko grabbed some tissues and wiped her eyes before grabbing Izuku's hands. He stared into her eyes at this, his mother mumbling out a few words before saying, "Izuku, you're my son. And I said a lot of awful things to you because I was scared. I gave up. But you can't give up. I know you never quit, and you kept chasing your dreams, even when I told you to not go for them, and I'm sorry." She put her hand up to Izuku's face. "No more. I'm here for you. I'll cheer for you, help you out whatever you need. You can be a hero. I don't know how, but we'll figure it out, okay?" "Okay." And as for Katsuki, she took a deep breath, her son grimacing as he saw anger appear on her face. "Don't interact with him anymore, all right? If that boy really did all that to you, don't go near him anymore. He is not your friend, and you should not be around him. Promise me that." Izuku stared at her, his eyes slightly widening as he thought back to all the times he had been hurt by Katsuki, the bullying, the pain, and he realized what he had just heard is what he always wanted to hear. He did a small nod at this and repeated what he had just said, "Okay." The anger instantly disappeared from her face, the woman patting him before showing a small smile. "Good. Now, I'm gonna go get some supper ready for us, all right?" "Okay." He repeated again as his mother got up and spun around, slowly walking into the kitchen. "And Mom?" She glanced back at him. "Thank you." Her grin grew wider before nodding. "No problem." As Izuku sat down in his room that night, his eyes staring at his phone, the device shifting to an archive app he had made, it now showed an interview with All Might. It was a recorded interview, one he had viewed hundreds of times. He had practically memorized it, but for some reason he felt he had to watch it. Or watch anything. But as the interview started, showing All Might giving encouraging words and statements, it was all muddled for him. Like, nothing mattered. Until the last question. The interviewer asks him what he believes is the most important quality of being a hero. And the number one responds in 2 sentences. "I believe there are many things a hero must be, but if you asked me the most important quality, I would say one thing. A real hero is someone who never gives up." Never. Gives up. Izuku repeated, feeling a small tear go down his face. And as he repeated those words in his head, his mind went over one thing. All Might is right. All I've done my life is give up. And now, I have a quirk. And I gave up again. The teen took a deep breath as his eyes narrowed, tears stopping as he closed the interview on the phone. "No more. I won't give up anymore. I'm gonna be a hero, even if I can't go to UA. I will be hero." The next month was the busiest one in Izuku's entire life. Never had he done more than that first week after learning he had failed the exam. For starters, he went over everything he could do since he couldn't get into UA. Turns out, there weren't really any other hero schools nearby, and all their testing had already happened. Also, what normal schools that were left for him were undesirable to say the least. None were what he wanted, and he knew most would have no challenge for his intellect. Seeing this, he ended up going for online classes, which, considering what he looked up, he knew he would easily finish them. However, that still left him with no hero school. The online classes were for basic education, so he decided that instead he would use this time to figure out what kind of hero he would become with this spider quirk. And so, he started looking up more stuff on spiders. As he found that none of them could make bioelectricity or become invisible, he also saw that a ton could make their own webbing, though mainly from their butts. But he knew he couldn't make any, mainly because he had used the bathroom plenty of times since the spider bite and got nothing, so the teen thought that it might be best to make his own. What followed was half a month of experimentation. He went over several formulas, dubbing them web fluid, as he tried them all out. It was about 2 weeks in that he figured it out, making a wristband-styled shooter that he fitted to his hand. He wanted to make it automatic in terms of refilling the fluid, but didn't have the parts, so he decided to make himself a small belt as part of his future costume to hold both the fluid and other things he knew would be useful. "I'll have to make this thing less clunky in the future," he commented to himself as he tried the fluid a half month in. He started by testing its tensile strength, soon going to the nearby Dagoba beach and used a few leftover fridges, dryers and washing machines for testing. He found they could lift all of them with the webbing, and it would stick around for about 2 hours, and was highly biodegradable. And as he tested this, he also began to make a hero costume for himself. He had spent years drawing and making designs on what he would want his hero costume would be. Granted, he now switched it to a spider design, but also felt he should at least have a costume, even if he had failed to get into hero school. That, and when he figured out his hero school situation, he could at least give their support department something to work with. He had experience with sewing thanks to his mom teaching him, saying it would be useful in the future for any situation, something he found himself glad to have done. The costume was dark green in color, his favorite color, and had a black web-like design over the green on the mask and down his chest and back, along with his gloves and boots. The rest was just pure dark green, though he had a white 8-legged spider on the chest and back, along with big white lens for the eyes. His mother didn't completely like the design, saying it was a bit too scary for a hero, but Izuku didn't care. He felt that for a first costume it was great. He then began to work on the lenses, giving them a zoom-in function, though he found that was all he could add at the moment. This was followed by making a green hoodie over the initial costume, complete with big long green bunny-like ears, in honor of his love of All Might. And as that month was about to pass, Izuku decided to go for his first test run. The run would be a simple test with his web shooters, as over his time inventing them, he watched several videos on how spiders use their webs to swing around and decided that if his webs could hold dryers and washing machines, they could definitely hold him. However, despite thinking this, he found himself doing what he considered to be the worst way to try this out. By going to the tallest building he could find in Tokyo. To be fair, he went there not in costume, instead hiding the suit under his clothes. He also brought a small backpack for his clothes when he changed, making sure that he could easily change back, which he was glad that ending up being the easiest thing to make. The problem was that he was now being reminded that he was afraid of heights. That, and he knew he still didn't have a full grip on his powers, especially the bioelectric powers. He needed a better name for that, which he couldn't even summon, or his invisibility powers, which he had a strange feeling that he would need to understand them very soon. Okay, Izuku, you're really doing this, huh? He told himself as he finished changing into his costume, stuffing his clothes in the small bag before hiding the bag in his hoodie. He then slowly slid down the side of the building, muttering to himself as he did this. You can do this, Izuku. Sure, it's terrifying and it looks like you're 200 stories up, though you know it's less. Also, you've only had a little over a week of testing the web fluid and you probably should have tested a bit more, though you know it'll hold you. You already tried it at the house and Mom got scared seeing you upside down that one time. You can do this, you can do this. And if you don't, guess Kaken was right about taking a swan dive off a roof. Those last words that came out of his mouth made him tense up, the words making him feel like he had sand in his mouth as he said them. He still couldn't believe Katsuki had said that, but also knew that was Katsuki being Katsuki. He took a deep breath next, his eyes staring at the streets below, the sight looking like it was 1,000 miles away, but at the same time being like 2 steps away. He closed his eyes next, feeling the glass that his fingers were stuck to slowly begin to release from them. And then he let go. His feet kicked off the building, his fingers feeling them take off some of the glass as he released himself from the side of building. His whole body tensed up for just a second, only to loosen. His whole world flipped as he did a backwards flip in midair, his eyes closing for a second as he felt it. There was no fear, no anxiety, nothing. And as he opened his eyes, he saw the night sky above him and the street below. The sight made him go wide-eyed, fear now hitting him again as the wind began to smack his face. He glanced back up next, raising his palm at the building he had just leapt from and pressed the web shooter trigger. A web line instantly shot out, hitting the top of the roof. And with a single yank, he felt it. The wind, the pressure, the gravity, the fall. It was all gone. All that was left was the rise. His body zipped up at this, the teen just now releasing the breath he didn't realize he was holding. And with his second hand he pointed to another building and shot a web. Instantly hitting, he let go of the first before pulling along, swinging down wide as he felt the wind smack his face again. It felt amazing, like he was on top of the world. And that fear he felt come back, the anxiety, the tenseness, all faded away. It was all gone. It was freedom. Pure and simple freedom. The boy let out a scream, "Whoa!" before he swung again, his body zipping across the street. Block after block zoomed by as he did another web line, and another, and another. The biggest grin was now on his face under his mask as he swung past an office building, the people inside seeing the sight and all going wide-eyed. He then did a flip, soon staring at the stars above him before back at the city, the lights flooding his vision. The sight made the grin under his mask grow as he flicked his arm and shot another web. Again and again he whipped the web, each swing sinking with his body. "Hoo!" he exclaimed again, "this is awesome." He then did a wide-arced swing, only to let go and do 2 flips, screaming with joy as he did so, "Why yesh!" The people below all glanced up, gasping at the sight. He was the center of attention, the world was watching. He had never felt more alive. More real. He had done something amazing. Spectacular. But as he shot the 20th line, his spider sense went off. Danger. Huh. He glanced back, only to see a certain hero he had seen a lot on the news lately, Kamui Woods. "Come back here. You are under arrest," he roared as strains of wood shot out of Hero. "What?" Izuku yelped as a line of wood shot past his left side, the teen barely dodging the lumber before firing another web line. "Wait. Don't. I'm not a criminal." "You are." Kamui barked back as he retracted a strain of wood before firing 2 more, both moving out to Izuku's sides. He then tried to pincer them on the teen, Izuku letting go of the web. He fell like a rock, only to fire another web, yanking himself back up as the wood from Kamui slithered back onto his body. "Stay still." "But I haven't done anything wrong." "You've committed the crimes of public quirk use and disturbing the peace." "Disturbing the peace? I'm not doing anything. To disturb people?" Izuku yelled back as he kept swinging away. "I'm just having some fun." "Liar. You're under arrest, villain." "Villain? I'm not a dash. Take this, villain." "Lacquered chain prison." Several strands of wood shot instantly at this, Izuku's spider sense blaring as he glanced back and saw the attack. And as he tried to speed up his swinging, he saw 2 strands shoot past him again, only for Kamui to yell, "What the where'd you go?" "Huh." Izuku whispered, only to look back ahead as he shot another web line, but then saw his hand was missing. He had turned invisible again. "Oh. Guess that works in danger. That's good to know." He then took a turn, making sure to miss Kamui's wood strands before swinging down 2 more blocks. He glanced back down and saw he was still invisible, a grin on his face before taking another turn and seeing his home now somewhat in the distance. "Nice," he whispered to himself before swinging over to the rooftop of his home. And as he landed, he looked down at his hands and saw they were still invisible, the teen telling his brain to turn off the invisibility, and it worked. Blinking at this, he closed his eyes and tried again, only to open his eyes and see his hand was mostly gone. "So that's how it works. Guess I just needed some danger to make me learn how to use it, though I might need a little practice. I still gotta figure out the bioelectric stuff though, which I need a better name for." He thought as he hopped off the roof and wall crawled over to his room's window, opening it since he had left it unlocked, and snuck in while panting and feeling the sweat in his hair. That was awesome. He cheered before flopping onto his bed, taking off his mask and letting out a long sigh. A few seconds later, he pulled out his phone to see if any social media had picked up his joyride. There wasn't much, just some posts, but nothing really. Definitely not enough to present him as some dastardly villain like Kamui Woods has said he was, though he hoped he didn't make that bad of a first impression. He honestly felt he hadn't done anything. He just showed he was some kid having fun. That, or a kid with a death wish. And as he stared at his phone, he thought back to all he had done today. That was so cool. The webs worked, and I'm no longer afraid of heights, he whispered to himself before glancing down at his web shooters, and it didn't take too much fluid. About half a cartridge at the end. I might need to make them a bit bigger though. He looked back at his phone one last time, a new post showed up. Izuku blinked at it, only to see that the report was made by Kamui Woods. He stated it was some hooligan, making Izuku roll his eyes. But as this happened, a reporter had asked him if it was a villain or a vigilante, the teen raising an eyebrow at that statement. A vigilante? Me? He put a hand to his chin. There's an idea. I mean, if I can't get into a hero school, I guess I could skip all the learning and just fight villains, but I'd be breaking the law. He didn't smile at the idea, but he felt it was something to consider. He looked back at his phone one last time before turning it off, his mind going over the idea and again, and felt that it might be the right solution, telling himself to ask his mom about it tomorrow before taking the rest of his costume off and falling asleep. And sleep never felt so good. No. But Mom dash. Izuku. Inko interrupted before letting out a long sigh. I know I agreed to help you with your dream of being a hero from now on, and I know I said I was sorry and want to make up to you all this time I haven't supported you. But I'm not going to support you becoming a criminal. I'm not going to be a criminal. I'm just going to be a hero without a license. Izuku, you shouldn't have to break the law to be a hero. Well, I don't have a choice now. Izuku yelled back, his voice now increasing as the two glared at each other. The teen took a deep breath at this, trying to keep his composure as he continued, Mom, I don't have a choice. There are no more hero schools available, and the semester is already starting. Katsuki is literally going to start at UA tomorrow and I get nothing. And if I can't go there, I have to start another way. I spent all this morning looking over vigilantism laws, and they say if I can be good enough and get on the side of the police, I can get into the hero business. I'll just have less protection getting to that point. And that's exactly why you shouldn't do it. You shouldn't have to break the law to be a hero. Inko exclaimed, You deserve better. Izuku flinched at those words, shaking his head next. If that's true, then I wouldn't have to do this. This quirk I now have, I need practice, and this is the best way to do it. By fighting villains? By fighting criminals. Izuku retorted, I'll fight small crime and move up when I think I can handle the bigger stuff. Izuku, do you not hear what you're saying? Inko cried, tears starting to appear in her eyes. Izuku, I don't want you getting hurt, and this is the worst idea for that. I want to be a hero, Mom. That means danger. Izuku let out a long huff at this before adding, I want to use this quirk. I can't just sit here and not use it. I've spent all these years without a quirk, and then I get one and you still don't want me to use it. But, she tried to say, only to see the expression on Izuku's face. It was that face again, the one he showed when he exploded after hearing the UA results. She knew this meant one thing. Izuku was done listening. He was angry, something he rarely was, and he still wanted to be a hero. To help others. He always had that spark in his eyes. It was something that she always feared, as it showed a look of pure compassion combined with a crazed desire to help others. The fire within them was almost too much at times, as she knew now more than ever that she couldn't convince him to not be a hero, to not help others. And now he wanted to be a vigilante. The idea made her heart sink, but that expression he wore. It sealed everything. She wouldn't convince him otherwise. The woman let out a long sigh only to say a few words, All right. You can be a vigilante. Izuku's expression faltered at this, making him slightly flinch. Really? Inko did a slow nod, only to look back up at him. But if you really want to do it, let's set some rules, all right? Izuku nodded back as she continued, You can't just jump into everything, all right? Don't go challenge big A-level villains first thing. Okay. And if you really have to do this, let me help you when you get injured. I'm a working nurse after all, but just don't come back in a mess, all right? I won't. I promise. Now, Izuku knew he probably couldn't keep that promise. But considering what he was about to do, it was an obvious conclusion that the promise would be broken. Despite this, he waited till night for his first try as a vigilante. He took a midday nap before doing it, promising his mom to finish his online class homework first. She knew it would take him no time to do it, but it was just something she could use to get her some relief about her son's future. And as the sun disappeared from the sky, Izuku put on his costume, already liking that feeling of putting it on. He took a deep breath as he opened his window, soon crawling out and up to the roof. The teen began to focus at this, his body instantly vanishing. He looked down at his hands at this, seeing he was now invisible. I think I got it. I still can't summon that BioLX stuff again, but the invisibility isn't too hard. It just takes a bit to concentrate. He thought before staring out at the city before him. Now, let's go patrolling. He whipped out a web line and leapt off the roof, quickly swinging away. A big smile was already on his face as he swung across the first few blocks, the feeling of freedom returning. He still couldn't believe he had a quirk. He had had it for just a little over a month, and he still couldn't believe it. But as he began to swing around, he remembered his first try at web swinging and the disastrous encounter with a hero. Due to this, he made sure not to yell this time, instead just silently swinging around. He did this for an hour, not finding a single thing as he webbed around Mizudafu. He had hoped for something small, like a mugging, but found nothing. Figures. I start trying to be a vigilante and I don't find anything. Just great. Another failure for the worthless Deku. Guess I dash. He came to a stop as he saw a light in the corner of his eyes. He quickly webbed up to a nearby roof, landing on its edge before glancing back at the light, only to see it was from a building across the street. He squinted his eyes at this, the costume's eyes mimicking his as he saw several figures behind several large glass panes. He looked up at the building, seeing it was a bank. A rather small one, but it was still a bank. But that wasn't what was important. What was important was that it was exactly what Izuku was looking for: crime. That could work. Stopping a bank robbery is definitely a good start, I think. Izuku put a hand to his chin, his mind going over the situation. Now how do I do this? Obviously, the bank's alarm isn't going off, so one of them probably has a jamming quirk. Also, I have no idea what quirks they have. He then put his hand in his hoodie, soon pulling out a small notebook and a tiny flashlight. Opening it up, he looked over the notes he had made today. After looking over the vigilantism laws and his old notebooks over quirk analysis and what kind of hero he wanted to be back in the day, he decided to make a new notebook that was for purely writing stuff down on the fly. As such, he started on this new notebook today, which was filled with instructions he had made for himself earlier today on how to be a vigilante, along with plenty of blank pages for everything else. Okay. So, step 1. If possible, make sure web fluid is full before going into a fight. He glanced down at his shooter and saw it was at a 4th. He took out a full cartridge and replaced it. I really wish I could automate that. I need to find some better stuff. He looked back at his notebook. Step 2. Make sure to smile and be positive. All Might says that being a hero is all about inspiring hope. Even if they can't see your smile under your mask, be positive. If necessary, make a persona for yourself to try and make others feel safe. Try quips as well and make people laugh. He then flipped to the next page, which was empty, as it was for quips he wanted to record that when he thought them up. Unfortunately for the teen, he found when he was first writing in the notebook, he didn't know any jokes. Izuku knew he was never a funny kid, but he also knew this was because he never had any friends to make jokes with. I'll figure out the quips later. He sighed to himself before turning a few pages, all blank for future quips, before going to the final rule he had put down. Rule 3. Until you're a hero, you need to make yourself known, even if it's just leaving a calling card. That way, your name can get out and see if you can get the hero commission to sign you on. He then pulled out a stack of cards in his other pocket in his hoodie, now remembering he hadn't even figured out his vigilante hero name. It'll have to do for now. According to those laws I read, it takes a lot to get on their side. They mainly hunt down vigilantes more than anything. He took a deep breath, now looking back at the building. He whipped his webs over to it, quickly zipping up to the bank's roof. Guess I should go the underground hero route and do stealth here. At least for my first time. Now, how do I get in? He crawled down the side of the building at this, only to see an air duct. Seeing he could fit, he cricked his neck as he opened it up. Guess it's time to see how flexible I am. He found the crawling was relatively easy. Despite being in a very confined space and knowing his body was more agile than it used to be, he was still surprised at how easy it was for him to just crawl through the vents. His body just slithered through, his sticking that he was still getting used to not even being a problem as he snuck through. And as he went through the vents, he found a grate, his form quickly going over it. He squinted his eyes as he stared through the thin bars, now seeing 3 hooded men with flashlights pulling out a device that they were now using on an ATM. He blinked at the sight, only to slowly pick up the grate and quietly took it off, putting it slightly aside. Okay, Izuku, you can do this. Your first fight against villains. Criminals. Technically thieves, but I guess it could be argued that they could be burglars or bank robbers. Yeah, that's probably the correct terminology, though. He took a deep breath, trying to stop what he called his head muttering as he looked back down at the criminals. Focus. You need to focus, Izuku. Just not try to take these 3 out, and then see if there's any more. It was here that Izuku realized he didn't actually know how to fight. All he knew was how to take beatings, not dish them out. Should I just go in and try to punch them? I mean, I've never won a fight in my life. Can I really just dash? He clenched his eyes at this before sighing. Stop it. Just not go in and I don't know, improvise. Can't be too hard. I mean, according to everything I've analyzed about my body, I have super strength now. As long as I can hit them, I should be okay. And if I can't hit them, web them. That should work. He then crawled out of the duct, not making a single sound as he stuck himself to the ceiling next. He slowly went overhead of them, the trio not noticing the teen. Granted, all the lights were all off, the only lights being the flashlights on the thieves and the device they were using to open the ATM up. Taking a deep breath, he set up a web on the ceiling and hung upside down, slowly extending the web as he quietly went down to the floor. He then silently flipped himself over, taking another breath before speaking up. Hey fellas. The 3 thieves shot up at this, quickly spinning around to see the green-colored vigilante. He then saw what was under their hoods, one of them having a lobster face and the other 2 having crab faces. Izuku did a small wave at this, so making a late-night withdrawal? What the heck? Who are you? One of the crab guys yelled. Hi. I'm still trying to think up my vigilante name. Who are you? Vigilante? The lobster one yelped before pointing at Izuku. Get him! The 2 crab thugs charged at him at this, pulling out long crab claws out of their hood's long sleeves. Izuku's spider sense instantly blared, quickly hopping back as the first one lunged at him. The teen backpedaled at this, dodging 2 claw swipes as Izuku's brain started to catch to the situation. And he found the criminal trying to attack him was slow. As if he could just easily see the strikes coming. His spider sense kept screaming at him, the second thug running up to try to hit him again. And as they attack again, Izuku's mind told him to do one thing: counterattack. His fingers pressed down on the triggers on his shooters, his hands aiming downward. Webbing covered both thugs' feet and the ground under them, making both trip. Their faces hit the floor, Izuku quickly firing more webbing on them, tying them to the ground. Blaff! Both cried as they felt their faces get smushed into the floor. Yes! Izuku exclaimed, raising his arms up high before his spider sense blared again. He looked back up and saw the lobster thug now leaping at him. I'll kill you! He roared, Izuku quickly ducking under a first swing from the thug. It was here that he saw the lobster-headed criminal just had normal human hands, both balled into fists as he swung them at Izuku. The teen kept going back, dodging 3 swings before pulling back one of his arms, balling up his own fist. And then he moved the punch forward. He expected it to just push the thug back, but as it connected, which it hit the lobster man in the chest, the criminal let out a scream as he was suddenly thrown across the room from the punch. Izuku flinched at this, now seeing his super strength used on a human for the first time as the thief flew onto a desk, bouncing off it and hitting the faraway wall, only to slump to the floor a second later. He fired a web at this, instantly wrapping up the criminal before letting out a sigh. Okay, that still don't know my own strength. Hope I didn't hurt that guy too much. He then stared at the room, now seeing he had beaten all 3 criminals with ease. Wow, I did it. I beat them. He looked back down at his hands, flexing them for a second. I can do it. I can be a hero. Hey guys, what's with all the noise? I thought you called out a new voice as it walked out of the bank's bathroom, a hooded man with a normal, albeit scraggly face. He went wide-eyed when he saw Izuku, only for the teen to reflexively shoot a web at him. It instantly hit his mouth, making him muffle out before charging at Izuku. But as he did this, Izuku quickly sidestepped a punch from the criminal, only for a second punch to go right for Izuku's face. And as his spider sense blared, Izuku's hand raised up and caught the punch. The thug tried to pull his fist back at this, only for Izuku's hand to hold onto it. "Whoa, I caught it. Cool," Izuku commented as he stared at the fist. A grin shined under his mask as then pushed his hand forward, throwing the thug right off his feet. "Eesh," the criminal muffled as he felt his back hit the floor, only for a stream of webs to hit his chest, sticking him to the ground. Izuku stared at the thief he had just webbed down, only to glance back at the original three, both crabmen squirming and yelling profanities as they tried to escape the webbing. He pulled out his notebook again as he began to write in the quip page, "Late night withdrawal." "That's a good first quip," he whispered to himself before walking in front of crab thugs, leaning down as he asked them, "So, got any more pals, Mr. Seafood? I'm guessing your friend I just webbed up is the one who helped you with the alarms." "Wait." He looked back at his notebook, and that seafood thing wasn't as good. Not recording that quip. "Let us go, you freak," one of them yelled, Izuku looking away from the notebook. "Yeah. Do you know who we are, you weird spider guy?" "Spider guy? Maybe I could rework that for my hero name." Izuku thought before shaking his head and pointing at the criminals. "Listen here, all I know is that you're thieves. Bank robbers. I'm here to stop you, and I did that." Izuku facepalmed at that, and that's another failed quip. He then heard the criminal yell another profanity, Izuku just shaking his head before putting away the notebook. "Now, what to do with you four?" Izuku asked before looking back at the bank's counters, an idea forming in his head. He walked over to the desks, looking around until he saw a small red button. "Here we go." He pressed the button, sending a silent alarm to the police before taking out a calling card from his other pocket. Also taking out a pencil, he wrote out a small message as a smile shined under his mask. "Yeah, that's a good name for me." He then put the note on the lobster thug before walking over to the bank's main door. "Later, fellas. Thanks for being my first ever crime. First crime I ever stopped." And with that, he left the building and leapt up before shooting out a web, swinging away a second later. Detective Tsukachi Naomasa really wanted to go home for the night. Despite his usual late hours he would get on the job, he was really tired today. But a silent alarm had gone off at a bank in Mizudafu and he was nearby, doing a small nightly patrol. He quickly zoomed over in his patrol car, only taking him a few minutes to get there. And as he got there, he got out of his car and saw there was nothing outside the building. When it came to bank robberies and quirks, there was usually a torn-up wall, or a bunch of broken windows, or a trail of money strewn outside of the bank. But there was nothing, which was cause for concern as he then heard a voice. "Detective." He looked up and saw the hero Death Arms, the most local hero he could get right now. He leapt off a nearby roof and landed beside the detective, both nodding to each other before the hero went in first. And as they walked in, a voice yelled out, "Finally!" The two glanced down at the sound, now seeing the two crab thugs squirming under the webs. "Get us out of this." The two shared a glance before Death Arms grabbed both thugs, lifting them up as the webs snapped off the floor. As he did this, the detective looked over the area, seeing a desk knocked over and the lobster thug now webbed up to a nearby wall, fully knocked out. And as he walked over to him, he leaned down and saw a certain tiny note in the thug's lap. He picked it up and read it. "Just beat these bank robbers for you. Courtesy of your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man." "Spider-Man?" Naomasa slowly whispered before looking back at the webbed-up thug. And as he glanced back and saw Death Arms walk back into the room. "Anything else?" "No. Just this guy and that other one over there." Naomasa replied before holding up the note. "And this?" "What is it?" "I think that IT might be a new vigilante." He let out a long sigh at that statement, and I already got a bad feeling about this one. Izuku didn't find any more crimes to stop that night. And after another hour of patrolling and almost crashing as one of the shooters ran out of webbing, he switched the cartridges and headed home. He had the biggest smile on his face as he got back into his bed, the memory of him beating those robbers going through his head. That was so awesome. Izuku muttered to himself. I already love doing this. He closed his eyes a second later, instantly falling asleep. And as he did this, he didn't see his mom slightly opening his door, her eyes glancing down at her son's face. She saw the giant smile on his face, something she hadn't seen for a very long time. Worry still racked her brain, but that sight at it was the best thing she could hope for right now. Her son was happy. The next day, Izuku didn't sleep in. Despite what he did last night, and the fact he got to bed really late, he found himself instantly rested when he woke up. Izuku had found that over the past month, his newfound power gave him a bunch of extra energy. And with this, he spent the first 2 or so hours of the day doing a basic morning routine before looking up his online classes. Seeing there wasn't much at the start, he went ahead and did the first 2 weeks of homework, finding all of it to be super easy. While he did this, his mom asked him how last night was, Izuku replying and saying it was beyond great. He told her he now truly thinks he can do this, and then promised her to do the homework. And as he finished it, he shined the biggest smile he could before putting his costume on. Spider-Man. I think that name works well. He thought as he put on his mask and then put on the web shooters, I wonder what the police think about the card I left. I mean, I beat those bank robbers really easily, though that might have been their first try at crime too. He snorted at that thought. That would figure for me. The first criminals I beat are also first-time criminals. He then walked into his bathroom, staring at the mirror there. He looked himself over, the lens and the mask zooming in and out. Not bad. It still looks good, even after last night. He commented before looking down at his shooters, opening up the cartridges. All full, and I got about 10 in reserve. Better make some more tonight. And with a click on the wrist, he checked his front door, making sure it was locked, and then went over to his window. Opening it, he turned himself invisible and crawled out, closing the window behind him before getting up to the roof. As he got there, he leapt off and started swinging, a smile under his mask. This feels so awesome. I still can't believe I have a quirk now. He whispered to himself as he swung building to building, passing blocks in mere seconds. Guess I'll try a day patrol. He then landed on a rooftop and pulled out his phone from his hoodie, tapping it a few times. It switched to a police scanner app Izuku had created a while back, a spin-off of his hero app. There we go. We'll keep you on just in case I can't find anything. He put it back into his pocket, reminding himself that he should have done that last night, but it was too late now. With that, he began to swing again, his form quickly zipping through town. As he did this, he saw that several people below were gasping, all seeing the masked teens seemingly fly past them. But as he passed another block, a single thought went through his head. I hope I'm not making too much of a spectacle. I don't want a hero suddenly chasing me again like Kamui Woods did the other day. He pulled out his phone as he shot another web line, seeing the scanner begin to beep. A crackled voice came out of next as Izuku glanced away from the device and stared directly ahead as swung down another street. This is Muzutafu Police. We have a mobile villain going down Dathomir Street, Kamui Woods and Mount Lady. Please respond. Dathomir, that's not too far. Izuku commented to himself as he took a tight right swing. Maybe I can at least see what's up. He shot 2 web lines at the same time, slingshotting himself 3 blocks before going back to a regular web swing. And as he did this, he saw a black figure flying in the distance. This was followed by Mount Lady taking a swing at it, missing before a flood of wood shot off her shoulder. The flying thing quickly dodged the lumber attack, Izuku hopping over to a roof as he watched what was going on. What are they chasing? Is that the villain? He whispered while squinting his eyes, the lens mimicking this. It was here that he saw what they were chasing. It was a man in a blackish-green suit that had a pair of light green wings, though if you looked closely, you could tell they were made of metal. He had a bag in one of his hands, but his wings kept flapping despite this. The man was bald, and seemed to be yelling at the 2 heroes as Izuku leapt over to the next rooftop. You'll never catch the vulture, you 2-bit heroes. The Birdman roared as he swung his wings down, cutting through Kamui Wood's forest attack. A villain? Don't recognize him, so he's probably E or F ranked, though if he's new and can avoid them, he might be at least C rank. This was followed by Mount Lady lunging a giant hand at him, but the bird just spun around and slashed her, making her flinch back. Yow! She yelped as a thin line of blood appeared in her right palm. Seeing this, Izuku went wide-eyed before narrowing his eyes. I gotta get in there and help them. He glanced down at his shooters, quickly switching to a full cartridge. Here we go. Let's see how I do against my first villain. He looked back up at the battle, the fight now going a block away from Izuku. Taking a deep breath, he leapt off the roof and shot a web, quickly shifting into a swing. He began to zip up to the block the battle was going on, now seeing the vulture dodge Mount Lady again. You'll never catch me. Vulture barked as he spun around, turning to try and slash at the hero again. But as he did this, a line of lumber shot out at him, making him flap his wings, pushing himself back. Blast it! Just leave me alone already. You're not getting away, villain. Kamui exclaimed as he swung a long vine of wood at the birdman, Vulture slicing it as it came close. That's not enough. Vulture countered before stretching his wings up and slamming them down, firing a gust of wind that knocked Kamui off of Mount Lady's shoulder. Kamui! She gasped as she spun around to catch him. Later, losers. Vulture laughed as he quickly shot away, zipping down an alleyway. No one can catch me. Wanna bet? Said a new voice, making the villain raise an eyebrow, only to feel something hit his back. What the dash? Vulture yelped before trying to do a barrel roll, only to feel the weight still on his back. He then glanced behind himself, now seeing a certain green costumed teen on his back. Get off of me. Nah, I don't think so. Izuku replied before aiming his wrists at Vulture's wings. How about we ground you instead? Vulture went wide-eyed at this, only to quickly spin around again. Whoa! Izuku yelped as he tried to hold on, his spider powers trying to help him keep his grip. Get me! Vulture roared before flailing his right wing up, smacking Izuku in the head. Ack! He yelped, losing his grip off the birdman. He fell off at this, his spider sense yelling at him before firing a web to a nearby building. Swinging back up, he saw Vulture try to flap away, only to swing right up to him in 2 quick bursts. Get back here! Izuku yelled as he moved his legs at Vulture's back, only for the villain to spin around and smack him with his wing. Ugh! Izuku cried as he was flung over to a nearby building, his form smashing through a window. Ow! Ow! He felt himself roll across a hard floor, only to shake his head as he got up. Okay. Gotta be quicker, he whispered before glancing around, seeing he was in an abandoned building. Well, at least I didn't destroy anything. He then raced out the window he had been flung into, quickly going into a swing as he saw the Vulture in distance, dodging another attack from Mount Lady. Will you heroes go away already? He screeched as he zipped past the giant. Gotta get ahead of him if I want to beat him. Izuku thought before taking a left, swinging down an alleyway. He zoomed through there, quickly coming out to the next block. There, he saw the Vulture flying away from the 2 heroes again, narrowing his eyes at the sight. He swung down another alleyway before swinging out to the next block, now seeing the Vulture about to fly toward him. Izuku then fired 2 lines, preparing to slingshot himself at the villain. Gotta line this up. Now. He let go and shot up, moving both legs ahead as he exclaimed, Hey bird boy! The Vulture turned to the voice, only to feel 2 feet slam into his chest. Ugh! He yelped, Izuku then firing a web at Vulture's legs. He swung down and then upward, flipping over the birdman and landing on his back again. You again! Get off of me! Vulture screeched as he flapped the wings, Izuku this time dodging both. But as this happened, Vulture turned to an alleyway to the right, only to flap his wings and let out a burst of speed. Izuku quickly gripped onto his back, only to see that Vulture was about to fly into a very, very thin alley. So much so that the birdman had to go to sideways. Danger! His spider sense blaring, Izuku quickly jumped off, grabbing the side of the building to the side of the alleyway. Izuku took a deep breath at that, soon crawling up to the roof. Okay, that almost got squashed there. Maybe I should just web him up from a distance. He got up to the roof and began to run, soon seeing the vulture fly out to the next street. Izuku quickly leapt off the roof, firing a web right at Vulture's feet again. It instantly struck the villain's soles, making the Birdman look back. What the dash? Sorry, Birdie, your flight is cancelled. Izuku yelled as he held onto the web line. Your next flight is a one-way ticket to prison. Gerda, what is with you? Leave me alone. Nope. Izuku chuckled as he pointed the wrist right up at Vulture's right wing and fired. Whip. The web instantly struck, making the Vulture suddenly wobble. My wing, he yelped as he tried to flap the wing, only to see his metal feathers were now stuck. What is this? Flight's over. Izuku yelled as he let go of the strand, only to fire two to both his sides, trying the slingshot trick again. And with a mighty pull and release, he fired himself up at the Birdman. Ah! Vulture yelped as Izuku's legs slammed into his back. And as he screamed out a cry of pain, webs suddenly wrapped up both his wings, making him instantly nosedive. Wait, stop. I'm gonna die at this height. You haven't been paying attention, have you? Izuku remarked as the Vulture felt something grab his back, only to be yanked up. The villain looked up at this, now seeing Izuku fire a web line and started swinging one-handed while the other held up the Birdman. That is, till Izuku landed on a rooftop, Vulture's body hitting the side of the building. Seeing this, Izuku quickly yanked him up to the top, only to web him up even more. And that's one bird down thanks to Spider-Man. Izuku commented before patting Vulture's head, now, be a good birdie and stay here for the authorities. He then straightened up at that, quickly pulling out his notebook. That's a good one. Heck, that was several good quips. I gotta record dash. Danger. Huh. Izuku yelped before leaping back, only for two wood lines to shoot past him. He glanced back, now seeing Kamui Woods on Mount Lady's shoulder. Halt, villain! He yells as he fires a third branch, only for Izuku to duck right under it. Hey! Come on, I just helped you stop that guy. So that makes you a vigilante. You're under arrest. Kamui barked back, Izuku now finding himself backpedal, only for his foot to tap the side of the roof. Looking back for a second, Izuku let out a sigh before staring at Kamui. Listen, the name's Spider-Man. I saw you were having trouble with Birdie over there and just wanted to help. You can help by surrendering. Kamui roared as a stream of branches shot out of him, lacquered chain prison. And as the lumber attack came, Izuku quickly leapt off the roof. His body then turned invisible, making him vanish just as Kamui ran over to the other side of the roof. What the where'd he go? Mount Lady yelled as Izuku began to swing away. Gerda, he did that last time too. Kamui growled before looking back at the webbed-up Vulture. Well, at least you're caught. Izuku came to a stop a few blocks away, his form still invisible as he swung up onto a nearby rooftop. Letting out a long breath before partially opening his mask, he revealed only his mouth as his invisibility stopped. And as he sat down, he began to catch his breath. Oh, that was intense, he gasped before staring down at his hands, seeing them both shake. Wow. This quirk the spider gave me is so awesome. It made that fight so amazing. Izuku blinked at that statement. I need better words. He then pulled out his notebook, quickly jotting down the quips he used. I need to figure out a good way to fight airborne opponents. He commented to himself while opening the bottom of his mask, maybe I should add a section on fighting styles. He liked his finger and turned a few pages, soon writing down a new step. Step 4. Figure out your own fighting style. Observe heroes and fight villains to figure it out. He stopped writing after that, instead staring at his hand with the pencil in it. Fighting styles mean super moves for heroes. He closed his eyes at this, remembering the support exam and what happened. That bioelectric thing. I wonder if that's supposed to be my super move. He put the notebook away before crossing his arms, but if that's the case, why can't I summon it again? It's been a whole month and I still can't make it appear again. Gritting his teeth at that, the teen got up and glanced down at his web shooters. Switching out cartridges for a second, he then began to swing across the city again. I'll figure it out, he told himself while swinging down a block. Until then, might as well get some practice swinging. It was an hour later that Izuku found another crime, that just being a mugger in an alleyway. He had a mutant quirk, that being what looked like a porcupine human. The thug had a woman up to a wall, hand over her mouth. Now listen here, missy, just give me your purse and dash. Whip. Huh. The thug yelped as a web line was now on his hand over the lady's mouth. He followed the line up and saw Izuku sticking to the side of a wall, just staring at the mugger. Good morning. Why don't you let that lady go? Izuku yanked at the web at that, flinging the mugger off his feet. A second later, Izuku dropped down to the ground, the thug yelling a profanity as he got onto his feet. I'll kill you, he roared as his arm was now covered in quills. Izuku quickly ducked under the punch, the quilled fist hitting a brick wall instead. This was followed by a web plastering itself over his arm, sticking him to the wall. What the dash? Just stay there for a bit, would ya? Izuku commented as he then webbed up the other arm, sticking both to the brick wall. Hey, let me go, the porcupine man yelled as he tried to move, only to then feel his feet get webbed into the wall as well. No, I think you should just stay right there. Izuku chuckled before turning to the lady. Hey, you okay? Data, the woman squirmed, Izuku blinking at her. She's really scared. Maybe I should just get going, he thought before looking back at the mugger, and then back at the lady. That you don't mind calling the police on this punk for me, do ya? Sure. Thanks. You okay? I think so? She muttered out, Izuku nodding at this. I gotta go. Stay safe, alright? He then shot a web, ready to pull himself up the alley wall. Wait. Izuku glanced back at her, the girl taking a deep breath. Who are you? Me? I'm your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man. Izuku exclaimed before shooting up and out of the alleyway, the woman watching him flee with wide eyes. Spider-Man. So that's what you look like in color. Detective Neo Mesa sighed as he watched the news recording of the vulture fight. Despite how far the fight went into the city, some reporter got some footage of Spider-Man tackling the villain. He then glanced back to another screen at his desk, showing footage of the bank from yesterday, though it was in black and white. He watched as the vigilante slightly flail around while beating the bank robbers before looking back at the vulture fight, showing a bit more direct movement from Spider-Man. Looks like I was right. This could be a problem. He glanced back at the bank footage, zooming in for a second. You're obviously young, so why are you a vigilante and not trying to be a hero? It was an hour or so later that Izuku decided to go back home. Before this, he found 2 more muggers, quickly webbing them up before having a passerby call the police. Each time he did this, he found himself able to handle the situation just a tiny bit faster, though still found the following conversations to the victims in the mugging to be very awkward. Izuku knew it was because he had never really talked to many others in his life, and he knew that was going to make things so much harder. But as he got home and took off his costume, he had the biggest smile on his face. Today that was awesome, he cheered, raising his hands up high. The teen soon changed, going into the kitchen and microwaved some food for himself. A few minutes later, he was on the living room couch, turning on the local news on the TV. He saw a reporter going over today, which was over several hero stories that only to go wide-eyed when he saw himself. And for a special hero report today, we have news on a new vigilante in Mizudafu. We have reports from 3 people he saved today that the vigilante's name is Spider-Man. No way that they're talking about me. Izuku gasped as a bit of meat fell out of his mouth. Not only that, this new vigilante seemed to have fought a villain that was fighting upcoming pro-heroes Kamui Woods and Mount Lady. Here's footage of him now. The screen turned to footage of him fighting the vulture, showing him launch himself at the villain before the camera lost track of the fight. As this happened, Izuku saw the news headline at the bottom of the screen, saying a new vigilante had saved the day. The tagline made tears appear in Izuku's eyes, making him sniff. I actually succeeded. I'm not useless. He leaned back into the couch. I saved people. And then he shined a giant grin. And this is just the beginning. I'm gonna be a hero. Izuku rested for the last part of the day, deciding that it would be better to take it slow. That and his mother soon called him after she saw him on TV. She mainly asked if he was okay, but he confirmed to her he was just fine. He found that his healing factor had mostly healed him after the fight with Vulture, though he hadn't been injured that much. As such, he spent some time making a few more cartridges of web fluid and made sure his costume wasn't damaged. After this, he decided to try and summon his bioelectric powers again, only to find nothing. Despite all his attempts, he found he could only make himself invisible and his regular spider powers. After this, he pulled out a new notebook and began to write about his encounter against the Vulture, doing a full analysis on the villain. He tried to think up all the problems and mistakes he did, writing down a few pages as he wrote how he would get around the villain if he ever fought him or someone like him again. His mom came home a little later, quickly hugging him as he told her he was okay. It wasn't long till the rest of the day was done, the teen vigilante soon going to sleep. And as he began to fall asleep, he thought back to all he had done and the road ahead, knowing this was just the beginning. The next day, Izuku did his morning routine in a quick and formal fashion, soon fully dressed as he checked his classes. He saw he was still ahead and decided to work on his costume instead. He found that while there was no damage from yesterday's fight, the suit still got dirty, and was now looking up new material online to help with that. That is, till he saw the price tag. After this, he went back to his notebook, reading everything he had written down. What else can I do? I know I need to make a reputation for myself, but there should be something else. He glanced over at his computer and decided to try out an old pastime of his, watching hero interviews. He took the next hour watching several interviews all about All Might, the hero talking about how heroes should inspire hope and good, to be better, and to help others while showing a big bright smile. I hope I can be a hero like that someday, he said to himself as he finished watching the 5th video. He saw there was a few more left on the playlist, but decided to turn the computer off. That's enough for today. He stretched his arms out, glancing over at the clock and saw it was almost noon. His mother had left an hour or so ago, and Izuku decided that he would do a quick lunch and then out to patrol. And as he did that fast meal, he put his costume on and swung out into the city. Aya! Izuku sighed as he went down a few blocks. This feels so good. And as he did this, he landed on a rooftop and pulled out his phone, checking the police scanner. He stayed there for a few minutes, only for nothing to come in. Guess crime isn't happening today, he commented as he put the phone away, quickly zipping down another street. But as he did this, he swung over to another one of Mizudafu's banks, one of the oldest in the city. It was a huge building, several stories tall despite its old marble-ish look. And as he landed on a roof across the street from it, he glanced down and saw 2 black vans drive up to the place. Raising an eyebrow at the sight, he then saw a group of masked men all get out of the vehicles. The group were all wearing black and white suits and had black and white masks on, the masks all looking like demonic creatures. Izuku saw 11 thin-looking ones along with 1 buff bulky man all walk up the bank stairs, the sight making Izuku going wide-eyed. Surely they're not just gonna go and rob the bank in broad daylight looking like that, right? But then they slammed the bank's front doors opened and gunfire started to ring out, making Izuku flinch. Guess they are. I gotta say, either they're really ballsy or really stupid. And as he said that, a loud noise rang out behind him. Boom. He glanced back and saw a pillar of smoke now appearing several blocks away. Or they just did a distraction for their bank heist. He looked down at the bank next. I'd better go try and stop them. He then shot a web line at the bank before swinging down, aiming straight for the already busted-in front doors. Coming through! He exclaimed as he swung in, his legs slamming into one of the thugs. What the? Yelled one of the gang in a language Izuku didn't recognize, all of them turning around to see Izuku web up to a wall, sticking to it while staring down at the masked thugs. Behind them was a ton of terrified people, all of them cowering on the floor or under the bank's desks. Hey there. I'm Spider-Man, nice to meet you. You wouldn't mind just giving up and not robbing the bank, would ya? Get him. Another yelled, Izuku's spider sense blaring as he saw 4 of the masked thugs point their rifles at him. Oh! Izuku gulped before leaping off the wall, quickly firing a web at one of the rifles. It instantly jammed it as the other three began firing, Izuku dodging the bullets as he swung across the room. The main room was giant one, which Izuku was glad for, as it gave him flexibility as he began to swing around. "You three, take care of him. The rest, get the money," commanded one of the two bulky thugs, the trio of gun wielders all still firing at Izuku as the others began to storm past the bank's desks. "Hey, no illegal transactions while I'm around," Izuku yelled before firing another webline at one of the gun-wielding thugs, this time grabbing the rifle before yanking it away with a quick tug. The other two kept trying to hit the vigilante, only for Izuku to fire webbing at both their feet before pulling on the weblines, knocking them off balance. Seeing this, he quickly shot more webs at the two, sticking their whole bodies to the ground before landing on the bank's floor. One of the thugs then charged at him, this one being the one Izuku had kicked in the back at the start, and now the vigilante saw that the thug's fists had started to glow black and white. "What is that?" Izuku asked as he ducked under the first attack, only to backpedal as the thug tried to jab at him twice. This was followed by the teen throwing an uppercut, knocking the thug off his feet and over the bulky thug behind him. "What are you doing? Get him now," the bulky thug roared, two more charging at Izuku. But as they were about to each him, he ducked under both punches from the thugs before doing a spinning leg sweep, knocking both off balance. And as they hit the floor, he fired another batch of webbing, tying them to the floor. "Holy cow! Did you see that? I did like a kung fu move there. Or a dash. Boom." Izuku turned to see smoke now appearing beyond the bank's main desk, meaning only one thing. They had blown up the main safe. He was about to cut into a run, only for the bulky thug to walk in front of him, making Izuku come to a stop. "Out of the way, you da-da-da, big round guy." Izuku shook his head at that. "Okay, not a great quip. Anyways, I'm not gonna let you. You will pay for this, Spider." Izuku blinked at this. "Oh hey, I can actually understand you." But as he said that, he saw black and white energy pour out of the bulky thug's fists, "And you're a lot scarier than the others that say, you wouldn't mind not fighting me and sitting down for a cup of tea or something, would ya? Die." The thug roared before slamming his fists into the floor, Izuku's spider sense blaring at this. But it was too late, a shockwave firing out of the floor and hitting the vigilante. "Ugh," he yelped as he was knocked back, hitting a wall a second later. "Ow," he hummed as he slumped down, only to look up and see the bulky thug was now charging at him. Going wide-eyed, he fired a web up to the ceiling and yanked it, flinging himself over the thug just as he punched the wall behind Izuku. Izuku then swung over to the opposite wall before hopping back down to the floor, panting as stared at the thug. "Okay, that hurt. I'll need to hit hard to beat this guy." The thug then charged at him, quickly swinging another fist at Izuku. The teen ducked under the first jab, soon dodging another before throwing a punch right at the thug's gut, only for the thug to not budge an inch. "That's not good." "Whoa!" Izuku cried as the thug backhanded him, knocking the vigilante across the room. He collided with a desk, almost splitting it in half as he let out a groan. "I'll guess I didn't hit hard enough. You will die here, Spider," the thug growled as he began to slowly walk up to the still knocked down Izuku. The teen looked up at him, his eyes slightly blurring at the sight. "Get up, Izuku! Get up! You gotta get up!" He inwardly yelled, his spider sense screaming at him as the thug got closer. At the same time, he began to hear a barrage of voices, his eyes slowly turning to see the rest of the gang that had gone to the bank's safe now running out into the room. They were all carrying duffel bags of money, the sight making Izuku start to get up. "Know that they're getting away. Come on, get that up." And as he thought this, sparks began to cover his right hand. His eyes began to focus again, soon staring straight ahead as the thug was now mere feet away. The bulky man then leapt at him with a glowing black and white fist, the sight making the teen tense up before shifting his body as he got up and charged at the villain. "Back off!" Izuku roared as he pulled back his right fist, the hand now sparking blue lightning. Bam! The punch slammed into the thug's face, instantly knocking him off his feet. Izuku came to a stop at this, going wide-eyed as he saw the thug go flying into the opposite wall. "Whoa!" Izuku gasped before looking down at his right fist, now seeing it spark like crazy. And then the lightning stopped. He blinked for a second before trying to summon what he felt at that moment, only for the fist to spark again. Yes. I got it. He then turned to his left fist, glaring at it before lightning started to spark around it as well. Yes. But as he began to celebrate, a new sound made him see the bulky thug peel himself off the bank's wall. However, Izuku just pointed his shooters at him. Nope, we're done fighting. I gotta go get the rest of your pals. A barrage of webs came next, webbing the thug up to the wall. He then fired a web to the top of the front doors, quickly zipping over. But as he got outside, he saw one of the vans the gang came in was now racing off. No! Izuku yelled as he pointed his web shooter at the van. Pissed. And no webbing came out. Izuku blinked at this before mentally facepalming. No. I forgot to check my shooters before fighting them. He quickly took out the cartridges and replaced them, only to look back up and see the van was now gone. They had gotten away. Dang it. He sighed before turning back to the bank. But before he could go in and check, he heard police sirens ring out in the distance. He quickly zipped up to a nearby rooftop, soon seeing several red, blue and white lights coming for the bank. He glanced down at his hands, now seeing the electricity spark across them. Well, at least I figured this out. He leapt off the roof at this before swinging away. Guess my work here is done. Still, who were those guys? Naomasa knew something like this was coming. Whenever a talented vigilante appears, tons of trouble always seem to follow. To be fair, that happens anytime new heroes come onto the scene, but vigilantes always seem to help make more trouble than usual. Despite this, he was now watching security camera footage of Spider-Man fighting a gang of masked men in a bank, and he had to admit he was impressed. Spider-Man beat basically half the gang, and seemed to take down 5 of the 6 with ease. It wasn't till the big guy started fighting the vigilante that things got more dicey, only for the detective to go wide-eyed as he saw Spider-Man knock the thug away with some kind of energy punch. And then he saw Spider-Man cheer about it. Like it was some part of his quirk he didn't understand, but knew he had. Strange that he seems to have multiple quirks, but also seems to be surprised that he has them. Why? Naomasa whispered to himself as he watched Spider-Man beat the thug before swinging out of the bank, and that was all the footage he had. The robbers must have got away. He commented as he pulled out a small pad and wrote some notes. Guess I have more to add to this case. As he said this, a head poked into Naomasa's room. Yo, Naomasa. The detective turned to see his fellow officer, the cat-headed Sansa Tamakawa. How's it going? Oh, the usual. Naomasa sighed as the officer walked in and saw what the detective was watching. Spider-Man, huh? You've been assigned to his case? Naomasa shook his head. No, there's no direct case yet, mainly just the usual when it comes to vigilantes. Did you get anything out of the bank robbers? Sansa shook his head. No. We got a translator come in to help interrogate them, but all of them are acting like they have no idea where they are or what they were doing. They also can't do that energy quirk anymore. The one we saw them all do in the footage. So that's some combination of energy, transfer and brainwashing quirk. Sansa shrugged at this, making Naomasa sigh. That means we need Eraserhead to check them with his quirk. They might still be brainwashed and they're a brand new gang, aren't they? Sansa shook his head. Not quite. We've had like 0.4 reports on them for the past 2 months, all random small-time events. They're not brand new, but relatively new. Though they haven't done anything quite like this. They mainly just appear for a bit and then disappear. This is the first time we've caught some of them. Naomasa raised an eyebrow at this. Did we get anything out of him? The Catman shrugged. Not much. Just a name. They call themselves the Inner Demons. Well, that's a villainous name and it goes with their masks. Though it figures that this happens on the week Eraserhead starts up his class. We can get him over here later. He's already responded to our call. True, guess it's back to this then. Naomasa groaned as he pointed at the footage of Spider-Man. Though I gotta say, surprising that he's a vigilante. I mean, look at him take those guys out. A bit messy, but I'm guessing he went in with no information and it mostly worked. Yeah. Naomasa muttered as he tapped his pad with his pencil. He's got a very powerful quirk and he's talented, but his timing is something that happens when it comes to vigilantes. What do you mean? I mean that the hero entrance exams are done for the year. Naomasa sighed again. Every year after the UA entrance exams happen, 1 or 2 kid vigilantes appear. You mean, they fail the exam and go into this? Sansa asked as he pointed at Spider-Man as he showed him take out 2 of the thugs with ease. You think he failed? Really? Naomasa nodded. Oh yeah. Just 'cause he's strong doesn't mean he can crack the exams. Anyways, what usually happens is that the rejected students will try their hand at vigilantism, only to fail, realize they're in over their head, and give up. That or they get caught. However, considering what we've seen with Spider-Man, he's probably gonna stick around. Sansa finished. That is worrying. Think you can ask UA for their records on all who failed the exams? I already have. Nizu said he can get them to me soon. Nice. Well, I gotta go. Need to talk to DeWolf about that other case. Got it? I'll be in here. Sansa nodded and left the room, leaving Naomasa as he bit the top of his pencil's eraser as he rewatched Spider-Man hit the thug with his new electric punch. And why do I get a feeling those records aren't gonna help? It wasn't long till Izuku returned home. Despite the happiness that came with figuring out his bioelectricity powers, he was depressed that part of the gang he was fighting got away. This was followed by him going to the computer and trying to look up the gang he had just fought. But after 2 to 3 hours, he came to the conclusion that they must be new. After all, they were quite flashy with their debut at the bank, making it quite obvious that they were new since there were no reports on them despite being so flashy or just really ballsy. Seeing this, Izuku began looking up other spiders, trying to figure out if any had something similar to the bioelec powers, but found nothing. Guess it's something special with you, he commented as he stared at the dead spider in the bottle. Figures. Maybe I should name the attack after stuff other spiders can do. He glanced back at the screen, his eyes squinting. Says here a lot of them use venom and poison. He looked down at his hand, seeing a small surge of power in it. Maybe poison power? Or venom power? He hummed at those words. Yeah, that's good. Venom power sounds really powerful and cool. He then clicked another tab, which changed to the playlist from earlier, this one showing another interview with All Might. So All Might, what is the one thing you think heroes should do more? The hero shined a huge grin at this. I think out of all the things that heroes should do, which many have forgotten about in these days of heroes, is charity. Helping others that cannot help themselves is a sign of a true hero. Charity. Izuku repeated as the interview kept going. I could do that. It sounds really important. Though that I can't really do that much since I have a secret identity and vigilantes do have problems with money. He leaned back in his chair, only for a small bulb to go off in his head. But that doesn't mean I can't get some experience in it before becoming a true hero. He looked back at the computer and began to type away as he said to himself, I'll just not have to do it as Izuku Midoriya. And as he typed charity events in a search engine, it popped up something he didn't expect. It showed a picture of a building on a news article about a charity organization that had been made a while back in Muzudafu. Food, Emergency, Aid, Shelter and Training, also known as FEAST, is an organization for the homeless and underprivileged. The teen read before nodding. Maybe I could start there tomorrow. Izuku woke up a bit early the next day. He spent the morning making an extra bit of web fluid while also writing up some notes. They were mainly on his new venom powers, thinking on how all they could be used in his arsenal, only to keep going back to using it as a super move. I just don't know. I need to figure out just how powerful my venom power attacks are. He sighed to himself as he filled another cartridge. I'll figure it out later. I do need more experience in the fighting department. He did a quick stretch as he began to put on the costume. I got a good feeling about today. I can't wait to do some heroics. He then grabbed his phone and turned on the police scanner, waiting to hear something, only to get nothing but silence as he finished his setup. Humming at that, he declared to himself he would just go patrol today. Quickly crawling out his window while invisible, he soon swung off into the city. And as he began that first hour of patrolling, Izuku's mind wandered, now realizing something. With the exception of when he tried out his web shooters, the heroes really hadn't tried to chase him. He didn't understand why, as he saw on multiple sites that heroes usually try to chase down vigilantes, but he wasn't complaining. Maybe the good he's done has made them realize he's on their side. But as he thought that, a loud humming sound rang out. Huh! He glanced down, only to see a window suddenly shatter as what looked like a mid-air shockwave shot through it. Go, 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 yelled a voice, Izuku quickly swinging over to a nearby rooftop and seeing that the voice came from a jewelry store. There he saw a young man in a purple and gray vested outfit with 2 large metal gauntlets over his hands jump through the now shattered window, along with 2 other thugs. Shut up, Shocker! Yelled one of the thugs as they began to scramble into a brown car, Izuku now seeing that the thugs had bags of jewels. The man called Shocker got into the car last, Izuku leaping off the rooftop at this. He fired 2 webs and slingshot himself right on top of the car, a loud thud ringing out as the car shook from the impact. What the dash? One thug yelped before seeing a small hand tap the driver window. Spider-Man's upside-down head came down next for the thug, making the other one in the passenger seat gasp. Hey fellas! Izuku chuckled, soda robbing the jewelry store this early in the morning? Couldn't you have robbed a coffee shop instead? It's too early for this. Izuku then snapped his fingers. Oh, that's a good one. I'll need to write that down later. Aya! Shocker, get him! The thug in the driver's seat screamed. Shut up. Just give me a sec. Shocker yelled from the back seat, rolling down the window and pointing his gauntlet at Spider-Man. But as he did this, Izuku's spider sense blared, making him turn and grab the gauntlet just as Shocker pointed it at him and then surged some venom power into it. Oh, I can use it that way? Izuku slightly whispered as the gauntlet began to spark. Die! Shocker roared as he fired the gauntlet, not only for the device to let out a sputter. Huh. Looks like it's not working. Guess that's what happens when you don't read the manual. Izuku laughed before tapping 2 fingers on Shocker's shoulder. Let's try this now. So, Shocker let out a yelp of pain, only to slump over in the car. So it works that way too. Guess I should only use a lot of power on the big villains. It was here that Izuku looked back at the thugs in the driver and passenger seats, only to see they hadn't started driving yet. In fact, they were just frozen there, wide-eyed and speechless as they saw Spider-Man easily take out their muscle with just a poke. So, that you 2 ready to go to jail now? The thugs shared a glance at this, only to slowly nod back. Okay, we'll just wait here and oh. The sound of police sirens rang out as he spun around, now seeing 2 cars race up to them. They're here. Welp, it's been fun, fellas. I'll see you later. With that, he shot a web line and swung off, a smile on his face under the mask. Well, that was easy. I wish all the fights were that simple. Still, that felt good. He then pulled out his phone, switching to the Midoriya Hero app. Wonder if there's any woe. The teen quickly zipped over to a rooftop, his eyes now glued to his phone as it showed a video of the press at UA. Excuse me, one of the press yelled at a student. What's it like having All Might as a teacher? The camera turned to a girl with short brown hair and 2 blush marks on her cheeks. She began to talk about how cool All Might was, only for it to turn to another student. This one was wearing glasses and was shouting out a long rant over the hero. But Izuku didn't hear the words coming out of their mouths. Instead, his mind was racing with something else as he slumped over on that rooftop. All Might.is teaching at UA? He felt tears began to appear in his eyes. I lost my chance to get taught by All Might? He felt his rear touch the roof's surface, weakly chuckling to himself as he reached into his mask and wiped his tears. Figures that I start feeling good doing this, and then I'm reminded just how much of a failure I am. He glanced back at his phone and turned off the app, sighing to himself before looking up at the sky. I just can't win for losing, huh? Kaken was right, I really am just a worthless Deku. With that, he got back up and began to go swinging again, the teen's mind now muddled as he swung across the city. Guess I'll go and find out what that feast place is like. It only took a few minutes to find the feast building. It was a large structure, about 3 stories high, the size impressing Izuku as he landed on a rooftop a little bit a ways. After seeing no one was looking, he switched into his civilian clothes, now sporting a shirt that said, "Shirt," and walked across the street over to the building. Despite the depression he felt swinging over here, that was now knocked away for nervousness. Izuku had never really interacted much with others, mainly due to his quirklessness. All his birthdays and Christmases were all spent alone with his mother, no friends or other family. Nothing. As such, the building before him felt like a whole new world, as he knew there were tons of unknown faces inside. The teen took a deep breath at this and slowly opened the front door. Now, Izuku had never gone to a place like this, and he was expecting a big version of a soup kitchen or a giant homeless shelter. Turns out, it was kind of both, as he saw that the entrance was just a small lobby with a bland white-colored wall that had the word feast on it. As he walked in here, he saw there was no one at the reception desk and went to the next door, only to go wide-eyed. In front of him was basically a giant gym with beds, blankets, and chairs placed everywhere. People inside looked to be at least 10 to 30 years older than him, a few elderly in the very back. He saw that most had mutant quirks, a random assortment of creature faces, only for a girl with a snake face to walk up to him. "Hello there. Are you new?" The teen turned to the girl, his mouth instantly not working. She blinked at him, Izuku now shaking as he tried to form words. "Invite," he stuttered out. The girl giggled at this, a tiny forked tongue slightly vibrating out of her mouth. "Nervous little guy, aren't ya? You HWR." Izuku muttered, his brain now kicking him as he tried to form words. "It's okay. Take your time." Thank you," Izuku slowly said, taking a few deep breaths. "Sorry about that." "No problem." The snake girl extended a hand at this. "I'm Gloria Davila." "Who are you?" "I'm Izuku Midoriya." "And nice to meet you, Davila." "Same. Just call me Gloria." "Why can't do that? I just met you and dash." "You can and you will." Gloria chuckled before crossing her arms. "So, you look new. Are ya?" "Why yes." Izuku replied, doing a slight gulp. That you see, I wanted to volunteer." She tilted her head at this, blinking for a second before responding, "Oh? Why?" Izuku slightly flinched at the question, his eyes trying to stay on her as he said, "Well, this may sound as a stupid, but I want to be a hero and I want to learn charity." The girl's eyes narrowed at this, her eye slits almost hiding her pupils before gesturing to him with a single finger. "Follow me." "Okay." Izuku squeaked out, the teen slowly following her as they went back to the lobby and then up some stairs. It was here he saw that the gym had a slight second story, which seemed to be a place for two offices. One office had a glass wall showing the gym while the other was inside a wall, Gloria leading him into the wall version. She opened the door at this, gesturing Izuku to walk in as she said, "Yo, Mr. Lee. I need you to meet someone." Izuku looked inside the room and saw a clean brown-colored office, a big desk in the middle with a man sitting behind it. The man looked middle-aged with slick jet black hair and was wearing thick black suit. He showed her a small smile as he responded, "Hello, Gloria. Who is this?" "This here is Izuku Midoriya. Says he wants to volunteer." "Oh," the man replied before gesturing to the two, "Come in then, please." The duo slowly walked in, Izuku seeing there was only one chair in front of the desk. He was about to sit in it, only for the man to flash a hand at Izuku. "Hello there. I'm Martin Lee, owner of Feast. It's nice to meet you." "Oh, it's nice to meet you too, Lee." Izuku responded while taking the hand. And as he shook, he felt a strong grip in the man before sitting down. "Please, call me Mr. Lee. Everyone here does." Izuku opened his mouth at this, only for Lee to continue, "So Midoriya, I'll just cut to the chase. Why do you want to volunteer here?" Izuku felt a slight chill down his spine as he tried to speak. "Well his eyes slightly looked away as he twiddled his thumbs. "You see that I failed to become a hero and that I want to help people anyways." "You failed to become a hero?" Martin replied while tilting his head. "Why?" Izuku stuttered out, his mind now locking up. His brain began to yell at him at this, telling him to just say anything, only for one lie to come to mind. One that used to not be a lie. I'm quirkless. The words came out instantly, the statement making Martin raise an eyebrow while Gloria was wide-eyed, as if she had never heard that before. But before Izuku could continue, Martin spoke up, I see. I will admit, I've never met one your age. Izuku flinched at that, only for Lee to add, and you want to volunteer here? To help others? Izuku did a slow nod. Lee then shook his head. No. You're not allowed to help. Huh. And before Izuku could ask if it was because of his quirklessness, Martin shook his head again and put a hand on Izuku's shoulder. Kid, I mean no offense, but it's obvious you're the one that needs help. That made Izuku blink, his brain stopping as he muttered out, What do you mean? Martin patted his shoulder before letting out a calm chuckle. Let me show you something. He gestured to Izuku to follow, all three leaving the office, Martin making him go to the siding, which showed the entire gym, all of it filled with its beds and blankets. There, all the people were talking or laying down, Lee pointing at them. See that? I made this place to help people like that. To help those who are rejected in this quirk-ruled society. Izuku just stared at the sight before turning to Martin as he continued, You said you're quirkless, right? Izuku slowly nodded back. You're definitely someone that we would help, but instead you came to do help. That's a good quality to have. Martin pointed to Gloria at this. See Gloria there? She's looked down on because of her appearance. However, I and others here have tried every way to help her with that. And you have. Gloria replied while sticking out her tongue, and you were way too forceful about it. Martin let out a laugh. Oh, I wouldn't say that. He then tapped Izuku's shoulder, making the teen look back at him. Now, do you know why I was able to help her? Why we showed her people who accept her? He guessed. That's one part. But there's another. Lee pointed to himself. You see, I obtained a fortune a long time ago. And instead of just wasting it like some rich slob, I created Feast. It's a place to help others. Sure, some may call it a glorified homeless shelter or some giant soup kitchen, and it kinda is, but that's okay. Because those things help those in need. But in order to do that, I had to help myself first. Why you had to help yourself? Yeah. My quirk is what many would call a villain quirk. And if you're wondering, I don't show it to anyone. It's dangerous. He put his hand back on Izuku's shoulder. But I don't let it control me. It's obvious when looking at you that you let your quirklessness control you. That's why you need help. Oh. Izuku barely whispered, his mind now yelling at him, but I'm no longer quirkless. Seems you're thinking about it now, aren't ya? Martin chuckled before crossing his arms. Tell you what. I'll let Gloria introduce you to some of the other volunteers here and you can decide for yourself if this is the place for you, okay? Izuku blinked at him, his mind reeling at the conversation. He had never met someone like this, and his mindset sounded like a hero, but he wasn't one. The man just wanted to help without being a hero. The teen just nodded back as he said, Okay. TT, thank you, Mr. Lee. No problem. Lee nodded before pointing at Gloria. Now, go follow Gloria. She'll help you out. Follow me, Squirt. She said as she stuck out her forked tongue. Izuku slowly followed behind her as they went back down to the first floor. It turned out there wasn't many volunteers. Mainly, there was a pair of helpers that had dog quirks, one having a poodle face while the other had a pug face. There was also another snake mutant quirk, a girl named Steph, and the final helper was their cook, Wanza, who says he's an inspired follower of Lunch Rush. After this, he met most of the people on the gym floor. He found they were mostly elderly, 3 of them being retired heroes that ended up down on their luck, along with several mutant quirks, all adults who were rejected for their looks. He found none were quirkless, but once it was revealed, most said they understood his pain. Despite this, Izuku found himself stuttering at every introduction, but he also found that everyone was patient with him. The teen was utterly shocked at this, finding it made it even harder to respond. And as he talked to everyone, an hour or so passed before he took his leave. Wow! Izuku whispered as he left the feast building, now walking down a few streets. I've never met so many nice people. He looked down at the street as he continued to walk, and they didn't mind me saying I'm quirkless, even though that's a lie now. I didn't know people like that existed. He glanced back at this, feast now not even visible. Mr. Lee is amazing. And as he looked back to the road ahead, he felt something boil in him. A spark of determination before his eyes shifted to a nearby alleyway. He quickly zipped into it, turning invisible before crawling up the building's wall. Mr. Lee is right. Izuku commented to himself as he got to the rooftop, soon taking out his costume. If I want to help others, I need to help myself first. He checked his web shooters before leaping off a rooftop, feeling a burst of wind in his face. Taking a deep breath, he fired a web line and shot across the street. He wasn't sure how long he swung, his mind wandering as he continued to zip across the city. Maybe I'm thinking about this too hard. I mean, I'm a vigilante, I'm Spider-Man. And I've done some good. Maybe I could do more, but I think I'm doing well. He let out a long inward sigh. I guess I'm still hoping to just have some miracle happen that gets me into UF. Izuku shook his head at this as he whispered, guess that's not in the cards for a worthless Deku like me. And as he swung down another street, he zipped up to a rooftop and checked his web shooters. Need to change em, he commented to himself as he switched the fluid. But as he did this, he heard a series of grunts and yells. He leapt over to the next rooftop, soon glancing down an alleyway and going wide-eyed. A gang of 10 thugs, all in biker outfits, were all ganging up on a round man in a large yellowish hoodie. Fat Gum? What's he doing here? Isn't he based in Esuha City? The teen blinked at the sight, only for his brain to catch up as he saw one thug, a guy with what looked like a bear mutant quirk, continue to push the hero back into a dead end in the alleyway with a series of punches. Stop staring and help Izuku, he mentally told himself before going invisible. He hopped off the rooftop, firing a web to slow his descent before almost silently landing behind the gang. He looked down at his hands as he began to charge his venom power, only to see his invisibility glitch. What the can I not do both? He saw the invisibility continue to glitch, making him grimace. Not quite. But that's okay. I'll figure around that later. He then tiptoed up to 2 of the thugs, both hands now sparking as he tapped the back of their necks. Huh, they both said as they slapped their necks before turning around. Electricity covered them for a split second before slumping over, the sound of them hitting the ground making 3 others spin around. They all went wide-eyed as they saw their comrades on the floor as Izuku materialized as his invisibility wore off. Hey fellas. Why don't you pick on someone less your size? What the heck? Get him. One roared before the other 2 charged. One of them hands turned into a brick while the other, which had a shark for a head, pulled out a syringe and injected himself. Izuku ducked under a jab from the brick quirk user before uppercutting him, sending him flying off his feet. But as he did this, his spider sense flared, making him to turn to see the shark man now screaming as he charged at Izuku. Holy dash, Izuku tried to say just as the shark man tilted his head to try and bite Izuku's head, the teen quickly leaping back. The shark man chomped nothing but air before Izuku fired a burst of webbing at his face, closing the fish's mouth shut. No Spider-Man flesh for you. Light. The shark man growled as he tried to open his mouth, his flipper hands now clawing at his face. Seeing this, Izuku fired more webbing, now sticking the shark's hands to his face. Izuku's fingers sparked next as he quickly ran up and tapped the thug's shoulder. Good night, Izuku declared as electricity surged through the fish man, making him flop over. You little guys, yelled the third thug, making 3 more glance back. I need some help here, he added as he injected a syringe into himself. His hand turned into a long claw at this, Izuku glancing up to see the thug's face. It was that of a weasel, his nose slightly stretching out as he showed both hands as they became super long claws. Oh, Izuku whispered as the weasel man charged at him, quickly doing a horizontal claw swipe. Izuku leaned back at this, dodging the first attack before backpedaling, evading 2 more swipes before pulling a fist back. Sorry, this is a no-claw zone. He swung a direct punch at the weasel man, the thug ducking under it before trying to slash at Izuku again. Spider-Man quickly backpedaled again, dodging the attack as he then heard 2 thunderous growls. His spider sense yelling at him again, he glanced up and saw the 3 thugs from before were now on the alley's walls, each one showing a different animal head. One was a puma, another a leopard, and the final one being a tiger. Oh great! The one day I forgot the catnip at home. Izuku quipped before firing 2 webs up the side walls, quickly yanking himself over the weasel man. As he did this, the puma lunged at him, grabbing Izuku out of midair. Ack! He yelped as the puma man slammed him into the concrete, a jolt of pain hitting Izuku's back. You're gonna regret ever fighting us, the Tombstone Gang. The puma man hissed as he showed his giant fangs. Now I'm gonna tear you to shreds. Nice. Breath. Izuku ummed out before lifting his hand and poking the side of the thug, sparks flying out of his fingers. Ugh. The puma man yelped as he felt electricity surge through him. And as he began to slump over, Izuku raised his knees and then legs, kicking him off. Bad kitty! Izuku yelled before the tiger and leopard leapt at him, Izuku quickly firing webbing at the leopard's mouth. The 2 quickly tackled him, the tiger punching him in the face before the leopard tried to bite him, only to let out a mumble as the webbing kept the leopard from chomping him. And as they did this, Izuku grabbed both, electricity surging as he zapped them. The leopard man slumped over instantly, but the tiger man just let out a roar, shaking off the pain before punching Izuku again. He proceeded with 3 more punches, Izuku feeling his face scream in pain. Ugh. Forgot your claws today? Izuku groaned as he lifted his arms up to protect his face from another punch. No. Just like toying with my prey, the tiger man hissed before grabbing Izuku's arms and pulling them apart, his mouth now wide open as drool dripped out. Now, let's have a bite. No, let me shred him first. The weasel man declared as he appeared above Izuku. Let me cut him, imph. Suddenly, another thug slammed into the weasel man, knocking him over. The tiger man glanced up at this before looking back in the alley, only to see the other thugs all knocked out. Standing above them was Fat Gum, a glare on his face. Get off him. Now. Make us hero. Weasel man spat before charging at the hero, Fat Gum bracing himself. As this happened, Izuku moved a knee upward, slamming the distracted tiger's man chest. The thug clenched at this, Izuku taking this chance to slip his arms away from the tiger man's hands before slamming them into the sides of the tiger's head. He yelped in pain before Izuku moved his knee up again, this time knocking the thug off him before stretching his legs back and moving them into the tiger man's chin. The tiger man went flying, falling back first in front of Fat Gum as he knocked out the weasel man. The hero blinked at the sight before staring at the alleyway, now seeing all 10 thugs knocked out as Izuku got back up. You okay? The hero asked as he saw Spider-Man get up, his legs slightly shaking. I'm good. Izuku ummed as he flashed a weak thumbs up. Good. Fat Gum chuckled as he walked up to Izuku. I remember you. You're Spider-Man, aren't ya? The new vigilante. Yup. Izuku coughed before standing up straight. Are you okay, Mr. Fat Gum, sir? Mr. Fat Gum, sir? Ah. The hero laughed before patting Izuku's shoulder. Don't worry, it'll take more than that to take me down. Oh. Izuku muttered out, says sorry for interfering, sir. Sorry. The hero shook his head. You helped me, boy. Thank you. Though why are you here? That I just wanted to try and help. You looked like you were overwhelmed. Izuku answered, blushing under the mask. Though, are you gonna try to arrest me now? Fat Gum just chuckled at that. No, I don't have problems with vigilantes. Besides, you saved me. Though. He then tilted his head at this. Why are you a vigilante? You showed some considerable skill there, especially against triggered villains. Triggered villains? Fat Gum nodded. Trigger. That drag you saw them shoot up with. It makes quirks get stronger, but also makes the person go wild. I've been hunting this gang for a bit. Calls themselves the Tombstone Gang, and they've been making the drag. He turned back to the alley of knocked out thugs, though they didn't go as wild. Might be a new version of it. Well, sorry for interrupting your investigation. Nah, this fight was part of it. Fat Gum laughed before pointing at the vigilante, but enough about that. You wouldn't mind answering my first question, would ya? Why are you vigilante? Well, that's Izuku muttered out before pointing his hand upward and firing a web line. He quickly leapt and yanked himself away. Sorry, Mr. Fat Gum. Hey, wait. The hero yelled, but Spider-Man was already a half a block away. Shoot. Fat Gum sighed as Spider-Man vanished into the city. Shaking his head at this, he looked back at the thugs and pulled out a phone. Better get these guys settled away. Still, poor kid. Reminds me of my intern, tons of skill but no self-confidence. As he tapped a few buttons, he put the phone to his ear as he added, hope you get some help, Spider-Man. Idiot. 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 Izuku thought as he swung back to his house, growling as he landed on his rooftop before crawling through his window. Why? First time meeting a hero that will actually talk to you and you just run. Why? Izuku threw his mask off, face-palming as he landed on his desk chair. Why? Why do I keep messing up? And then smacked himself again, and you didn't even ask for an autograph. Ugh. He slumped over at this, slowly moving his hand down his face. You gotta stop doing this, Izuku, he mentally told himself before sighing. I mean, to be fair, you've barely been able to interact with anyone for all your life before all this and you're Spider-Man now. You need to be better, Izuku. And after a minute of just sitting there, he took off the rest of his costume, took a shower, and went back to his desk. Just figure out what to do next, Izuku. He slumped down in a chair at that thought. Need to get my mind off of this. That thought made him hum, now remembering what had just happened before turning to his computer. What did those guys say they were? Tombstone's gang? He began to typing away at his computer at this. Tombstone. Tombstone. He whispered as he pulled up the public villain database. And after a bit of searching, he found what he was looking for. And it didn't look pretty. Izuku crossed his arms as he read aloud the villain's profile. Tombstone, A-rank villain. Quirk is unyielding wall, which is a mutant quirk. It allows him to have an almost invulnerable body. Considered highly dangerous. He scrolled down the page for a bit, was last seen being beaten by All Might 2 years ago, but escaped from the police van taking him to prison. Hasn't been seen since. The teen scratched his chin at this, now reading that Tombstone was originally a drag lord and liked hiring mutant quirks like himself, which explained why Izuku was fighting so many animal quirks earlier, Tombstone saying they follow him better, but nothing else to note. Seeing this, he looked up Trigger, only to find nothing but warnings or obvious spam links to dangerous sites. The rest was redacted, and after another hour, he turned off the computer and laid down on his bed. I need to help myself. He slowly said to himself as he stared at the ceiling. I need to want to help myself. His eyes began to close, his mind beginning to swim as he started to go to sleep. I gotta be better. And I will be better. I have to. Mornings haven't been easy for Toshinori Yagi recently. To be fair, after going almost 40 years of being the symbol of peace all might, staying strong wasn't easy. Despite this, he found this morning to be a bit rougher than most. And as he woke up in his new apartment that was set up to be near UA, he knew today was gonna be a bit rougher. He only had a little over 3 hours a day with his quirk now. Not a lot of time. It also didn't help that he hadn't found a successor, one that he believed could carry the torch that he had wielded for so long. But he had a feeling that UA could give him what he was looking for. However, he noticed as he woke up and got ready for the morning that he had not been alerted to any emergencies. Usually, Might Tower would call him bright and early, telling him how many disasters and villains were out there, and usually use his first hour taking them all down. But this time there was no alarm, no alert to wake him up, making the man take out his phone and call Might Tower. Yes, sir, responded a voice. Secretary, is there any emergencies today? It is unusual for you to not alert me over anything. My apologies, sir. I would say yes over the usual, but a lot has been solved this morning by multiple heroes and others. Yagi slightly flinched at that. What? Why did you not wake me if that is the case? Surely they need my help. I would agree, but this morning has been different. Let's just say anything that has been reported has been handled very quickly. I see. Yagi replied, blinking at the response as he walked into his bathroom. I suppose if the other heroes are solving things, I should try to get to UA early today. Is there anything else on the agenda? There is one situation currently. The screen on his phone switched to a picture of a giant pink muscular villain. This is C-rank villain Habit Headgear. He was to be transferred to a new prison, only to escape. He's currently on a rampage in Mizudafu. Are the nearby heroes having problems with him? Yes. Kamui Woods and Mount Lady are currently fighting. Wait. Nevermind. Situation has been resolved. Oh. By who? It's not the newest vigilante, Spider-Man. Spider-Man? Who's that? A few minutes ago. Izuku had woke up really early today. He hadn't slept much, his mind still jumbled from the previous day of feast, fat gum, and fighting another gang. And as he got up, he decided he would do a full day of Spider-Man and nothing else. He started by doing his usual morning routine, telling his mom that he was going out early, setting up a full thing of web cartridges and left his room. His mom was against him going out so early, but she also knew she couldn't stop him. So now, the vigilante was swinging through the city, a blank expression on his face under the mask. He let out a small yawn as he pulled out his phone and turned on the police scanner again. This morning had been quite crazy, as he found that every kind of thing was trying to happen in Mizudafu. Just in the past 2 hours, he found himself taking on 2 muggers, a group trying to rob a jewelry store, and helped get a few people out of a burning building. And amid the thank yous from civilians and criminals yelling profanities, he found himself swinging around every bit of the city. Wonder if I'll fight any big-time villains today? Maybe a C rank? He muttered to himself as he swung down another block. And as he said that, the scanner began to speak up. This is Mizudafu Police. We have an escaped prisoner on the loose. Last sighting is Lothal Drive. Kamui Woods and Mount Lady, please respond. Izuku's eyes went wide at this. Escaped prisoner? That's not good. He took a right at this. Lothal Drive isn't too far away. Hope I can help out. He quickly zipped down 2 more streets, only to land on a rooftop as he saw Mount Lady in the distance. He turned invisible at this, soon webbing over to a rooftop beside her before looking down at the street, now seeing Kamui Woods along with the prisoner, a pink muscular villain who had 3 people in one of his arms. See this lucky little family? Come after me and I'll snap their necks. Got that? Stay back, heroes. The villain yelled, Mount Lady and Kamui Woods hesitating as they glared at the villain. They need help. Izuku thought as he turned himself visible for a second and refilled his cartridges before vanishing again. He then swung down to the street, now seeing the villain raise his arm up as the family cried out in pain. I'll do it. I'll kill them. Listen, don't dash, Kamui tried to say. Shut up, hero. Habit interrupted before slowly putting 2 of his fingers down on one of the hostages. I'll crush her head right here. You. Kamui growled as his left hand began to vibrate, branches slowly coming out it. Listen, Pinky, you're not going to get away with this. Mount Lady chimed in, the villain then glaring up at her. Let them go. Now. I don't think so. Habit screeched. I'm getting my freedom back, and I'll kill anyone I have to get it. And as he yelled this, Izuku tiptoed up to the villain's back, sparks now appearing in both of his hands. I better do a double zapping tap here. I just hope it knocks him out. With that he leaned down and poked the back of villain's legs. Habit hopped at this. Hey! What was that? What was what? Mount Lady replied. I just felt something funny, he barked before glaring down at his hostages. That's it, I'm gonna kill Dash. So, ye off. He screamed as lightning surged through his body. Seeing this, Kamui Woods quickly shot out branches from his hands, instantly grabbing the hostages as Habit kept screaming in pain. Izuku reappeared at this, slightly backpedaling as he saw the villain just stand there in pain but not fall over. Oh! He whispered before pulling a fist back, this one now fully sparking. Guess I better hit him with everything I dash. A giant foot slammed into Habit headgear, the lightning in Izuku's fist instantly sputtering out as he saw Mount Lady crush the villain under her massive heel. He could only blink at the sight before the hero glared down at him. Spider-Man. Hi. She lifted her foot, now seeing a knocked-out habit under it before looking back at Izuku. Did you do that? That whole zapping thing? Yes. Izuku squeaked out, his feet shuffling back as his eyes went between Mount Lady and Kamui Woods. Huh. Lady responded before glancing down at Kamui, the hero gesturing to her. Seeing this, she shrunk down to her normal size while putting her hands to her hips as she glared at the vigilante. Thanks. You're not welcome. Spider-Man slowly said before turning to Kamui, the hero checking the family over before they all thanked him and ran away. The hero then wrapped up the villain in a bundle of wooden vines before glancing over at the vigilante. Spider-Man. Thank you. He replied before pointing a finger at him, we need to get this villain back behind bars. As for you, I'll let you go since you saved those people. You sure? Lady chimed in, Kamui nodding to her. Yeah. He turned back to Spider-Man, but this is the only time. Next time, I will bring you in. Now go. Izuku instantly turned invisible at this, quickly firing a web line before swinging away. And as he did this, his mind became even more jumbled. What just happened? Last 2 times I encountered Kamui Woods, he attacked me. Now he just let me go? Huh. The webslinger shook his head at this. No, I'm not that lucky. He then swung down another street at this, sighing as he glanced down at his phone. No, don't get depressed, Izuku. The day's just starting and you just saved some more people. Just keep swinging. Arriving early wasn't something Toshinori Yagi ever really did. He found that despite what he usually does, he always found he would arrive in the nick of time or too late. It was never early, but today was the exception. Now, he was standing beside the space hero, 13 in the USJ of UA. He was in his true form, as he hadn't used his all-might form at all today. Nervous? 13 asked as she turned to the skeletal man. You look like you're expecting something bad. No. Just that I can't help but think something is off today, he replied while wiping his mouth of a bit of blood. Oh, how so? Not sure. Yagi responded before taking out his phone. They should be coming soon, right? It's still early. 13 added as she did a small stretch. Yagi did a small hum at this. That is true. He rubbed the back of his head at this. Sorry that I don't mean to be awkward. It's fine. 13 chuckled. I suppose you're a person who's always on time? Yagi shook his head. Not quite. As he said this, the sound of a vehicle rolling up rang out, making them both turn to the USJ entrance. I'm gonna change. Do you want me to appear after your lecture? Sure. 13 chirped as Yagi walked into a nearby building. A minute later, 13 found herself standing in front of a full group of students. They were Class 1A, all of them looking young and energetic in their hero outfits. Ahead of them was their teacher, Eraserhead. He had his usual bored expression on his face as he let out a long sigh. 13. Where is All Might? The hero pointed to the nearby building. In there getting ready. He'll be out in a second. Eraserhead nodded as this before 13 walked up to the class. Everyone, I'm the space hero. 13. I'm a rescue hero. So cool, squealed a brown-haired girl, stars in her eyes. Calm down, Uraraka, whispered a girl with 2 long earlobes as she patted Uraraka's shoulder. Thank you all for coming. 13 continued before gesturing to the facility behind her. As you can see, this is the USJ, or the Unforeseen Simulation Joint. It is designed to help you understand the many situations you can get in while trying to rescue others. This is very important for your future as heroes, as disasters will be a part of your life, and that means you need to understand how your quirk works in that situation. Spat a certain blonde teen who had grenade-looking gauntlets on. Like any of these would be a problem for my quirk. I wouldn't say that, young man. Katsuki's eyes narrowed at the hero as she shook her head. All quirks have advantages and disadvantages. Katsuki's palms began to spark at the comment, but 13 didn't notice as she continued. As you all may or may not know, my quirk is Black Hole. It has the power to SCK up anything and destroy it. Now, that can be used for both good and ill, and it is deadly. That is why we have regulations, to help us understand on how to use our quirks to help others rather than hurt them. Does everyone understand? Katsuki let out a hiss at that, muttering that he already knew something so simple as the rest of the group all started clapping or said, "Yes, sensei." And as this happened, the door to the building to their right opened up, a booming voice echoing out at the same time. "I could not agree more, 13. All Might exclaimed as he walked out in his Bronze Age uniform. It is this kind of facility that will help you the most in heroics. All Might, a few in the class cheered, the hero chuckling back. Indeed. I'm here to help. As you know, this facility is for certain environments under crisis, but there is also the chance of fighting while in these places. 13 nodded at this, agreed. As such, All Might has volunteered to help with exercises here today. As he said, it's in these situations we will be going over today where things can always go wrong. That is why we will be having All Might here help demonstrate the worst cases and how to resolve them. Wow, a spiky red-haired boy exclaimed, that's super manly. That's right, young Kirishima. Now dash. Hey, what's that? A voice interrupted, a few noticing it was coming from a certain invisible girl that was part of the class. They all turned to where a floating glove was pointing, only to see a purple hazy mist. 13 is that dash. That's not part of the facility. 13 instantly chimed in, only to notice Eraserhead clench up. 13 to get the students out of here. Eraserhead slowly said before glaring at All Might, get ready. As soon as he said that, the purple mist extended as a pale hand came out first. This was followed by a boy with a hand on his face, only to soon show the rest of his body was covered in hands. This was followed by a giant black monster that had its brain showing and wearing long brown pants, along with several small-time-looking crooks coming out of the portal. Is that part of the USJ? One of the students asked. No. Those are villains. Eraserhead yelled as he unfurled his long scarf. Yes, you all have a lot of nerve coming here. All Might added. Ah, the one with hands on his face muttered before pointing at All Might. Looks like the schedule was right. The symbol of peace is here. Lovely. And who might you be? The purple mist regressed back at this, soon showing two misty yellow eyes and a brace for its neck. And despite showing no mouth, it began to speak. Greetings. We are the League of Villains. And we're here for one thing. The boy with hands cackled before pointing at All Might. Your death, All Might. Hearing this, the hero cracked his knuckles as he glared down at the villains. And you invaded this place to try something that ridiculous? It's not ridiculous. We can do it. The boy pointed to the giant monster behind him. You see, this is the Nomu, the ultimate OP cheat code monster. He also has another name, the bioengineered anti-symbol of peace. You should not announce the trump card so quickly, Master Shigaraki, the mist man said before the hand boy spun around. Shut up, Kurogyri. He glanced back at All Might. Get him, Nomu. The rest of you, kill the other heroes and students. You heard him, get him. One of the villains yelled before charging, the rest about to join him, only for All Might to appear before them. None of you will do any of that. Do you know why? All Might exclaimed, everyone in the building suddenly feeling a shift of pressure as they saw the hero's signature grin fade, switching to an angry glare. Because I am here. Missouri smash. Before the villains could even move, a sudden burst of force slammed into them, instantly knocking out every single minor villain that came out of the portal. The sight made most of the students gasp before the hero spun around, only to see the Nomu charging at him. He quickly raised both arms out, catching the rampaging monster as he locked his hands with the beast. Unif. All Might hissed as he felt his feet grind into the floor as he pushed the monster back. Not bad. You are definitely strong. The hero then moved a knee into the Nomu, only to see the blow not even faze the monster. Seems I'll have to try a bit harder. The creature let out a roar at this, pulling its right arm back as All Might let go of it. Seeing this, the hero met the monster's next punch with his own, only for both to start exchanging blows in a blinding rapid-pace fury. Gerda, he's already cheating. Shigaraki growled before pointing at Kurodri. Bring us the rest of the minions now. I want a full mob spawn going. At once, Master Tamura. Kurogyri's body began to shift, only to come to a stop as his mist slowly began to grow. Hey, what are you doing? Kurogiri. I want them now. I can't fully use my quirk. Huh. Shigaraki muttered out before spinning around, now seeing a glaring Eraserhead as he fired his scarf at him. Shigaraki quickly ducked under the weapon, a sigh escaping his breath. Eraserhead, figures you would try to cheat too. Eraserhead didn't reply as he swung his weapon again, Shigaraki quickly backpedaling at every attack, only to lunge at the underground hero, making Aizawa evade and stop staring at Kurogiri as he now focused on Shigaraki. As this happened, 13 turned to the students, all of them entranced at the sight before them. Everyone, we must leave now. But what about Aizawa-sensei and Dash? Leave this situation to them. 13 interrupted, all of you, get in the bus. Now. Hearing this, most began to file out, Katsuki glaring at the fight in the distance. He felt his palms clench at the sight, wanting to join in, only for 13 to grab his arm. Come on. We're leaving right now. But as they did this, Kurogiri suddenly appeared before them. I think not. You will all dash. What sounded like a cross between a car crash and a sound boom rang out, making the group all look back as they saw a black figure fly out of the USJ, soon landing with a small dust cloud in the distance. The sight made most of their jaws drop, Kurogiri's yellow eyes expanding before disappearing in a blast of mist. What the you dirty cheater? Shigaraki screamed, everyone glancing over at him. You can't just beat the super weapon like that. I can and I have. All Might replied as he zipped right up to Shigaraki. Your toy is broken, boy. I will admit, it hit me with a few good blows, but I'm at full strength today. Shigaraki began to backpedal at this, only for a pillar of smoke to consume him. We're leaving, Master Shigaraki. Shigaraki growled as the mist devoured him before pointing at All Might. I'll be back, symbol of peace. You will fall. And with that, the two villains disappeared, All Might now feeling a drop of blood come off his lips. He then glanced back at the class. Are you all right? The class all responded that they were, All Might then admitting to Eraserhead that that was close. The teacher sighed at this, saying that this was All Might's fault, but agreed, and then told the symbol of peace to go and call the police to round up the knocked-out small-time villains from before. And as this happened, they agreed to put off training for today, saying they can always do the USJ another day. Meanwhile, Izuku suppressed a yawn as he swung down a few streets. It had been a little over an hour since his encounter with Habit Headgear. After this, he kept his ear to the police scanner, but nothing was really coming in now. Letting out a sigh, he landed on a rooftop near Feast. Checking his web shooters, he switched cartridges before swinging again. Guess there's no problems around here. He muttered as he went down another block. Well, since nothing is happening, maybe I should write down some quips. What was that one I did yesterday? He fired a web line at this, only to glance down at the street below. He saw the people just walking by, most not even looking up compared to how it was the past few days. Are they already used to me? Then again, heroes are normal, and I guess vigilantes are probably the same dash. His thoughts came to a stop as he saw something in the corner of his eye, a certain sight in an alleyway. He quickly took a hard right, flinging up to a rooftop. Was that Dash? He tried to say before quickly running across the rooftop, soon arriving above the alleyway and went wide-eyed. In the alley were two black vans, one of them very familiar looking, along with a semi-truck. One van was in front of the semi while the other was behind it. And as he stared at the vehicles, a door in the nearby building opened up and a barrage of masked men ran out and quickly started to get into the cars. Guess it is my lucky day. Izuku commented as he checked his shooters before leaping off the roof, turning invisible while firing two web lines behind himself to slow himself down. He then descended down onto the front van, quietly landing on the roof as the gang all got into the vehicles. And as they began to rev up, the invisible vigilante crawled over the side of the van and webbed up the right side tires. This'll slow you down. On cue, the masked men put their foot on the gas, only for the van to JRK. What? What's going on? The driver yelled as he let go of the gas. He turned to the passenger seat. Something's wrong. Check the van. Understood. The masked man tried to open his door, only to find it wouldn't budge. Though he couldn't see it, his door was now webbed up along with the tires. And as he pushed on the door, Izuku slithered under the car, whispering about how cool it is that he could just crawl under there upside down with ease. He then webbed up the other doors before the tires. Nice. One set of masked mooks webbed up. But as he grinned under his mask, the passenger door from before flew off the van, hitting the alley wall with a clang and making Izuku jolt. His invisibility glitched for a second at this, but he shut his eyes and focused, getting it back under control. He then crawled onto the top of the van, now seeing a masked man with black and white energy pouring off his hands. Oh yeah, forgot everyone in this gang? I guess it's a gang, but yet I forgot they could do that. What the spider? The masked man roared as he saw the webs on the van's tires. The spider from the bank is here. And they're still speaking some language I can't understand. Who are these guys? Izuku thought as he watched the masked man yell at the driver. They know I'm here now. I better go ahead and make my move before this becomes a car chase. He then leaned over and tapped the shoulder of the masked man that was outside of the car. He let out a yelp before lightning surged in. The thugs soon falling over. Izuku's invisibility stopped at this as he fired a blast of webbing, plastering him to the alley wall. The gang started yelling at this, Izuku turning to the van with the now missing door. "Hi fellas," he said as he walked up to the open segment of the van. He then pointed his wrists at them, firing a burst of webbing all over the van, tying them all up. And as they began yelling again, Izuku reached in and zapped each of them with a poke as he added, "Stay here, would ya? I gotta fight all your pals in the other cars and I really don't need you joining the party." But as he said that, he looked over to the semi and other van, only to see them going in reversed and out into the street. And there goes the party. Izuku whispered as fired a web line at the semi before quickly yanking himself on top of it. And as he landed, the back door of the semi opened up and two thugs climbed onto the truck. They both pulled out katanas with the black and white energy pouring off them. "That's new. Get the spider," one of them roared as he charged at Izuku, the vigilante tensing up for a second. The thug swung the katana with a horizontal slice, Spider-Man quickly ducking under it before backpedaling, dodging a second slice. "But watch it with the sharp stuff," he yelped before feeling himself stumble a bit. The thugs did as well, both falling to one knee as the truck finished going into reverse. Seeing this, Izuku glanced down at the sidewalk, seeing several bystanders all staring at the sight. He quickly pointed at a man among the bystanders. "Hey you! Call the heroes now! These guys are villains!" The semi began to accelerate at this, Izuku looking back at the thugs as they got up, energy surging around their weapons. "Oh boy, did I got a bad feeling about this." Izuku gulped as he saw one of the thugs charging at him, moving the sword at the vigilante. "Whoa!" Izuku sidestepped from the attack, only for the second one to run up and try to slash Izuku. Izuku backpedaled at this, only for the first thug to attack again, this one slashing Izuku's chest. "Ugh!" He yelped as the attack made him fall, his back hitting the top of the semi. He blinked at this before going wide-eyed as the thug held the katana above his head. "Die!" he roared before moving the blade down, Izuku quickly rolling to the side and dodging the katana. And as the sword went right through the semi's roof, Izuku moved a leg up, slamming into the thug's chest. The blow knocked him off his feet, Izuku quickly firing a web at the second thug's chest before pulling it. The thug yelped as he was flung down, Izuku then moving a foot into the thug's face, knocking him back as well. And as both thugs hit the semi with their backs, Izuku hopped up and fired two bursts of webbing, trapping them both to the roof. He glanced down at his chest, seeing it tear along with a bit of blood drip out. "That's not good. I need to dash. Danger!" His spider sense yelled as he glanced up and saw another masked thug climb onto the semi-roof, the sight making him sigh. "Great!" Electricity surged through his fists as the thug began to walk up to him with a glowing katana. "Listen, pal, you and your masked friends need to stop this semi now and not do whatever crime you were going to do." After mentally face-palming over messing up another quip, electricity sparked out of him before charging at the thug, the masked man doing the same. He quickly moved his sword at this, Izuku leaping up in response, going over the thug before hitting his back. So, the masked thug let out a cry of pain before falling over, Izuku quickly webbing him to the roof as well. Another down. Izuku ummed, only for his spider sense to ring again. Oh, come on. He spun around to see two more thugs climb onto the semi-roof. Seriously? How many guys you got inside this thing? Hey, pull over now, yelled a new voice, Izuku and the two thugs turning to the sound. There, Izuku went wide-eyed as he saw a certain hero running up to the still-in-motion semi. Ingenium. It's a hero, one of the thugs yelled before pointing at the others. Tell the others inside to get the guns. I will fight the spider. The second masked thug nodded before going back over the side of the semi, Izuku grimacing at this. Hey, what did you just tell him to do? Die. The thug screamed as he charged at the vigilante, but Izuku was ready. He shot a web at the thug's feet and yanked it, instantly flinging the thug off his feet. And as the masked man's back hit the semi's roof, webbing covered his body. Nope. No more slashing at me with your pointy weapons. Izuku commented, only to let out a small hum. In fact, why don't you can't think of a quip. He mentally sighed and flexed his wrists at this. At least it feels like I'm getting better at this. Izuku then turned to the hero racing beside the semi. Hey, Mr. Ingenium. You're Spider-Man, right? He replied back. Yeah. Izuku responded, his mind already racing. Holy cow, that's Ingenium, the turbo hero. He's known for Stop It Izuku. Focus. Fanboy later. He resisted the urge to slap himself as he then said, Say, you don't mind taking out their other car first while I take care of the semi, do you? What other car? Huh. Izuku glanced back to the front of the semi only to see the other car that left the alleyway was now gone. Oh shoot. He looked back at the pro hero. They must have split up while I was fighting them. Well, even if that's true, we have to stop this semi first. Izuku agreed with that, soon running up to the end of the semi, turning invisible as he lowered his head down to see what was inside. His eyes went wide as he saw at least 10 more thugs inside, all of them taking out guns now. That's not good, he whispered before raising his head and turning visible. He glanced over at Ingenium and yelled, Hey, can you handle the drivers of this thing? I'm gonna go inside and beat the rest of them. What? The hero yelped before seeing Izuku fire a web and hopped off the semi, yanking himself back as he swung into the semi's back. Hey, wait. But it was too late as Izuku flew in and yelled, Surprise! Venom punch! He then moved a charged fist into the closest one of the group inside the van, zapping him and blasting the thug into 4 others. A scream of rage came next as 2 of thugs instantly tried to counterattack, both pointing their guns at the vigilante. Spider sense blaring, Izuku fired 2 shots of webbing, jamming both guns before punching one of them. He then spun around and kicked the other in the chest, knocking him into the wall, making the semi tilt for a second. And as the rest tried to gain their footing inside the semi, Izuku stood tall thanks to his spider abilities, allowing him to fire webs at 2 more thugs' feet before yanking them, flinging them around. As this happened, the last masked man in the semi stood up, a bulky one that looked just as big as the one Izuku had fought at the bank. Black and white energy surged from his fists as he glared at the vigilante. Hey there. Any relation to that big guy I fought at the bank the other day? Die! He roared as he charged at Izuku. That's probably a yes. Izuku commented before ducking under a jab, and you have the same temper. Are you twins? The thug just yelled a profanity at this, though Izuku couldn't understand it as he dodged a second punch. I sure hope you aren't triplets. He then pulled back a fist as it surged with electricity, but knowing my luck, you're probably quadruplets or something. Pow! Izuku's electric fist uppercut into the thug, the criminal's head hitting the semi before landing like a sack of bricks. The teen flinched at that for a second before firing a bunch of webbing, tying him to the floor along with the others. And as he finished this, a pist came out of his shooter, making him see he had just ran out of webbing. He switched out the cartridge as he let out a breath he didn't know he was holding as he commented to himself, and that's that. Now, let's see if Ingenium needs woe. He then felt the truck brake, everything inside slightly moving despite all the thugs being mostly webbed down. Izuku almost stumbled but kept himself upright. That answers that. A second later, the hero appeared in the open back door of the semi. Spider-Man. You okay? I'm good. Izuku replied as he walked out, just a little winded. The hero glanced into the semi, seeing the many knocked out thugs before nodding, wow. He looked back at the vigilante. Good job. Oh, TT thanks. Izuku responded while blushing under the mask. It was it was nothing. I doubt that. There was a full group in this thing. Anyways, I already called the police to pick these mooks up. Nice. Izuku added before he began to backpedal. So, are you gonna try and catch me now? The hero turned to him, blinking under his mask. Why would Independent Ohio? You're a vigilante. Yet I am. Ingenium shook his head at this. Well, you don't have to worry. I don't mind vigilantes. You can go if you want. Really? Izuku gasped, only to quickly reach into his hoodie and pull out a small notebook, a second one Izuku kept stashed in his clothes. Then, could I have your autograph? Ingenium almost flinched at this, surprise on his masked face before taking the notebook. Sure. He did a quick signature before giving it back, Izuku trying to contain his inner hero nerd as he put it back in his hoodie. Well, I better go before the police get here. Got it? And thanks for catching these guys. No problem. He glanced back at the semi, though before I go, do you know who they are? This is the second time I've fought them and they all have similar quirks and talk in a different language. Ingenium shrugged at this. I don't know much. This is my first time encountering them. Sorry. Guess they're still new. Oh well. Izuku sighed before leaping onto the semi. Welp, see ya around. And with that he fired a web line and swung away, leaving the turbo hero. He took off his helmet at this and scratched the back of his head. Spider-Man seems like a good kid. Sounded like he's 10 years age. Why is someone that young and talented a vigilante? It wasn't till a few blocks that Izuku remembered his wound and that he had forgot to tell Ingenium about the first car. He then swung over there, only to find the police had already beat him to it. Turned out, whoever he had told to call for the heroes must have noticed the webbed-up car. Glad about this, he looked down at his wound and saw it was already healing, though it was doing so very slowly. Seeing this, he decided to just go home, saying he had done more than enough today. And as he got home, he snuck back through his window and took off his costume, only to now feel all his adrenaline leave him. The teen soon crashed into his bed, sleep embracing him in an instant. But as he began to dream, he couldn't help but think today had been a good day. Somewhere else. The shuffling of paper could be heard in a certain dark office, a man in a pure white suit sitting behind a desk. And as he flipped through a folder, the office's door opened, revealing a masked man. His demon mask showed a long frown with fangs coming out of it as he slowly walked up to the desk. He did a small bow. Master? The one behind the desk glanced up, a small hiss coming out his mouth. What is it? The operation failed. The man raised an eyebrow. Why? What happened? The spider from the bank. He appeared again and took out one of the cars and the semi. The white-suited man closed the folder, gritting his teeth as he slowly ascended from the desk. He spun around at this, taking a long katana from the wall behind the desk. He pulled the weapon out of the sheath, the blade shining as energy surged around it. Is that so? He then pointed the sword at the masked man, putting its tip on the thug's chin. If the spider interferes again, kill him. Slowly. Yes, master. He removed the katana away from the thug's chin, letting out a long hiss. This is only the beginning. I have no need for vigilantes interfering with our work. All the cards must fall. He spun around and rubbed his finger down the blade. I will take this city's underground and then my plan will truly begin. Half the day had already passed when Izuku woke up. His mother was slightly worried, mainly due to seeing him have a long sword slash on his chest, but he told her it was fine, saying it was just a very long day yesterday and his healing factor would do its job. sighing and saying she feels like she's lost 10 years off her life ever since Izuku started being a vigilante. She told him to relax today, which Izuku agreed to after a light lunch. Now, he was on the living room couch, sewing up his costume from yesterday's fight. I need to make a few spare costumes, he told himself as he finished up the outfit. He looked it over at this, letting out a hum. There we go. And as he put the costume down, the television stopping showing commercials as a reporter appeared on the screen. Breaking news. UA was attacked. Villains attacked the school, trying to kill All Might. Kill All Might? Izuku yelped, his eyes going wide at that statement. Wait, villains thought they could actually do that? A group of villains attacked the prestigious school, believing they could take on the symbol of peace, only for recent investigation to show that the hero instantly beat them. More news to come shortly. Wow. Izuku muttered out as he got up and put his costume in his closet. To think villains would be that ballsy. Then again, a lot of criminals I've been fighting have been gutsy like that. And as he went back to the living room, the television was now showing a group of reporters, all going over different exploits of All Might and how the villains were so foolish to attack the school. Seeing this, Izuku slumped down in the couch after grabbing an extra cup of ramen out of the kitchen. As he began to slurp the noodles, he stared at the screen. Guess the stuff I did yesterday didn't hit the news. That's okay. I mean, it is All Might after all. Still, I wonder if Kaken got to see it. Probably did, since he gets everything. He probably even got to fight those villains. Meanwhile, Eraserhead didn't want to teach today. Granted, teaching was his job, but if he was totally honest, his mind was more set on what he would be doing later today. Thanks to the villain attack, which after the incident he went to Nizu and repeatedly asked him to get rid of All Might, saying it was all his fault that his students were put in danger and the press will start looking at them when they really shouldn't, and now the staff was going to meet later to talk about the attack. And Nizu didn't get rid of All Might despite how much he complained. Sighing at this, he dragged his sleeping bag as he went up to Class 1A's front door, quickly opening it with a single swing. There a barrage of noise in the room, over half the class talking about the incident yesterday, mostly about how All Might beat that monster villain. But silence soon came when they saw their teacher open the door. He glared at them as he drudged up to the podium. 5 seconds? It's an improvement, but I expect you to be quicker next time. Aizawa grumbled as he pulled out a cup of coffee from the sleeping bag, which had somehow not stained or spilled inside the thing. He let out a long sigh as he saw the expectant faces his students were wearing. All right, before you all ask, yes, what happened yesterday did happen. There was a villain attack because All Might is now teaching here. As he said that hero's name, the students could feel the anger drip out of his voice. As such, the rest of the school and the press now know about the attack, which means eyes are going to be on you, even if you didn't participate in the attack. Katsuki shined a huge grin at this as Aizawa continued. However, I want you to all to forget about it, because there's a lot more important stuff happening soon. Like what, Aizawa-sensei? The student known as Ochako Uraraka asked. The UA Sports Festival is in 2 weeks. The class immediately went into an uproar, Aizawa knowing he had lost all their attention at this. And after a minute or so of talking, he got it back as he said, now listen up, the festival is important as there will tons of eyes on you all. That also means you can't slack off at all. I expect you all to do well, or you're expelled. PRD. Almost all of the students flinched at this, remembering the first day where the student Mineta Minoru was expelled after failing the quirk test. But you're all learning. Now let's begin the day. Izuku was now at his computer, finishing up some extra homework before skimming through a few online news outlets. Back when he first created his special hero app for his phone, he designed it around a news collecting program he had created on his computer. Despite this, he found it to be inefficient, as the news it mainly found were either extremely biased or redacted like crazy. As such, information was scarce despite being in the information age. It just goes to show you how easily stuff can be covered up if someone wants it to stay hidden. Izuku had no doubt in his mind that half the info that never got out was part of the hero commission, but he knew that was part of a hero's job, even if he wasn't one. Despite this, he did find that a few did report the adventure he had yesterday. It was mainly through them trying to interview Ingenium, though Izuku didn't mind. He had gotten a sweet autograph out of it. However, he was also looking over the news outlets for something else. He still had nothing on those masked men. 2 encounters and he found zilch on them. There was no name for the gang, no purpose except robbing that bank. And they all had the same quirks and spoke a different language. Izuku leaned back in his chair at this, pulling out another notebook. This one was new, one that he made purely for investigations, which he had thought up after his encounter with Tombstone's gang. He tapped the pages with his pencil as his mind went over everything. So, that I still don't have much. These masked guys come out of nowhere, rob a bank and cause a car chase that at least, in my tussles with them. There's nothing online, so they have to be new. He glanced back up to the computer, which was now showing an interview with Ingenium. No name to the gang either. They all just have the same quirk, speak a different language, and they're really gutsy. I mean, they do all their stuff in the day. At least, of what I've seen. He put the notebook down at this, letting out a sigh as he crossed his arms. I don't know much about detective work. Guess it's another thing I'll have to learn since I failed to get into UA. Maybe I should get a small forensic kit for my costume. That, and I could bring my old scanner I made. He looked up at the computer again, now seeing another news report on the UA attack. Wonder who those villains were? I mean, they're even more ballsy than those masked guys if they want to take on All Might. He leaned back in his chair, putting his hands behind his head. I better not think about it. Might be best to just take on 1 or 2 cases at a time. Naomasa was walking through the halls of UA, his eyes scanning at the files in his hand. He couldn't help but think that this was just the beginning. He then looked up and saw a single door, sighing as he grabbed the handle and opened it. Glancing inside, he saw a conference room filled with every hero UA had. Even All Might was there, in his skeleton form as a drip of blood went down his chin before wiping it. "Ah, detective! Welcome!" exclaimed the principal of UA, Nizu. The little stoat creature was waving to him as the detective slowly walked into the room. "Hello everyone." Naomasa responded as he put down the folders he was carrying. "I hope you all know why this meeting was called." "About the attack at the USJ." Vlad King chimed in while crossing his arms. Naomasa nodded back. "Yes. Now, as you all know, an organization of villains calling themselves the League of Villains attacked UA. We've looked into this organization and it seems to be that this is a brand new villain group. We found no information on either of the main villains over this, that being Tamura Shigaraki and Kurojiri. Tamura Shigaraki seems to be the leader, and based on what Eraserhead said during his encounter with him, he has the power of disintegration, which we now believe is what took out the pillar at UA. Which allowed the press to get in. Aizawa grumbled. What else do we have on him? Not much. We've looked deep into the databases and Quirk registry, only to find nothing. We have no background on him, no family. Nothing. There is no record of him whatsoever. We do now have a profile set up for him. According to what we've interviewed between you all and the villains he recruited, Shigaraki seems to have a very childish personality. It's like he's a man-child that has been given too much power. Agreed. He acted like it was some kind of performance when I fought him. Aizawa added, and do we have anything on Kurojiri? Naomasa shook his head. No records there either. All we have is that he has a warp quirk, probably the most powerful one we've ever seen. That's not good. Snipe chimed in. And what about that weapon they attacked me with? What was that? All Might added, Naomasa taking out a paper out of folder in response. Ah yes, the Nomu. Naomasa replied as he tapped the paper with his hand. I just got a report from the crime lab over the monster. We tried to interrogate it, but got nothing. It doesn't seem to respond to anything, so the lab ran a DNA analysis instead. Turns out, it was originally human, just a small-time criminal. That thing was originally human? 13 asked, how? We don't fully know. All we know is that according to the analysis, it has multiple quirks and seems to be designed to be brain-dead. We suspect this was done so it could follow orders more easily. Wait. Multiple quirks? How is that possible? Midnight chimed in, isn't the most you can have is 2? Under normal circumstances, yes. However, that's not the case here. Naomasa responded, "We believe this could be connected to All for One." The room almost went silent at that, most going wide-eyed as Present Mike asked, "All for One? Isn't that a myth?" "He's real." All Might spoke up in a low, draining tone. "He's very, very real." He slowly turned to Naomasa. "Is there any more evidence that it's him?" "No. However, when it comes to All for One, you're not going to find much more evidence than something like this." "True." Nizu hummed as he glanced over the files. "According to these results, this is extreme experimentation. This Nomu is essentially no longer human. That being said, if this is an experiment and this is its first appearance, that must mean this is brand new." He looked back up at the detective. "Do we have anything else like this? Multiple quirks injected into one being? Any case similar?" Naomasa bit his lip at this. "Honestly, I would say no, except that a recent new case does have certain similar circumstances." "Oh, what might that be?" Nizu chirped. Naomasa closed his eyes at this, taking a deep breath. "Before I start, I want to state that this is purely my theory. I have brought it up with the lab, and they denied it due to how the Nomu seems to be made and the lack of evidence. The Nomu seems to be designed to be a puppet, and everything about it is made to be just that. However, the Nomu is like nothing we've ever seen before." "And the case you're following isn't remotely like it though, is it?" Naomasa nodded back. "Correct. The only things that connect is the fact that the individual has multiple quirks, the timing, that is, the fact that this person just appeared right before the Nomu dot, and how perfect both are in terms of their quirks. They both seem to be exactly designed for their quirks. Now, the number of quirks is actually unknown for this individual, but it's been debated that they have between 3 or 4 quirks. Regularly, that should be impossible, just like the Nomu, which is why I believe this could be connected." Naomasa then pulled out another paper, spinning it around to show an image of a certain costumed individual. "This is Spider-Man, a new vigilante on the scene." "A vigilante? That's not a villain, detective." Vlad instantly chimed in. "I know. That's why it could possibly be not connected." Naomasa replied, "However, the case is extremely bizarre. For one, all the footage and evidence we have of him seem to suggest this vigilante just received his quirks." Looks of confusion filled most of the room, Midnight asking, "Just received them?" Naomasa nodded back, "Yes. Here, watch." He gestured to a laptop that had been set up, soon showing the footage of Spider-Man at both bank fights, along with him fighting Vulture. As you can see, he has no experience, and he acts as if he just received his powers. He also acts like he knows what quirks he has, but is surprised when it works. Eraserhead commented as he saw Spider-Man Venom punch the bulky masked thug in the bank before celebrating on the quirk working. And based on the interviews with others who have encountered him, they believe he's around UA entering age. Naomasa let out a long sigh at this. In fact, his first appearance, which was later confirmed by Kamui Woods, seemed to be the vigilante testing out his quirk and dash. It happened a little bit after the UA entrance exams, didn't it? Nizu interrupted, the room all turning to him as Naomasa nodded again. "I figured as much. Vigilantes do sometimes appear after failing our exams." Several glanced back at the footage, Snipe chiming in, "Wait, you're saying we rejected him? With that kind of power?" "It's possible." Nizu shrugged. "If he truly had no experience using his quirk, our test would be hard for him. Is this why you asked for the files on who failed our exams, detective?" "Yes." Naomasa nodded. "Unfortunately, it didn't give me anything." "I see. I figured that was where you were going with this. I won't deny there's a problem with the amount of students we accept to take the exams makes a giant suspect pool, and if he did in fact just receive his quirks, the profile he submitted to UA will probably be misleading. Anyways, I understand why you think this is connected, detective. This is a bizarre case, as it shouldn't be possible. Do you believe perhaps Spider-Man is an escaped experiment from the one who made the Nomu? That's definitely a possibility. As you all probably know, people who are born with 2 quirks are extremely rare, and most that are born with them are usually very unstable. However, both the Nomu and Spider-Man seem to have perfect combination quirks. For Spider-Man, He has perfect assassination abilities. The powers of a spider allow him to crawl up walls with ease, along with the invisibility and electricity quirks, give him very distinct abilities that any hitman or killer would want. His webbing is also unique, as what samples we've tried to collect dissolve into nothing in what appears to be under 3 hours, as if by design as well. And the Nomu is the same, though it's designed for something completely different. Eraserhead added as he stared at the paper before him. Super regeneration with shock absorption, along with body enhancements, possibly a strengthening quirk. Definitely what you would want for a tireless superpowered weapon of destruction. Perfect for distractions and chaos. Agreed. Nizu continued as he looked over the file Naomasa had made on Spider-Man. However, this Spider-Man could be recruited as a potential student. We do not have a full heroics class this year after all. The interviews make it sound like he's very young, is that correct? Yes. Though that is a legal hassle now. You know what the commission thinks about vigilantes. Eraserhead rolled his eyes at this. That's because they prefer flashy heroic quirks and not quirks that could actually make a difference. This Spider-Man, he's perfect for underground hero work, something the commission barely approves. He let out a long sigh. It's irrational, but there's no way they would accept him now. Now, no need to be that negative, Aizawa. Nizu replied before rubbing his chin with a grin. Regardless of all we've discussed, there's a lot happening here. We should begin creating an investigation over the League of Villains, and we'll keep the Spider-Man case separate for now until new evidence comes to light. Agreed, responded everyone but All Might. As for the symbol of peace, he stared at 2 different papers. One showing the Nomu, the other Spider-Man. All for one. So you're alive. What are you up to now? He stared at a photo of Spider-Man, remembering back to his encounter with Shigaraki. This Shigaraki boy, that you've obviously corrupted him. Did you try to do the same to this Spider-Man? Izuku spun the pencil in his hand, still surprised at his new enhanced reflexes. He always wanted to be able to do small finger tricks like in the movies, but now being able to. It was still strange. He then stared down at his notebook, which was on the pages over fighting styles. However, there weren't anything on fighting styles. Instead, it just showed super moves. In the past few hours, he found everything he looked up on martial arts to be worthless. Nothing corresponded with using his webbing, something he knew he needed to put in his fighting style. As such, he concluded he would have to make his own, and started to put in super moves instead. He figured out a few obvious ones. With his venom power, and started to try figure out stuff with webbing. This was followed by several stealth moves, along with thinking some acrobatics could be put in, though Izuku concluded he had no idea how to do that. And as he finished his notes, he went over to his webbing cartridges, seeing a big supply of them now. The sight made him smile, glad that his inventing talent that he hated so much now becomes so useful with his new quirk. Despite this, he felt unfulfilled, mainly because he promised his mom to not go out as Spider-Man today. Oh, I want to go out as Spider-Man. I can't stand being cooped up in here. He thought as he began to pace in his room. I want to try this stuff. I want to go out there. He then slumped down in his desk chair, letting out a long sigh. I can't wait for tomorrow. Meanwhile again, All for One stared at the screens before him despite not having working eyes. His many sensory quirks allowed him to semi-watch the footage before him, this time showing several heroes along with a certain new vigilante. Spider-Man. Interesting. You have multiple quirks, yet you don't seem to be a mindless monster like my Nomu. Very interesting. He chuckled before putting his hand to his chin. Why are you a vigilante? Did this so-called world of heroes reject you? Master, it's time for another treatment, said a voice coming from a certain small bald man now walking into the room. I see. Before you do it, Doctor, tell me something. All for One pointed to the screen with Spider-Man, showing him fight in the bank. Is that one of yours? Perhaps an escapee? The doctor shook his head. No, Master. I have nothing like that in my experiments. It has to be an experiment, Doctor. No one has that many quirks except for me. Think it's one of your colleagues? Perhaps Connor's? The doctor shook his head. Bah, it couldn't possibly be him. He's too much of a goody two-shoes. No, if he's an experiment, I can only think of 2 to 3 other scientists it could be, though I haven't heard much from them lately. I see. Do you wish for me to capture him for you, Master? I can send Kurogiri and Dash. No. All for One interrupted, leave him be. Oh, may I ask why, Master? Simple. All for One replied as he shined a huge smile. Vigilantes stir up the underworld. They act outside the law, meaning they'll go after anyone, which helps keep the underworld disorganized. When I'm ready to take over again, it's much easier to get all the villains to follow me in the chaos. Besides, that's the beauty of this world now, thanks to the so-called heroes. What do you mean? This world is now obsessed with heroic quirks, meaning that those who don't fit the norm will become desperate or become villains. This allows hundreds of villains to be born for every one hero. He put his hands together as his smile grew even more. It's the perfect system for me. Simple as that. I see. And if this Spider-Man interferes? If he does, we'll just have another interesting quirk or 2 to put into our arsenal. Izuku had to admit, despite not currently being Spider-Man, he did feel like he was doing good right now. After telling his mom what Feast was like the other day, she asked if she could come along when he went the next time. She agreed with Martin Lee's advice, saying he did need to help himself. However, Izuku found himself mostly ignoring this today, as he was too embarrassed having his mother there at Feast. Not only that, he found out that his mother could just easily walk up to anyone there and talk to them, something he could barely do. As such, she was already friends with Gloria, the snake lady, constantly giggling at how different he was to his mother. This was also added by the fact that his mother told him he couldn't be Spider-Man till tonight, having caught him trying to do that this morning, and told him to still relax and recover even though he did that yesterday, or go to Feast before being a vigilante tonight. Despite this, he felt he was doing good right now. Thanks to bringing his mother, Martin Lee accepted Izuku to volunteer. That and they needed people right now, as they were doing a weekly soup kitchen operation. Now, Izuku didn't know how to really cook, but they needed multiple people to serve the food, which was something he could do. Not only that, Lee soon commented at how strong Izuku seemed to be despite his tiny frame, Izuku telling him he just works out regularly. He then had Izuku help move a bunch of tables and supplies around, Izuku now realizing just what little help the place had. And as the soup kitchen started and he began to serve others food, Izuku found that this charity thing was worth it. Smiles and thanks happened over and over, making him feel like he was truly helping others. Part of him still wanted to go out and fight crime, but he now knew why All Might said this was so important. A real hero helps everyone. And after a few hours, he took a lunch break, his mother staying behind to talk to her new friends as Izuku got himself some food. After getting some grub from a stand nearby Feast, he went back inside and onto the building's roof. He went there, thinking he could use some peace and quiet, only to open the door and go wide-eyed at the sight. On the roof was another resident of Feast, Howard. He was a scraggly old guy that Izuku had met the first time coming to Feast, but now realized he never saw him come down to the kitchen. Howard had a small shed set up on the roof, which had 3 pigeons inside. Yes, quiet down you. Howard chuckled as he scratched the chin of one of the pigeons before glancing over at the teen. Ah, Izuku. How you been doing? Hello, Mr. Howard. Izuku replied as he walked up to him. What's all this? Why do you have all those birds? Oh, these darlings? They're nothing much. Howard chuckled. You see, they're my wife's pigeons. You're married? Howard shook his head. Not anymore. She's gone. This is all I really got left of her. Izuku blinked at this for a second before bowing. Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to dash. It's fine. Howard waved his hand. Don't worry about it. The pigeon he was scratching then tried to nip at him, making him flinch. Hey! None of that. Howard then shook his head. Hat looks like Bertha here still doesn't like me. If only I had my wife's quirk. Oh, what was her quirk? Izuku chimed in, only to blush. I mean, if you don't mind me asking. Howard shook his head and then patted Izuku's shoulder. It's fine. Her quirk let her talk to birds. Mainly pigeons and a few others that not great, but it let her be a good veterinarian. Wow. Yup. Howard laughed before patting the pigeon's head. Unfortunately, my quirk doesn't help with pigeons. Izuku didn't reply to that, remembering when he first met Howard. His quirk was with his teeth, which were mole-like, allowing him to eat through just about anything. Unfortunately, it didn't have much of a use, even when Izuku asked to analyze it and told him it was an amazing quirk. Despite this, he told Izuku he had had a fulfilling life, and told Izuku it's okay to be limited like he was. Izuku had found him to be inspiring, though he didn't tell him. Now, he stared at the pigeons and asked, "So, are these your only birds?" "No." Howard sighed. "There's two more but they randomly leave and come back." He scratched the side of his head. "I really wish I had a way to track them." "Track them?" "Yeah, two of them really love to fly everywhere and I'm worried someone will decide to, get rid of them." Izuku blinked at him as his mind began to catch up. "Tracking them?" His eyes went wide at this. "That's it." "Izuku? Are you okay?" Howard asked as he saw Izuku go silent and then wide-eyed. "I gotta get going." "Thanks, Howard." Izuku yelled as he suddenly ran for the door, quickly opening it. "Sure, wait, thank you? But I didn't do anything." Izuku quickly ran downstairs and found his mother, Inko, asking why he looked like he was in such a rush. He then told her he needed to go home, telling her he just thought up an invention idea. She asked if this was a lie, thinking he was going to go be Spider-Man early, something he had promised to do tonight, but Izuku told her the invention would take him all day. Nodding to this, he was allowed to leave early. He quickly left the place and ran down an alleyway, turning invisible before changing into his Spider-Man outfit and swung over to his house. Izuku was glad he had figured out invisibility so quickly. It made things so easy to get around. He got to his house unnoticed, wall crawling through his window and into his room before taking out a notebook he hadn't used in a while. It was his invention notebook, though it was the 15th one he had created over his lifetime. Here, he wrote up a few blueprints, and then a few hours later, he began to create something new. He found his inventing drive was 10 times stronger than ever, as if having the purpose of helping him be Spider-Man made him be a better inventor. "I should write down a whole list of support equipment just for Spider-Man," he thought as he pulled out his main notebook over being Spider-Man. "Let's see that I want to automate the web shooters one day. I also want multiple material sets for the costume for different scenarios, maybe some kind of stealth suit? That could useful." He turned to his other notebooks, only to see his cell phone on the desk. The sight made him hum as his mind told him to write down something else. "There's an idea. I've always experimented on how my phone's apps could respond through other devices, but only made them work through my computer or my phone." His eyes shifted over to his vigilante costume laying over a chair. "I wonder if I could ever implement that into my costume. Maybe just the mask? That's an idea for another day." And as evening came and the night started, Inko had already came home and was surprised to find Izuku still at his desk. He told her that he was going to go out as Spider-Man tomorrow, saying this new invention would help him be a better hero. Sighing and shaking her head, she told him she was proud of him going to feast today, and told him to not stay up too late before going to bed. And as she did this, Izuku finished his project and went to bed like she asked, knowing that this was just the beginning. The next day, Izuku woke up early that day, stretching as he flipped out of bed and onto the ceiling. As he crawled off the walls, he did his morning routine before telling his mom goodbye. She asked him if he had done his homework, only to tell her he was already 3 weeks ahead. He then changed into Spider-Man, turning invisible and out his window before swinging into the city. And after swinging down a few blocks, he landed onto a nearby rooftop and pulled out a small device from his hoodie. "Now that I hope this works," he thought to himself as he stared at the gadget, which had a screen on it before taking out a tiny metal spider. What should I call you? How about Spider Tracer? Yeah, that sounds good." He put both away before swinging again, soon going down a few more streets. "Now to start my patrol." And so, hour after hour passed, the vigilante swinging across the city. As he did this, he found 2 muggers, stopping both with ease, but nothing else. He then saw it was about noon, the sight making Izuku stop and land on a rooftop, soon changing his web cartridges. Better get some grub. Wonder where I should eat. As he said that, the police scanner in his phone rang out. This is Mizudafu Police. We have a report of 2 speeding vehicles. Last sighting is at Mortis Avenue. Mortis Avenue? Izuku repeated before staring at the street below him. That's pretty close. Maybe I could find Dash. His words came to a stop as 2 black vans suddenly shot down at the end of the block he was looking at. Never mind. Looks like they're coming to me. He tensed up, ready to hop off the roof, only to go wide-eyed as he saw a figure lean out of one of Van's windows. What, that's those masked guys again? A masked thug was leaning out of the window, a 2-handed rifle in his hand as Izuku followed where he was looking and saw another sight. That's Airjet. The flying mecha-looking hero was right behind the 2 vans, quickly zipping back and forth as the masked man started shooting at him. Looks like he needs help. Good thing I just reloaded my webbing. Izuku said before leaping off the building, let's do this. He fired a web line and began swinging, seeing Airjet flying over one of the vans, the hero yelling, pull over now. This is your last warning. Shoot the hero down. The driver in the van responded, the masked man in the passenger seat pointing a gun at the hero. Oh. Izuku gulped as he swung behind the hero. Airjet saw the gun and shifted over to the top of van, out of the range of the rifle. He then flew down, slamming himself into the roof of the van. The car began to shake at this, only for right side door of the van to open, showing 2 more masked men. One fired an energy blast at Airjet, knocking him back as he tried to hold onto the van. Airjet! Izuku gasped before firing 2 web lines at the van's back, then yanking himself forward. He shot himself at the back of the van, landing as the van rocked at this as well. Airjet and the masked men glanced back at this, Izuku gripping the vehicle's rear at this. Airjet, I'm here to help. Spider-Man! The spider! One masked man yelped before ducking back into the van. The spider is here. He's trying to stop us again. Great, that still can't understand you. Izuku sighed before seeing the masked man pull out a gun and pointed at him. Oh no, you don't. He aimed his wrist, firing it at the gun. The webbing instantly covered the weapon before Izuku yanked it away. No, the masked man barked, only for an armored hand to suddenly grab his shoulder. He turned to see Airjet pulling back a punch. The other masked man charged up some energy in his fists at this, Izuku seeing this and fired a web line at the man's mask. The man yelped as he was suddenly blinded, only for Airjet to jab the first masked man. The blow knocked out the thug, Airjet still keeping his grip on the thug's shoulder as Spider-Man climbed onto the roof. He turned to see the second van about to take a right. Gotta stop this car, but that one might get away. Time to try out the spider tracer. He put the tracer in his wrist and fired a web, instantly sticking it on the bumper of the van. He then turned back to Airjet, now seeing him leap into the van, punching the others inside. Guess I'll stop the driver and dash. A scream rang out next, making him look up, and he saw the van was now heading for a park and its tires just went up the sidewalk. The tires then hit the grass, Izuku now seeing there was a playground filled with kids coming up next. No! Izuku screamed before firing 2 web lines at some nearby trees in the park and slingshot himself ahead. He flung himself over to the jungle gym in the playground, making 2 kids gasp as he landed on the metal bars. Get out of here, kiddos! He yelled before spinning around and pointing his web shooters ahead. I hope this works. He multi-tapped the shooters at 2 trees that the van was about to pass through. Piles of webbing shot out, making a giant web as the van came. And as he kept firing webs, the van hit the big webbing net, slowing the speeding van as its tires grinded into the dirt. It kept trying to move at this, until eventually all its momentum was gone, sticking the car in place. Nice! Izuku let out a breath he didn't know he was holding, seeing the van was now fully stuck. And as he aimed at the van's roof again, pissed, came out of his shooters. Great! He opened his shooter to replace the webbing, only for a loud clang to ring out as Airjet screamed, ugh! Izuku glanced up to see the hero's back hit a nearby tree before slumping over. Airjet! Izuku gasped before quickly replacing the webbing, only to see a certain masked thug walk out of the van. This one was bulky, just like the other two he had fought. Oh great. So they are triplets. And as he said that, the one in the driver's seat stopped hitting the gas and instead hopped out of the car as well. This one had two long black and white energy whips in his hands. That's new. Forget the mission. Kill the spider. The whip guy yelled as they both ran around the webbed-up van. Izuku let out a growl as he leapt off the jungle gym and got down into a crouched stance. You guys are gonna pay for the destruction you've done today, Izuku said as he pointed his wrist at the whip guy, only for his spider sense to yell at him. But before he could react, the thug flicked the whip, instantly grabbing Izuku's arm and yanking him. Whoa! The thug slung the whip overhead, flinging Izuku into a tree. Ugh! He groaned as he hit the pillar of lumber, denting it slightly as the whip let go of his arm. And as he slumped down, his spider sense went off again, making Izuku quickly fire a web line to another tree, yanking himself away just in time as the bulky thug charged at him. He missed the vigilante at this, destroying the first tree in the process before turning around, now seeing Izuku get back on his feet. Okay, let's try that again. Izuku grunted before his spider sense rang out again, making him backflip as the whip guy swung his weapon at him. The whips just missed the teen as he kept going back, only to then fire a web line at the whip thug, hitting his leg before Izuku yanked it, knocking him off his feet. But before he could do anything else, the other thug charged at him, swinging two jabs. Izuku ducked under the first, only for the second to hit him in the stomach, the punch turning into an uppercut as it knocked the vigilante off his feet. Oof, he yelped as he was knocked upward, only to point his wrists at the thug and fire two web lines, catching both of the thug's fists. And with a mighty yank, he fired himself right back at the bulky man, slamming his feet into the thug's chest. The thug let out a wheeze of pain as he was knocked back, only for Izuku to quickly fire some webbing over the now laying criminal. But as he did this, his spider sense blared before a whip shot straight for Izuku's head, and then grabbed his neck. Irk! Izuku yelped as he was yanked off his feet, the masked thug laughing as he began to drag Izuku through the dirt. Today you die, spider! The thug exclaimed before tightening his grip on the whip, energy flowing through it as it reached Izuku. A surge of pain struck him at this, making the teen cry out in pain. Ayaha! Izuku screamed as he felt the energy from the whips zap him. And now you laugh. A fist slammed into the thug's face, knocking him down instantly. Feeling the whip loosen, Izuku grabbed and pulled it off, coughing as he laid there in the dirt. That.skd. I couldn't agree more, said a voice, making Izuku look up and see Airjet standing over him, offering the vigilante a hand. You okay? Just. Izuku groaned as he took the hand and Airjet pulled him up. How about you? Only thing that's hurt is my pride. Airjet replied before patting the vigilante's shoulder. Thank you. Ha! You saved me. And everyone at this park. Airjet continued as he gestured to the still webbed-up van. I thought I could contain those villains, but they were too much for me. So thank you. Right. Izuku slowly said as he stared at everything around him, now seeing the knocked-out masked men along with the van. And then he saw a crowd form around them, several people yelling thank you while others were taking pictures with their phones. Airjet patted his shoulder again, making Izuku turn to him. You best get going. Wah! Airjet let out a chuckle. You're not used to compliments, are ya? Izuku shook his head. Thought so. Just take the thank you and get going. I know I shouldn't let a vigilante get away, but you did good here, kid. You saved all these people, so I'll let you go. TT thanks. Izuku nodded before firing two web lines and slingshotting away. And as he did this, Airjet stared at the fleeing vigilante and hummed. Spider-Man, huh? Seems like a good kid. He looked back at the knocked-out masked men, sighing at the sight, still that this is quite the mess. Guess I better get started. Izuku wasn't sure how much time passed as he swung away. He just kept swinging, soon passing over to the district where his house is located. Seeing this, he turned invisible and went to the roof, crawling through the window like usual. And as he sat down at his desk, he pulled out a small device from his hoodie. It was the tracker, which was now showing one red repeating. Guess the spider tracer worked. Izuku sighed as he slumped over in his seat. He said that I did good. I helped those people at feast yesterday, and today that I caught the bad guys and saved a bunch of kids. He stared up at the ceiling. So this is what it's like to be a hero, huh? A smile graced his face at this. I love it. And as his eyes continued to stare at the ceiling, he took a long deep breath before glancing down at the tracker. And tonight I'm gonna catch the rest of you. After the near-noon escapade, Izuku decided to take a long nap. He only woke up when his body told him he hadn't eaten anything today, making him make a quick frozen dinner from the fridge. His mom was home by then, which she then showed him that he was on the news. And as he ate, they both watched an interview on the television, the reporters talking to kids at the park playground he had saved. They were all saying how amazing he was, saying how Spider-Man stopped the runaway van. And as Izuku stared at the screen, Inko could only chuckle as she saw her son tear up at the words he was hearing. She had had her doubts over the whole vigilante first, hero later thing, but seeing this made her realize this truly was what Izuku wanted. She knew she couldn't fully support it, but she would do enough. His mother gave him a soft hug at this, saying she was proud of him as Izuku hugged back. "Thanks, Mom," was all he said before finishing his meal. An hour later, he checked his online class, refilled the web shooters and put his costume back on. Inko asked him if he could just hunt the tracker tomorrow, but he told her he thought it could be discovered by then. As such, he turned invisible, crawled out of his window and swung into the city. Now, the tracker had a limited range, meaning he would have to swing through the city till he got a signal. As such, he zipped around the place for over an hour, the teen starting to think his new invention must have been found and destroyed, or it just didn't work. But as it hit the 2-hour mark, his tracker let out a beep. Glancing down at it, he began to follow it, taking a few turns before turning the volume down on the tracker. And as he continued to swing, he found he was going to a nearby port, where a bunch of warehouses were at. Classic bad guy hiding spot. He thought to himself as he landed on one of the warehouses before looking at the tracker again, that looks like it's close. He ran on top a few of the warehouses, leaping over one after another before coming to a stop in between two of them. The tracker now no longer moving, he glanced down and saw the black van from before sitting there along with 3 more black vans and a black-colored semi-truck. Seriously? How many cars do these guys have? He thought before seeing there were also a bunch of motorcycles to the side, along with a few semis that were colored brown. Those aren't theirs that I think. Is this place someone else's? He fired a web line over to the warehouse, zipping to its roof and crawling down its side to a nearby window. And when he glanced inside, he went wide-eyed. It was the masked thugs from before, some with katanas, others with guns as they were having a stare-down with a bunch of other thugs. These were dressed like bikers, though most have mutant heads, like tigers and sharks. Behind those thugs were piles of boxes and a few motorcycles, along with desks with a bunch of different equipment. "Tombstone's gang," he whispered before pressing his hand to the glass. He gave it a silent push, slowly opening it up to hear the conversation. "Listen here," one of the masked men yelled. Izuku surprised he could understand him. "We are claiming Mizudafu as ours." He pointed his gun at one of Tombstone's men. "Tell Tombstone you will all leave town now, or we kill you all." The gang members all just stared at the masked man, only to start laughing. It was an uproar of laughter, certain animal noises coming out as well as a tiger man pointed at the masked man. "Are you serious? Do you not know who our boss is? He kills idiots like you for breakfast." He then pointed at himself, "And will do the same to you." Izuku's eyes went back and forth at this, now seeing multiple masked men charge the familiar black and white energy in their hands as Tombstone's thugs pulled out syringes. No, wait, am I about to see a gang war happen here? That thought made his eyes shrink. Oh no, what do I do? If they start fighting, they'll kill each other. But is that good? I mean, they're all criminals and villains. He bit his lip at this, seeing both sides stand off as he felt time slow for himself. Shoot, what do I do here? I was hoping to get here and maybe stealthily take them out, but... He took a deep breath at this and fully opened the window, ready to go inside before he stopped himself. Wait, am I just being stupid here? Maybe I should just call the heroes. He blinked for a second, only to hear one of the thugs PP his gun. Then again, the closest hero is quite a ways away, and if they start fighting now, it'll be too late. Got no choice, but I shouldn't be dumb here. He then glanced around at the ceiling, only to see the dangling spotlights above the group. A bulb instantly appeared over his brain, the teen quickly ducking out of the warehouse. There's an idea, he whispered to himself as he hopped off the building. He slowly walked down the side of the warehouse, soon finding what he was looking for, a breaker panel. This should help. As he walked up to it, now seeing a big lock on it, he yanked it off, glad his super strength made it easy. He then opened the door and grinned at the sight. Nothing but wires and switches, the hero quickly flicking a few off. The place went dark instantly, yells and screams now happening inside the warehouse. That should stop their party for a bit. He then fired a web line and yanked himself back up to the roof. The teen opened a new window, now seeing Tombstone's gang turn on some lamps they had around while yelling at the masked thugs as they continued to summon that black and white energy, bare lights now beginning to light up the place. Seeing this, Izuku crawled up to the ceiling and landed on a small rafter. Pointing his wrists at the thugs, he knew what he had to go for first. Whip. Webbing shot down and grabbed the thugs' guns, Izuku quickly yanking them away. The masked men began to yell at this, only for Webbing to shoot down and grab their swords next. Seeing this, everyone looked up, now seeing a pitch-black ceiling, just barely able to see a dark green figure. "Hi fellas. Mind if I join the party?" Izuku exclaimed before electricity began to surge around his fist. "Now, let's try my very first super move." He leapt off the rafter, aiming himself right in the middle of Tombstone's gang and slammed his fist into the floor. Venom smash. Boom. Electricity blasted out of him, zapping over half of Tombstone's gang. The thugs were flung all over the place, crashing into piles of boxes. Izuku then looked up to see the masked men charging at him, Izuku's spider sense blaring at him, telling him that someone was charging at him from behind. He then leaped at the first masked thug that was about to reach him, only to grab the thug's shoulders and flipped over him. A shark man then collided with the masked man, Izuku charging another venom attack as he landed and punched the next thug about to attack him. The thug flew across the place, colliding with two masked men. And as this happened, a bulky masked thug ran up to him, Izuku sighing at the sight. "I knew it. You're quadruplets." The thug then swung a fist at the vigilante, Izuku ducking as energy poured out of the thug's fist that which shot out and hit another Tombstone thug. "Kill the spider! Kill him!" yelled another thug as two leapt at Izuku, only for the teen to slide under the bulky thug's legs. He then spun around, charging his right fist. "Venom punch!" he yelled as he slammed the bioelectric fist into the bulky thug's back, knocking him into the two thugs from before. As he did this, a tiger man leapt at him next, Izuku firing a blast of webs at his face, covering his eyes. "Ugh!" the tiger man yelped as he crashed next, Izuku then firing two web lines at the ceiling, yanking himself back up to the rafters. "He's up there!" barked one of the masked men, only for a shot of webbing to hit his foot, Izuku yanking it. "Whoa!" Webbing covered the thug next, tying him to the floor. Seeing this, one of the masked men yelled, "Flee! The spider is taking all of us out. We must inform the master that this has failed." Izuku let out a gasp. "What did I just do all that? That was awesome." He then looked back down at the warehouse, now seeing the masked thugs quickly race out of the building. He was about to give chase, only to spot one of the Tombstone's thugs grabbing a gun. He fired a web at this, yanking it out of his hand. "Hey! No killing on my watch." Izuku then leapt down, now finding himself facing 10 Tombstone thugs. "Think you can take us?" one of the gang members growled as they pulled out a syringe. "Aired up maybe? I mean, I've made most of this up to this point. Like, I just did the most awesome stuff I've ever done as Spider-Man right now and I have no idea how I did it. Heck, I still can't believe this is going so dash. Danger." Izuku went wide-eyed at his spider sense yelling at him, making him stop his muttering storm and fire web lines up at the ceiling. But as he tried to yank himself upward, a masked thug leapt at him with a katana, swinging it as an energy wave shot out of it. "Yo!" Izuku screamed as the wave hit him, an explosion coming next, the blow making the teen go flying over the tombstone thugs, throwing him across the warehouse before crashing into a pile of boxes. "Whoa," one of thugs commented as they watched this happen before turning back to see 5 remaining masked men. "Get them!" The rest of Tombstone's gang charged at the masked men, a mighty clash soon happening as Izuku pulled his head out of the boxes. Rubbing his back next, he slowly got up with a groan. "Ouch, that stung." He glanced back up and saw the Tombstone gang push the masked men back, blinking at the sight before cricking his back for a second. "Okay, that didn't exactly go as planned. Though to be fair, I think I did really well there." Izuku could feel the adrenaline leaving him as he flexed his back, pain still surging through him before firing a web line up to the rafters. Zipping himself up there, he looked back down and saw the Tombstone gang take out the last masked man, only for a gorilla man to stab himself with a thing of trigger, letting out a roar. He then leapt up at him, Izuku going wide-eyed at this as the beast landed on the rafter and swung a punch at him. The teen backpedaled, dodging the first jab before a second fist slammed into the teen's stomach. "Irk!" Izuku yelped as the blow knocked him off his feet, his body rocketing up before his back hit the ceiling. He felt the pain surge through his body before falling, his eyes closing for a second as his spider sense yelled at him, making him jerk his eyes back open. Izuku then stretched out his right arm, pulling it as he grabbed the rafter from before as he barely got a grip on the metal beam. He then glanced up to see the gorilla man running over to him, soon standing over the teen while pulling back a fist. And as the thug was about to hit him again, Izuku let go off the rafter, dodging the blow. He fired a line of webbing next, yanking it as he swung himself over to another rafter. And as he landed on it, his spider sense rang out, glancing back to see the gorilla man leapt at him, only for Izuku to point his wrist at him and fired a blast of webbing. The webs hit the thug's eyes mid-jump, making him yelp as he then overshot over the rafter, hitting the warehouse's wall face first before falling and crashing into a pile of boxes. Izuku looked back at the thug as he slumped over, aiming his wrist at the pile before firing a giant net of webbing, covering the whole pile. "Please don't get up," Izuku commented before looking back at the others in the room. He saw that there were only 3 members of the Tombstone gang still on their feet. Closing one of his eyes, he fired webbing at 2, grabbing their feet and yanking them upward. They flipped over, heads hitting the floor before Izuku fired some more webbing, trapping them both to the ground. Seeing this, the last thug gasped before glaring up at the rafters, "You won't surprise me, Spider-Man. I'll kill you." But as he yelled that, Izuku took a deep breath before turning invisible. He then swung across the warehouse before firing a web line upward, flipping over and silently letting himself down. "You hear me? You're dead. I'll dash. Ugh." The thug yelped as Izuku tapped his shoulder, sending electricity through his system. He flopped over a second later before Izuku webbed him down to the floor. Izuku then cricked his back, groaning in pain before pushing in his shoulder. Letting out a low he let out a deep breath. "Ugh, that hurt." He then stared down at his hands, flexing them for a second. "It feels like I'm really getting the hang of this, but I still made a ton of mistakes. Guess that's part of being a worthless Deku." He looked back at the warehouse, now seeing the huge mess the fight had caused. "I better call the police to clean this up." He pulled out his phone next, only to stop himself. "Wait, that they could trace me." He glanced down at the thug he had just pinned to the floor and leaned down, grabbing his phone out of his pocket. "Here we go." Tapping a few buttons, he put it to his ear as he spoke up. "Hello? I'd like to give an anonymous tip." Izuku wasn't sure what time it was when he got home. All he knew was that he went into a situation that was way over his head, beat up more criminals than he could count, and felt like he was about to die. And as he got home in the deep dark cloak of the night, quickly scurrying into bed, half his body still in costume, he let out an, "Guess I broke my promise to Mom that I totally went too far today." Sleep soon came after this, his eyes fully closed as he let out a long sigh. Detective Tsukachi Naomasa wanted to go home for the night. Letting out a long sigh, he drove out to the ports of the city, soon coming to a stop at a certain warehouse. About an hour ago, the police had gotten an anonymous tip. And by anonymous, it was totally a teenager trying to mask his voice, and Neo Mesa knew who it was. It was Spider-Man. Knowing this meant it was probably a mess he was going to have to clean up, he asked for a full police van and some extra police cars, along with a pro-hero, this time being Kamui Woods. The two soon arrived at the place, getting out of the vehicle and slowly walking into the warehouse. Opening it up, they saw the power was still out and most of the thugs were still webbed to the floor or walls. Seeing this, he told one of the officers to go find the breaker as Kamui Woods used his quirk to gather up the criminals. And as the lights soon came on, Neo Mesa went wide-eyed along with several officers. Though some crates were destroyed, they knew what operation this was. It was full-on drag stash warehouse. Loads of trigger were in the boxes, the detective taking a deep breath at the sight before gesturing to one of the officers, "Call headquarters. We just got a lot of extra work to do here, and I want to keep as much as we can under wraps." And as the officer nodded and ran back to the car, the detective shook his head. "Spider-Man, you're a real piece of work. If it got out a vigilante did all this, the commission would put a bounty on your head for sure." Sighing again, he walked through the building and up to one of the desks, leaning over and finding a marked map of the city. "Tombstone, huh? Looks like he's doing drags again, just like Fat Gum said." He glanced the paper over. If the inner demons want this operation, it could lead to a full-on gang war. The detective then grimaced at his next words, and Spider-Man may have just forced it to happen sooner than either side expected. Izuku hated his yesterday self. Despite his super slow healing factor, his body did not like getting hurt, and the blows he had taken were now making his body scream at him. Pain surged through him as he woke up, went to the bathroom, did his morning routine, everything. The pain wouldn't go away. And as Inko saw this, she told him no on being Spider-Man today. Izuku wanted to argue, only for Inko to drag him to feast. And as she did this, Izuku successfully got most of his costume under his clothes and put the rest in his backpack. His mother knew he had done this, but she also knew she couldn't make him not bring it. As such, the two were now at feast, Izuku still feeling the pain in his back, though only slightly now. His mother surmised he might have a cracked rib or two, but Izuku told her he would be just fine. And as they got to feast, Gloria got Izuku to work instantly. A food delivery truck arrived just as Izuku got there, and he found himself helping unload it. An hour or so later, he was helping in the kitchen, only for Martin Lee to walk into the room. "Izuku and Mrs. Inko. Nice to see you both here again." "Oh, hello Mr. Lee." Inko replied. "How are you today?" "I'm fine. Say, if you don't mind, could I borrow Izuku for a second?" Izuku and his mother exchanged a glance before the teen nodded. "Sure. WW, what do you need? It'd be better to show you. Follow me." Inko gave Izuku a quick nod before her son left, the teen following Lee until they were outside. There he saw a pair of adults. One was a brown-haired lady with blush cheeks on her face while the other was a tall man with lighter brown hair and a small smile as his expression. "These are the Urarakas." "Oh, hello." Izuku squeaked out, his form slightly shaking. "I'm Izuku Midoriya." Lee chuckled at this before leaning over to the two. "Don't worry, you're not scaring him. He does that with everyone." He whispered before turning back to Izuku. "Now, do you know why I'm introducing them to you?" Izuku shook his head, making Lee smile. "Well, they're responsible for creating the second feast facility." Izuku went wide-eyed. "Really?" Lee nodded back. "Oh yes. It's a bit a ways from here, but their construction company is responsible in making it, and it's actually already mostly done. However, they asked me if we have any volunteers that are more free than others." "Oh," Izuku slowly replied, only to point to himself. "Wait, you mean me?" Lee laughed at this. "Of course. Why else would I introduce you? I know what you're thinking, you've only been with us for just a few days, but I have a feeling I know you well enough, Izuku. Not only that, you're strong." "You sure he is?" Mr. Uraraka asked as he gestured to Izuku. "Oh yes. He's stronger than most of the guys we have here." Lee responded, "Trust me on this." "Okay." Mr. Uraraka hummed before looking Izuku over. "Say it, how old are you, kid?" "FF 15. My daughter's age. D daughter? Yup. He chuckled. She's a student at UA right now, training to be a hero. She's a regular go-getter. UA? Oh, I don't wonder if I could have been her classmate. Izuku mentally shook his head. No. Stop thinking like that, Izuku. The expression you're giving says you want to go to UA too. Do you? The man asked, making Izuku flinch. He then glanced away, staring at the ground as he muttered out, I can't. I'm quirkless. Both Urarakas went wide-eyed at this, Mrs. Uraraka smacking her husband as she whispered, apologize to him. Oh, that's sorry. Didn't know. Mr. Uraraka stuttered out, Izuku then shaking his head. It's fine. WW, what do you need me to do? The two parents shared a glance before Mr. Uraraka said, well, we're already started on the building, but Mr. Lee here has bought a building nearby to set up as a storage facility for that feast building. However, we don't have the extra manpower to move the first round of supplies for the place. They're coming in later today and we're wondering if we could get some extra help. Oh, I can do that. Great. Mr. Uraraka clapped his hands. We're also going to have our daughter come over to help. Her quirk makes things super convenient. Her quirk? Wonder what it could be. A few hours later, Izuku's back was no longer hurting. Instead, it was now constantly itchy, something that was somehow worse due to just how annoying it is. Despite this, he found he was able to keep himself from scratching as he was now wasting some time with Howard in Feast. They were playing a round of chess, a few watching the game, as everyone found themselves unable to beat Izuku. Apparently, Izuku found he was quite good at the game despite never really playing till now. He knew it was something people played in school, but no one would play any game with a quirkless like him. As such, even the old-timers there that had been playing for years found themselves struggling against the teen. Granted, he lost his first two games, but both were close. After this, he found he could play very well against most there. But as another game ended, Lee walked up to the group. Izuku. The teen spun around at this. Yes, Mr. Lee? I'm about to go over there. You ready? Sure. Izuku nodded and got up, the two soon leaving the place after Izuku told bye to his mom. They got into a small black car, Izuku getting in the passenger seat. And as Lee began to drive through the city, Martin Lee turned to Izuku. So, you doing okay today, Izuku? The teen glanced over at him. I think I'm doing well. Lee nodded back. Good. Do you like helping out at Feast? I am. Izuku looked away at this, slightly blushing. I really enjoy it. Lee chuckled at this. I'm glad. And you said you want to be a hero, right? That's why you're doing this. Yet I know a lot of heroes don't do charity anymore, but You want to be different? Lee asked, Izuku slowly nodding. That's good. I think you're doing a great thing, thinking that way. Thanks. Izuku muttered out before turning to Lee. Can I ask you something? Sure. Lee shrugged. You think someone like me could be a hero? You mean because you're quirkless? Lee instantly responded, Izuku flinching at his words. Lee then shook his head at this. I think you shouldn't have to ask that. Shouldn't? What do you mean? If you want to be a hero, Izuku, then go be a hero. Lee replied before looking back at the roads ahead of him. I made Feast despite others looking down on me, and I think you can do the same with being a hero. Izuku just stared at him at that, unable to respond. He had never had someone tell him that. Memories of every day of school flooded his mind, every beating from Katsuki, telling him he couldn't be a hero. Every teacher yelling at him, saying he wasn't allowed to mutter about his notes on future heroic stuff. The explosions that would scar his body every day, blood and bruises as everyone laughed at him as he said he wanted to be a hero. And yet, Mr. Lee said he could do it. And he did it so casually. No empty platitude, no halfway talking, just pure bluntness. Izuku's vision switched back to the road ahead, silence consuming him as he tried to comprehend what had just happened. As he did this, Lee just chuckled as he said, That make you think? Izuku slowly nodded. I had a feeling it would. You still haven't helped yourself, have you? Izuku shook his head. I see that well, I think being at Feast will help you get there. I've noticed your stutter is less. It is? Izuku muttered. And I think it's because you've been helping. He glanced back at the teen. I gotta say, I'm glad you and your mom have been volunteering. It does more than you can possibly imagine. Oh, you're welcome. Izuku whispered, Lee chuckling again. You're a good kid with a good heart, Izuku. Don't ever lose that. Titi, thank you. Izuku stuttered out as they took a turn, only for his eyes to slightly widen. Is that? Yup. Lee replied as they stared a mostly complete building in the distance. That's the new feast location. It's almost done. He then turned the car slightly, going to a building across the street, and here's the storing place I bought. They soon parked, Izuku getting out as they saw two semis right by the building. At the backs of the vehicles was a brown-haired girl in casual clothes that looked like a younger version of Mrs. Uraraka, complete with the face blush marks and everything, and was currently talking to a construction worker. The person then walked away before spun around, blinking at the two before she walked up to them. A black suit, are you Mr. Lee? That's right. Lee nodded. I'm guessing you're Ochako Uraraka? That's me. She shined a huge grin and did a thumbs up. I'm here to help. Good. Lee responded before pointing at Izuku. You already know me, so let me introduce you to my helper here, Izuku Midoriya. Hi there. It's nice to meet you. Ochako said as she smiled at Izuku, the boy instantly freezing up. His face was pure red, his mouth mumbling out words that neither could hear. Izuku then glanced away, Ochako leaning up to Lee and whispering, My parents said he'd do something like that. Is he like that with everyone? Oh yeah. Lee whispered back. Don't worry, he's really reliable though. Okay. Ochako replied before turning to the semi, which was full of boxes of canned food. So, I was told to start unloading this thing. Is there somewhere specific you want them to be? Not really. We just got the place, so just put it inside for now. We'll organize it all later. Got it? Ochako nodded before turning to Izuku. Ready to get started? Izuku just slowly nodded, mumbling as he watched her spin around and walk over to one of the semis. Lee then patted his shoulder, chuckling as he said, I gotta go across the street and talk to the construction crew. Be back in a few, alright? Okay. Izuku stuttered out, Lee nodding before walking away. The teen then looked back at Uraraka as she walked up a small ramp. Holy cow. I just talked to a girl. He actually hadn't, of course, but that was what was going on in his mind as he slowly made his way over to the semi. As he did this, he saw her tap a few boxes with her fingers, only to slide them out with ease. Izuku then saw the boxes begin to slowly float up, making him mutter out, Whoa. I know. Isn't that cool? Ochako giggled. Is TT that your QQ quirk? Up. I call it zero gravity. It lets me make objects weightless by removing their gravity. She grabbed hold of the boxes with a grin. Cool, huh? It's amazing, he slowly said, Ochako feeling a slight blush at the praise. Thank you. So, I'll start by taking these inside. How many do you think you can carry regularly? Feel on them and they're a bit heavy, but I can remove their weight to help you carry more. Oh, I don't know. Izuku replied before turning to the stacks upon stacks of boxes. Let me see how many I can carry first. I'll take these in while you figure it out. After all, this is good practice for my quirk. She then skipped away with a few boxes, Izuku watching her before letting out a long breath. Holy, that I thought I was gonna die. He gasped while holding his chest. A girl my age actually talked to me. He took a deep breath. Okay, Izuku, just act natural. His brain came to a stop at that, unable to respond as he muttered out, How do I do that? And as his brain just stalled out, one of its gears spun and yelled at him, telling him to get to work. He looked up at the semi and began to pull out boxes as his mind kept saying, Don't think about it. Just do what she asked Izuku. He came to a stop at this, only to mentally facepalm, and don't think about her quirk. Don't analyze right now. He grabbed one box, then another, and another, only to soon be holding 5 boxes filled with canned goods with one hand. And as he reached for a 6th, Ochako walked out and gasped. Oh my gosh. I didn't mean for you to grab that much. Huh. Izuku barely replied as he balanced the stack on one hand and grabbed a seventh box with the other. Wait, I'll remove their gravity dash, she tried to say, only to see Izuku throw the seventh box up onto the stack, the object landing perfectly and act like it was nothing. He then threw an eighth box, the objects now towering several feet over him, and yet he was somehow making them stay stable and balanced with one hand. Her jaw dropped at this, wide-eyed as she stared at the sight. Did I grab too many? Izuku asked as he looked up at the stack that was now over his head. I did, didn't I? I won't be able to go through the door if it's that high. Hang on. He put the stack down with ease, Ochako just staring at him as he reduced the stack to just 5. Why you think that I can still get through with this many? Yes. Ochako slowly responded, only to shake her head. But wait, why parents said you were quirkless. Izuku blinked at her before slightly looking away. I am. What? She yelped before pointing at him. Then how did you do that? What do you mean? Izuku replied, slightly surprised he wasn't stuttering. That you carried all of those boxes like they were nothing. But aren't they light? No, she exclaimed, no one can just do that. You just lifted it all with one hand and did a balancing act. How? Izuku tilted his head at this, only to glance back at the boxes as his brain caught up to the situation. Wait, did I do that with my quirk that I now have and somehow forgot I had? He mentally face-bombed at this. You moron. You worthless Deku. Why did you do that? Sorry. He stuttered out as he looked back at her. I didn't mean to make you worry. No. She began to wave her hands at this. I wasn't worried. I was just surprised is all. I mean, I know they told me you were strong, but... She hesitated as she said her next words. Are you really quirkless? Aha. Izuku replied, nodding. Wow, I guess people can be stronger than I thought. She responded while scratching the side of her head. So, sorry for making that assumption. I'm sorry if it sounded like I insulted you. I didn't mean to. Izuku shook his head at this. Oh, why didn't insult me? He then glanced away as he stuttered out, I am used to it. And no one believes in someone like me. Wait, I didn't mean it like that, she squeaked, waving her hands again. I'm so sorry. It's fine. This is all I'm good for. Izuku muttered out before walking past her with the boxes, slowly striding into the building. She didn't respond, just watching him go inside while putting a hand to her mouth. Oh, that I messed up, didn't I? She then glanced down at her hands, letting out a long sigh before walking up to the boxes again. She began to touch them, only to clench up her fingers. No. Don't run away. Fix it, Ochako. You came here to help your parents and practice your old methods for a day. And as Izuku came back out, he saw her standing in front of the boxes. She had a determined stare on her face, making him almost flinch. Did I insult her? Oh no, I messed up again, didn't I? But before he could start fully insulting himself again, she did a long bow, making him flinch this time as she yelled, I'm so sorry. Huh? She leaned back up with a huge frown on her face. I shouldn't have been like that. I was inconsiderate and I apologize. Wah. Izuku barely said before shaking his head, you weren't inconsiderate. If anything, it was Dash. It wasn't you, she interrupted before presenting her hand to him. Can we please start over? Izuku stared at her with wide eyes, his brain shutting down again. He wasn't sure what he was supposed to do. His mind was now blue-screening, unable to comprehend anything. Someone apologized to him? That had never happened before. And just when it was about to get awkward, he looked down at the hand, and his reflexes took over before his brain could keep up. He quickly grabbed her hand, his face fully blushing. Sure. Good. She shined a big grin at this. I'm Ochako Uraraka. It's nice to meet you. I'm Izuku Midoriya. He stuttered out, the girl giggling at this as his face became even redder. All right, Midoriya, let's get to work. All right, Uraraka. The two began to unload the semis at this, Ochako surprised at how fast Izuku was. While she found herself able to keep up with him in terms of walking speed, she had to repeatedly use her quirk for her lifting while he didn't need it at all, which slowed her down as he continued to unpack at a faster pace. A little over an hour passed when they were done, Ochako having to admit that Izuku did more than half. Yet despite this, he didn't seem remotely tired, which confused her even more. And as they sat down after getting done, Ochako spoke up, "So, my parents said you're my age. Where do you go to school?" "Me? I just do online classes." "Oh, what do you want to be? What's your dream?" "My dream is that I want to be a hero," Izuku muttered out while glancing away. Ochako blinked at this, tilting her head. "You do? Then why didn't you go to a hero school?" "I got rejected." "Rejected? With your kind of strength?" she yelped. "I mean, I know you're quirkless, but there's no way they rejected you because of that. Heck, with that strength, even UA would have to take you." "I know it would, and I go there." "What, did you fail the regular exam or something?" "No, I failed the practical." She went wide-eyed. "You did? How?" "I can't just say I zapped myself." Izuku mentally told himself before muttering out, that I got hurt during it. "Badly." The girl felt her heart sink at that, slowly looking away as she said, "I'm so sorry." "It's okay." She glanced back at him as she then asked, "Do you still want to be one?" "More than anything." Izuku replied as he pulled his knees up to his feet, soon hugging his legs. He slowly turned to her, the girl able to see slight tears trying to form in his eyes as he asked, "Whoa, go there, don't you?" "UA? Yeah." Uraraka nodded before chuckling. "I honestly thought I wouldn't make it. The entrance exam was crazy with the whole army of robots that sent at us." Did something happen to you in the exam?" "A lot." Uraraka sighed. "My exam didn't exactly go well. I almost got crushed by one of the robots, but I got saved by one of my classmates, Tsuyu. I'm so happy she was at my exam grounds. And then I got the lowest score possible to get in with it. If I hadn't took down one less robot, I would have failed." "Oh, I'm so sorry it was so tough for you." The girl shook her head at that. It's fine. I'm just glad I made it in." She showed a big frown at this. "I'm sorry you didn't make it." "It's fine." Izuku whispered before asking, "What's it like?" "UA?" Izuku nodded back, the girl then putting a finger to her chin at that. "Well, if I'm totally honest, it's that different. Think regular school, but random extreme stuff happening every now and then. We'll have regular classes, but also have an hour for using our quirks, or how to help in disasters or some crazy obstacle course." "Huh." Izuku responded, only to come to a stop at his own words. He had expected himself to say something like, "Wow," or "That sounds awesome," but he didn't. Instead, he just did a small one-note response. His mind stalled at this as he thought, "Wait, that's it? I do that and more as Spider-Man. I mean, I do online classes, and then do extreme stuff like fighting criminals and car chases." He glanced away as his brain caught on, "Holy cow. Is what I've been doing what they teach? Wait, does that mean I don't need a hero school? I mean, I need it to get a hero's license. And that's it. Heck, an obstacle course sounds kinda boring now compared to web swinging." "You okay?" she asked, causing him to cut his thoughts short as he looked back at her. "I'm sorry. Just wished I could have made it. Sorry. I didn't mean to bring up bad memories." Izuku shook his head at this. "It's fine." He took a deep breath. I don't know. I just wanted to be a HH hero." He then turned to stare across the street, seeing the still being constructed feast center. "But I think I'm at least doing a kind of hero work right now." Ochako was surprised he didn't stutter there, only to raise an eyebrow at the statement. "What do you mean?" "Charity." Izuku replied before glancing back at her. I watched an interview of All Might and he said that most HH heroes don't do charity anymore. So, I found Feast online and started VV volunteering. I want to be a hero that does that." "Charity, huh?" Ochako repeated before turning to stare at the feast center. "I never thought of it that way." She did a small nod before looking back at Izuku with a huge grin. "You're right. Izuku flinched as her voice slightly raised, only for her to add, "In fact, you know what, when I can, I'm gonna go volunteer at Feast too." "You will?" "You bet. Heck, I think I'll ask some of classmates while I'm at it. I know a few who would be down for it." She then got up and presented him a hand. He slowly took it and stood up as she said, "And as for your dream, don't give up." What? BB, but I already failed." She shook her head. "I don't believe it. Go look up other hero schools. I'm betting there's somewhere you can do it. And if you don't want to do it now, it's okay." She patted his shoulder at this, making him flinch. "I know you can do it." "Oh.tt thanks." Izuku replied. "No problem." She shined him a big grin and a thumbs up. "Now, let's go see what Mr. Lee wants us to do next." Izuku just nodded back at this, the girl walking off and across the street. The teen stared at the sight, his brain smoking at the interaction. She didn't make fun of me. Someone my age didn't make fun of my dream. He let out a mental sigh at that. Now I wish I made it to UA even more. A few seconds later he walked over the street as well and met Uraraka's parents again, only to find out that that was all they needed to do today. However, Lee had left a little earlier and had asked if the Urarakas could take Izuku back to Feast, but he then told them he was okay and would just go home by taking the trains. Ochako then told him that she was happy to have met him, making him blush before muttering out he was glad to meet her as well before leaving in a full-on sprint. Izuku never went to the train. Instead, he ran into an alleyway a few blocks down and turned invisible, quickly scaling the walls before reaching the rooftop. He glanced around before quickly changing, glad he had kept his backpack with him. It wasn't long till he was Spider-Man, fully outfitted and web-slinging ready. He then leapt off the roof and began swinging, feeling the wind hit his face. "How did I miss this? And I'm no longer hurting or itching," he thought to himself as he fired web after web. "Still, I can't believe what she told me. I mean, it sounds like I've been doing what UA would teach me, just without safety. Or the means to get a license. Guess there's a few more steps for me." And after a good 20 minutes of just swinging, he reached into his hoodie and pulled out his tracker. "Last night, some of those masked goons got away. I wonder if my spider tracer is still on their car." He glanced back up to fire another web line. Better check that warehouse first. It took about 20 minutes to get there, having to only change out web fluid once. But as he got close, his fears began to be realized as his tracker started to signal he was close. And as he turned invisible and landed on a nearby rooftop, he saw the warehouse was filled with yellow, "Do not cross" tape, and the car he had put the tracer on was still there. They had fled in a different car. Figures. Just my luck. Better grab the tracer then. No need to make more if it can be reused. He hopped off the roof and zipped over to the warehouse roof, only to slowly crawl down its wall. And while still invisible, he snagged the tracer off the car and swung away. "Guess I'll just go patrolling then," he said to himself as started to go back to the center of Mizudafu. And as a half-hour passed, he found himself swinging down some familiar streets. He then passed by the original Feast Center, landing on a nearby roof as he looked down and saw his mother leaving the place. She must have stayed the whole time. Well, I'm glad she's enjoying helping out, he thought, only to then see the full Uraraka family walking up and talking to her. They're here too? Must have had to do something with Mr. Lee dash. "Aya! Thief!" screamed a voice, making Izuku spin around and look down, now seeing a lady pointing at a man that was fleeing down a street with a purse in his hand. His legs had turned into wheels and was now speeding through the streets, hopping over cars. Great. Mom's gonna see me do this, isn't she? Here's hoping she doesn't chew me out too much, he thought as he fired 2 web lines before slingshotting himself. He then transitioned into a web swing, quickly zipping up to the thug. "Hey, this is a no-purse snatching zone." "Huh?" the thief yelped before glancing back, only to see nothing. "Up here." The thief looked up, only to see a swinging Spider-Man as he fired some webbing at the criminal's back. "What the whoa?" the thief gasped as he was yanked off the ground, Izuku then grabbing the back of his shirt's collar. "Hey, let me go." "Really? You want me to do that up here?" the teen asked as he slowly began to turn around mid-swing. The thief looked down and paled at the height he was now at. Never mind. Good. Izuku replied as he swung back over to the lady, landing on a nearby building wall. He stood on it and dangled the thief over her. Now give it back. Here. He muttered out as he dropped the purse, the lady catching it. Thank you, she exclaimed. No prob. Izuku then spun the thief around, grabbing him by the front collar this time while still standing on the wall. Now, what should I do with you? You're just a purse snatcher, but do you want to go to jail for just that? No? Izuku leaned up at this, his lens narrowing as he growled at the thug. Then I'll give you one warning. You could use your quirk for a ton of other things that isn't stealing. Go home and rethink your life, alright? That okay. The thief squeaked out before Izuku walked down to ground level and let him go, the thug quickly running away. Shaking his head at the sight, he leapt onto a light pole before firing a web line, swinging away a second later. And as he left, two individuals watched the scene more than anyone. One was Izuku Midoriya, who was trying every way to hold back a long sigh as she whispered to herself, "That boy is going to be the end of me." But the other was a certain Ochako Uraraka, the girl just staring at the sight. She had heard of the vigilante Spider-Man, as he had appeared on the news once or twice. But to see him easily make that thief give up, not even hesitating to swing in and shut down the situation while she had just heard the scream. The girl had just started moving toward where the thief was running away too, her parents yelling at her, only for Spider-Man to just come in and not fix it. She could only blink at the fleeing vigilante. Amazing. UA was a relatively normal school today. Despite the usual crazy shenanigans of the heroics class, Ochako Uraraka found herself slightly bored of what they had been doing today. They had gone back to the USJ in the morning, doing a few rescue exercises before returning to the school for lunch. And as she sat down with her food, she just stared at tray before her. You okay, Karo? Asked a certain student sitting across from her. Uraraka looked up at her, seeing it was Tsuyu Azui. You seemed out of it today. I don't know. Uraraka replied as she began to eat some rice. Sorry, Tsu. No need to apologize, Karo. Tsuyu responded, I was just wondering why you were spaced out like that. Indeed. Another voice exclaimed, this one sitting next to Tsuyu. It was Atenya Ida, a tall boy in glasses as he chopped the air with his arm. I saw you seem off today, Uraraka. Is something wrong? Oh, is it a boy? Said another girl, this one sitting right beside Uraraka. She was a pink-skinned girl wearing a huge grin. No, Mina. Uraraka deadpanned, giving her a low stare. Nothing like that. Mina Ashido leaned up to her face, her grin slightly widening. I don't know about that. You seemed quick to say no. Uraraka shook her head at this while a girl with long earlobes tapped Mina's shoulder. Stop it, Mina. It's obviously not that. If she doesn't want to talk about it, don't bug her. Thanks, Jiro. Uraraka said as the girl nodded back, only to take a deep breath as she then asked, say that this might be out of nowhere, but what's your thoughts on vigilantes? Everyone turned to her at this, all showing mixed expressions. A boy with red spiky hair, who was sitting by Ida, spoke up at this. Why do you ask? Well, yesterday I was helping my parents with a job they were doing when I saw the craziest thing. There was this guy that had this quirk, and he stole someone's purse, and before anyone could do anything, that new vigilante on the news, Spider-Man, just swooped in and stopped him. Everyone raised eyebrows at this as she continued, it was amazing. He did it instantly, and he didn't do any damage or make a confusion. It was like watching a pro. Sounds manly, the spiky-haired kid replied, though he is a vigilante, so that's not as manly. Agreed. Ida declared while pushing up his glasses, vigilantes are criminals. They're basically villains. But then why did he do it? Uraraka instantly countered. Like, after I saw that, I spent last night looking up online what Spider-Man's done and he's done nothing but good. He stopped 2 bank robberies, helped stop car chases and took down villains. But what he's doing is illegal, Karo. So you chimed in. He's breaking the law, doing that without a license. Indeed. Ida added. No one has the right to go against the law, even if they're helping. I know. I just thought it was strange. I thought vigilantes were like violent rejected heroes or something. But he wasn't like that at all. According to everything reported on him, he just he goes in and saves the day while making sure there's little to no damage. Weird. Jiro responded. So he just does hero stuff without a license? Isn't that kinda like us in training? I guess. Uraraka replied while crossing her arms. It's just that when I looked him up online, a lot of people think he's our age. Really? Mina gasped before tilting her head. But you said he took down that guy like a pro. I know. Uraraka said as she ate a bit more rice. Or maybe I don't know. I just thought it was strange. If he's that talented, why isn't he a hero? It just didn't make any sense. Sorry for bringing it up. It's fine, Karo. Tsuyu finished before putting a finger to her chin, though, I wonder if we'll have a class on vigilantism. I could see Aizawa-sensei lecturing about it. The others all paled at that, remembering his last lecture over recklessness after going to the USJ today. But as they continued to eat, Uraraka's thoughts went back to yesterday, her conversation with Izuku and then witnessing what she had seen. Spider-Man. I wonder, are you like Izuku? Did you get rejected too? Meanwhile, okay, this is not what I was expecting to fight today. Izuku thought to himself as he was now in a giant sandpit, complete with a massive snake. Granted, he knew something was wrong, but he honestly felt that his grip on reality wasn't exactly stable right now. It also didn't help that pro-hero Shishido was there, growling and roaring as he tried to fight the snake. But it was how this all started was what Izuku was thinking about as he fired a web line to the ceiling and swung himself up to a nearby wall. The wall was not what it was supposed to be, as it looked like it was made out of some old Aztec temple. And in the middle of the building, Shishido was clawing at the serpent, repeatedly slashing at it with his claws, but the beast wouldn't go down. In fact, it acted like Shishido was barely there. Izuku stared at the situation, his mind going a mile a minute. Think. Why is this happening? How did this happen? 15 minutes ago. That was the worst. Izuku whispered to himself as he fired a web line, swinging down a block. He had just spent the morning listening to his mom telling him that he had broken his promise. She told him she knew she had to get used to him being reckless, but he knew better. He knew she would keep worrying for the rest of her days. As such, he was now doing a day patrol, the teen feeling a yawn coming along as he found nothing. And as he did this, he swung down another street, only for the police scanner to go off. This is Mizudafu Police. We have a disturbance at Rishi Avenue. Any hero present, please respond. Rishi Avenue, that's not too far. He muttered to himself as he took a left, firing a few more lines as he crossed 3 streets, and then took a right. And as he did this, he quickly saw what the disturbance was. It was a crowd of screaming people running out of a bank, the sight making Izuku sigh. Seriously? Another bank robbery? Is that all criminals do around here? He commented as he landed on the bank's roof before looking down at his shooters, not gonna mess this up again. Exchanging the web cartridges, he turned invisible and fired a web line on the roof before leaping off and swinging into the bank's front doors. And as he swung in, he fired a web, yanking himself up to the ceiling. But as he landed on the ceiling and looked down, he went wide-eyed. What the heck? He said, not noticing his invisibility cutting off as he stared at the sight before him. Somehow, the inside of the bank, in particular its main floor, had turned into a giant sandpit that looked like it was inside an Aztec temple. What is this? He saw several people were stuck in the sandpit, making him shake his head. Figure it out later. I got people to save. He swung back down to the front door, clinging above it as he pointed his wrists at the trapped people. Everyone, over here. The people all spun around, several gasping at the sight of the vigilante. Hang on. I'm gonna get you all out of here. The team then fired several web lines, grabbing people and yanking them out. Several more screams followed this, the teen quickly throwing them through the front door. And as he was about to grab the last person, a loud noise rang out. Rawr! Ha! Izuku stuttered out, only for a pile of sand to fly out of the middle of the pit. And as this happened, a giant dark figure shot out, letting out another roar. The teen flinched at the sight, now seeing a massive snake. It looked like it couldn't fit in the building as only part of its body was inside the sand pit. The last civilian screamed at the sight, making Izuku glance back at him before firing a web line. He gave it a good yank, flinging the person out of the building before firing webbing at the front door and pulling it, closing the door. And as he did this, he looked back at the snake, now seeing it glare at him. "Hi!" He squeaked out, his spider sense blaring as the snake tilted its head and lunged at the vigilante. "Whoa!" He yelped as he leapt off the wall, just dodging the snake as it hit the wall. The whole place rocked at this, Izuku swinging over to another wall before looking back at the monster. "Okay, Izuku, you need to think. How do you fight this thing? Maybe I can dash." The bank's front door flew off their handles, hitting the snake. But as the door hit it, they just bounced off, the snake not even flinching. And as this happened, a new roar rang out. Both Izuku and the snake looked down at the now broken entrance, revealing a certain pro-hero. "Shishido," the teen muttered out as he then saw the hero roar before leaping at the snake. "Abu," the Lion Man hero barked as he moved his legs into the beast. The snake just shook at the blow, only for the hero to start slashing at the creature. But as he did this, the snake just glared down at him before opening its massive mouth. "Watch out!" Izuku yelled, making the hero stop and look up. "Spider-Man!" he growled, only to turn to the snake, the beast now lunging at him. He then slammed his claws down into the sand not scattering despite what he did before leaping back. What the did he not get stuck? I thought he was in the sand pit. Izuku thought before looking back at the snake. Don't think about it. That thing's gotta go. He clenched his fist, electricity now sparking around it. The vigilante fired a web line and yanked himself above the snake, pulling his fist back. Venom smash. He yelled as he fell and slammed the fist into the back of the beast's neck. But as he did this, the blow shook the snake, only for the beast to spin around and flick its head, knocking Izuku off the monster. "Ugh!" he yelped as he fell into the sand. The snake then opened his mouth over the teen, only for Shishido to lunge at its back, slamming into it. The monster only slightly flinched at this, quickly spinning back around as he glared at the pro-hero. And as the snake tried to chomp him again, Izuku's head popped out of the sand. "Okay, this is not what I was expecting to fight today." Izuku thought as he fired a web line and yanked himself back onto the wall. "Think, Izuku, think. Why is this happening? How did this happen?" He stared at the fight before him, watching Shishido quickly dodge another attack from the snake before glancing around the room. "Wait a minute, that's it? I forgot what this building is supposed to be. It's a bank. That means a robbery must be happening while this giant snake monster is here." He looked back down and saw Shishido hit the beast with another blow, which looked like it should have carved right into the monster's skin. However, it did nothing. "Wait, is that thing even real? I mean, my spider sense did warn me, so is it just real enough?" He glanced back down, seeing nothing but old rock walls covering the place. There were no desks, chairs, nothing. Just a sand pit, a giant snake and the busted front door. "It's gotta be an illusion, Quirk. Though it's really powerful. If it's that strong, maybe the one with the quirk is still around here somewhere." He turned back to the fight, about to yell at Shishido, only to see the hero continue to attack the monster in a fit of rage. I better figure this one out by myself." He then turned invisible and crawled over to the wall opposite of the front door. He went down to floor level while staying on the wall, feeling around till he felt something. A doorknob. "Here we go." He slowly turned and opened it, slithering inside before closing it behind himself. As he did this, he found he was back in a modern setting, a basic office hallway. I was right. It is an illusion. Now where's the dash? His thoughts came to a stop as he saw what he was looking for. The bank's safe, which was wide open. He quickly shot 2 webs and slingshot himself over to the safe door, landing right in front of it. There, he saw a single person in what could only be described as the craziest outfit he had ever seen. It had a long purple cape, long green scaly jumpsuit, and what looked like an upside-down fishbowl for a helmet. The sight made his mind stutter, causing him to drop his invisibility. The masked man then turned to him, flinching at the sight as he stopped shoving money in a large duffel bag. "What, the Spider-Man? The one and only? Or you, Fishbowl Man?" "Me," the man replied, only to glance down at the money he was trying to steal before looking back at Spider-Man. "I am Mysterio, the greatest illusionist in the world. Master of the arcane arts." Izuku just blinked at the name, only to let out a snort. "No, seriously. Who are you?" The teen then pointed at him. "You know, besides being a bank robber." "I said I am Mysterio," he exclaimed before dark green gas exploded out of him. "What the dash?" Izuku flinched as the room was instantly filled, making him close his eyes for a second. And as he reopened them, he saw he was now in a pitch-black void. "Huh. How did dash?" "You will do nothing, Spider-Man. For I, Mysterio, am taking all the money out of this bank. As for you, you will spend the rest of your days in this endless void." Ah. Izuku didn't know how to respond to that. He wanted to spit out a quip, but nothing came into mind. Instead, his mind just went into Quirk nerd mode. Wow. So that's how he did that in the bank. Wait, he can do multiple illusions. That's amazing. He then mentally face-bombed before thinking, "Focus, Izuku. Think of a way out of this. I mean, you only felt a tiny bit of something was off with your spider sense in the bank earlier." And as he stood there, the villain finished stuffing the duffel bag before tiptoeing around the vigilante. As he did this, he watched Spider-Man just stand there, making him grin under his helmet. "Too easy," he whispered, only to feel a hand grab his shoulder. "Huh. Found ya." Izuku chuckled before a surge of lightning went through his palm. "So, yeah." Mysterio yelped as electricity covered his body before falling face first into the bank floor. Seeing this, Izuku fired a glob of webbing, sticking him to the ground. "Thank you, Spider Sense," Izuku whispered as he took out a card from his hoodie. "Haven't done this in a while." The police had just arrived when the snake illusion in the bank suddenly dissipated. Shishido came to a stop at this, panting before letting out a bunch of roars. It took a minute before he went back to human speech, telling the officers that this monster was attacking the bank and Spider-Man was here. And as they ran into the back of the building, they found a certain villain webbed to the floor. "What's that?" one officer asked as Shishido walked up and saw the card on the criminal's back. "Grr," he growled as he picked up the card and read it. "Says, I caught your bad guy. Be careful, he has a powerful illusion quirk. Your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man." "Seriously?" another officer remarked. "That guy's the villain? Look at how he's dressed." Whatever. Let's just cuff him. Sides, the bank camera footage will probably tell us what happened." But as Shishido ripped up the webbing, a sudden burst of gas came off the villain. "Whoa," one of them yelled as the rest began coughing. Shishido kept swinging his paws around, trying to push the smoke away as Mysterio rose up. And as they this did, the villain grabbed his bag from before and bolted out of the room. "Blasted Spider-Man." Mysterio growled as he took a right, running to a back door of the bank. He slammed the door with his foot, only to come to a stop as he saw a line of cops all staring and pointing guns at the now open door. "Ah," he yelped before he activated his quirk, another blast of smoke coming out of him. The officers all went wide-eyed at this before a few began firing, but it was too late. The villain had cut a hard left and bolted away just in time, dodging the few bullets that were close by a split second. He then ducked into an alleyway as the smoke covered everything, gasping as he cut into a sprint. "That accursed vigilante! That is my first ever bungle. He will pay for beating me and ruining my performance." Izuku landed on a rooftop a few blocks away when he felt the adrenaline wear off. He let out a long sigh as he sat down and checked his web shooters. Wada did not expect that today. Guess there's villains of all types out there. He then pulled out his notebook, flipping a few pages before getting to fighting styles. It was here he began to write, "Let's see that I need to put my spider sense into my fighting style. Being able to sense danger and see through threats are really important. Granted, I don't think I'll be fighting giant snakes for a while, but there are other illusion quirks out there. He looked over what notes he had already made, ones over his fight with the Vulture, the Masked Men, the Tombstone Gang, and now had something new to put in. Guess that's good for now. I've mainly had to fight crowds, so Venom power will mainly be used in those scenarios. If it's one-on-one, I should hold back. I still don't know my full strength. He closed the notebook a bit later, making him sit back on the roof as he let out a sigh. Now thinking back to today and yesterday, still that was crazy. And according to Uraraka, they do like lower key stuff at UA. He put a hand to his chin. Do I want to go to UA? I mean, I'd be getting taught by All Might, but... His eyes went wide at this. Wait, I never asked her what it's like to be taught by All Might. The teen face-bombed at this. I'm such an idiot. He slumped down at this. Guess I'm still a worthless Deku. After another few minutes of sulking, the teen leapt off the rooftop, swinging down the streets as his thoughts went back to today. I can't give up. I just thought I just have to keep going. Though, I don't want to fight an illusion quirk again. Just let me fight something simple. And as he took a turn, firing another web line, he thought back to when he encountered Mysterio and said, "And no theatrics please." That was just too much. Meanwhile, in a lone apartment, a certain gray-haired man stood above a smaller red-haired woman. Despite her size, she was an adult and was currently rewiring a small gadget. Got it. She spun around in her chair as she presented the device to the man. Here we go, a new video camera and everything. It looks exquisite, the man replied before lifting up a small teacup. I love it. Well done. Thank you, Gentle, she cheered. I can't wait to try this out tomorrow. Indeed. Tomorrow will be our greatest heist yet, La Brava. A long, thin web line shot over the buildings, a certain vigilante swinging by as he let out a yawn. Guess it's another slow morning. He commented to himself as he swung down a few blocks. I was hoping to see those masked guys again. Still got nothing on him. He took a turn at this, firing another stream of webs. Maybe I should swing by Feast for a bit. See how everything's going. I know Mom is working at the hospital today, but that doesn't mean I can't go alone. He landed on a rooftop next, rolling as he landed before going over to the building's edge. Across the street was the Feast Center, the teen glancing around at this. Still nothing. Maybe I should update my notes first. He pulled out his notebook and flipped a few pages. He had somewhat started to get the hang of quips, and after yesterday's battle, he began to write up a bunch of theories on how to use his spider sense in battle more. He had also considered adding a detective part to the notebook, but decided to just do a separate small notebook at that, thinking it was better to put all the detective work he was going to have to learn on the fly in its own book. However, when he started on that book, he found he had no case to follow. Both Tombstone's gang and the Masked Men weren't exactly detective cases, as both were just gangs that appeared randomly and made a mess, though he did end up adding entries for both, thought they didn't have much. After writing this, he began to try and redo his Midoriya Hero app, thinking he could make it look up news reports where heroes had failed to catch criminals. However, he found it wasn't exactly what he wanted, thinking he needed a bit more time to readjust the app. He leaned back at this, letting out a sigh as he put his notebook away and refilled his web shooters. The teen looked back at Feast, shaking his head, and not feeling it today. I'm thinking of going on a villain hunting spree. He leapt off the roof and fired a web line, swinging away with a single stride. Yet I'm really feeling it today. I feel like a real hero. And as he did this, he swung over two figures walking down the street. One was a man in a long brown trench coat while holding a white cane, and the other was a small red-haired woman wearing a large white hat and a light purple coat. The woman glanced up at the man and asked, "So, what is the plan today, Gentle?" "It is to find a new act to submit myself into history, my dear La Brava." Gentle laughed as he scratched the face mask covering his face. "But first, we must go to our destination. And that is... Today, we will go to Bronze Mart. They have been recently hiding the fact that their so-called sales are nothing but lies. Recently, they started selling a new product that says it's half off when in actuality, that half off price is the real price. How ungentlemanly. La Brava gasped. How should we punish them? Why, we'll be making a video, of course. But first, we must go and grab ourselves a spot of tea. Perhaps some royal honey brand. Sounds wonderful. La Brava gushed, only to glance up and see a certain vigilante swing through the street. Oh, look! It's that new vigilante, Spider-Man. Gentle glanced up and saw the teen, narrowing his eyes at the sight. Indeed. You told me that videos on him have been gaining popularity online. Yes, though the videos on him are on people's phones and amateur video camera junk. La Brava sighed while shaking her head. It's actually surprising though. Vigilantes are usually looked down on. I suppose a different type of spirit that is neither villain or hero can gain attention. Gentle added, though I will not be dismayed by such an act. La Brava swooned at this. That's my Gentle. Never discouraged by anything. Haha. Gentle cackled, only for his face to switch to a hard, cold glare. Still, I suspect it's best that we do not encounter him. Let us fight the usual D-list heroes or so. Okay. La Brava replied as she pulled out her phone. Looks like there's a place nearby that serves that tea. Wonderful. Off we go then. Detective Neo Mesa stared at the screen before him, tapping the side of his head with the eraser of his pencil as he rewatched a scene for the 6th time. It was a video from yesterday showing Spider-Man swing into a bank that people were running out of. There was nothing but fear on all their faces, but the cameras didn't show what it was. According to interviews, it had been a giant illusion of a sandpit and a massive snake, but he couldn't see any of it. As for the villain of the incident, it was definitely one of the most craziest costumes he had ever seen, but nothing really else. Must be someone new, though of what Neo Mesa had looked up, there had been a report of another bank robbery a month ago over an illusion quirk, though no evidence it was this guy. Despite all this lack of information, the scene before the detective was the beyond strange. He watched as Spider-Man, and later Shishido, both get knocked around the room. Why nothing? Only for Spider-Man to disappear, then Shishido stopped flailing around a minute or so later. He switched his view to the bank safe, which showed Mysterio take a bunch of cash from the place, only to stand and talk to Spider-Man. The vigilante froze up for a second, only to suddenly grab the villain from behind and zap him. How did he know where he was? Neo Mesa muttered as he looked down at his notes on Spider-Man. Did the villain make a sound? I mean, according to Shishido, the snake illusion made sounds, so it can't be that. He glanced back up at the screen, replaying the moment Spider-Man knocked out Mysterio. Do you have a sensory quirk as well? A knock on the door came next, the detective saying, Come in. Yo, Neo Mesa. The detective turned to see his fellow officer, the cat-headed Sansa Tamakawa. How's it going? The usual. Do you have the report over the raid the other day? And you're not gonna like the numbers. Sansa replied as he handed Neo Mesa a folder. Neo Mesa took it and went wide-eyed as he read it, soon glancing back up at Sansa. Is this real? Aha. Sansa nodded. Neo Mesa let out a groan and leaned back in his seat. Oh my word, that I'm so glad we covered that up. He held up the paper to his eye level at this. The report was over the event Spider-Man had led them to the other day, which included a full-on bust of a warehouse filled with Trigger. Now, they didn't have all the numbers of how big this bust was, mainly because they had to process all the thugs to prison and lock down the warehouse, but now the crime lab boys were done. And the amount of Trigger found in the warehouse was staggering. Neo Mesa had been around since Trigger first truly got its start on the streets. Granted, it had been around before he was born, but it had its biggest impact a few years back when he was on the case. Despite this, the numbers he had just been given had the potential to be on a disaster-level scale of Trigger. And Spider-Man had shut it all down. A vigilante had essentially done the biggest Trigger drag bust since the instant villain disaster. And it was only one warehouse. Neo Mesa knew if this information had gotten to the Hero Commission and then the press, it would be an even greater disaster. A vigilante doing that much would cause the hero system to be questioned. Ugh. Neo Mesa ummed as he gave Sansa the folder back. This is a nightmare. I had a feeling you were going to say that. Sansa lowly chuckled. And the chief also wants to talk to you. Of course he does. I'm betting he wants me to head an investigation immediately. Probably. Naomasa put a hand to his forehead and began to rub it. I'm starting to see why Eraser is always so negative. Sansa shook his head at this. It's not that bad, Naomasa. Sides, maybe we'll get a break and Spider-Man will just go after Small Fry for a while. Yet like that'll happen. Knowing this kid, and he is a kid, he's probably gonna go after some major A-rank villain next. I don't think he'll go that far. Maybe a C-rank. Naomasa got out of his chair at that. I would make a bet with you on that, but I know better. Come on, let's see what the chief wants with me. Sansa let out a chuckle before patting Naomasa's back. Don't be so negative. Sides, if the chief wants you to catch him, maybe he'll let you team up with a hero fit for the job. Naomasa hummed at that, closing his office's door behind him. Maybe. I do have a few ideas for that. And that's another mugger down. Izuku said to himself as he swung down another street. That was the 4th mugging he had stopped today. Despite his feeling that it was going to be a short day, Izuku found himself constantly finding small crimes. Granted, they weren't much, mainly thugs who thought they could get away with something quick before a hero showed up. However, this left him feeling a bit unsatisfied. He expected at least one villain, but every place he went to was empty. Like it just didn't want him to be a hero today. At least Mom won't be mad, he thought to himself. I did promise to mainly stop street crime. He shot another web line as he kept swinging. Maybe I can dash. His thoughts came to a stop as the police scanner rang out. This is Muzutafu Police. We have a reported disturbance at Bronze Mart on Sorgan Street. Any hero present, please respond. Bronze Mart? Why would someone attack there? He thought as he took a hard right. Better go see what's up. A few minutes ago. Behold, viewers! Gentle exclaimed as he stood atop a counter. As you can see, Bronze Mart is dealing in unlawful practices. This new product is not half off, but at its normal price. It is false marketing at its core. No way! La Brava gasped as she kept the camera on him. What will you do, Gentle? Why, we will punish Bronze Mart. We shall dash. Hold it right there, roared a new voice, making the duo turn to see 2 masked heroes at the main entrance into the store. You're under arrest. Oh dear. Gentle sighed as he hopped off the counter. La Brava, prepare to cut. The heroes both charged in at him, Gentle quickly doing a fighting pose. Now. Izuku landed on a rooftop a street across from the building, quickly readjusting his web shooters. As he did this, a scream rang out before he saw a masked hero go flying out of Bronze Mart's main front doors. He then saw a second hero skid across the ground, making him go wide-eyed. That's not good. He fired a web line at the building and leapt off, quickly zipping across the street. And as he did this, 2 individuals walked out of Bronze Mart. That was amazing, Gentle. La Brava swooned. But what about punishing Bronze Mart? It is fine, La Brava. Gentle cackled. We have recorded their horrible behavior. That will be enough. Oh, so gentlemanly. That's right. Gentle laughed. Now, let us return home and show the world dash. His words came to a stop as the duo now saw a certain green-costumed vigilante land right before them. The sight made Gentle slightly flinch as he commented, or perhaps we are not done here. Spider-Man went into a crouched stance, one hand touching the ground while the other was above him. Oh great, I can tell this is a theatrical one. Not again. He took a deep breath before saying, I'll give you one chance to give up. Gentle shined a small grin at this, La Brava pulling out the camera, only for Gentle to flash a palm at her. No, La Brava. Do not record this. His partner went wide-eyed at this. Gentle, why dash? Don't. You told me he is beginning to be popular. I do not help others' popularity. Gentle replied as he tapped his cane on the ground. I'm guessing that means you're not giving up? Izuku asked, Gentle responding with a deep glare. I should have gone invisible. Oh well, that's what I get for just jumping in. Gentle then did a bow, twirling his hand in a circular motion. Greetings, Spider-Man. Unfortunately, our job is done today, so we will be leaving. Considering you just hurt a hero, you're not going anywhere. Izuku yelled as he pointed both wrists at the villain. Pressing the triggers, the webs came out instantly. But as they were about to hit Gentle, they suddenly went upward, like they had hit a rubbery wall. What the dash? It seems you are not a loyal viewer. Those who know about me know about my quirk, elasticity. The webs then shot straight up before falling, splatting on the ground. Izuku blinked at it for a second as Gentle put his hand down. As you can see, I can make anything elastic, including both the air. La Brava then hopped onto his back, and the ground. Gently trampoline. But Gentle suddenly went flying upward, the ground wobbling as it shot Gentle into the air. Izuku glanced up at this, wide-eyed as he then saw Gentle make another elastic platform in the air, bouncing him away. His mind caught up a second later and fired 2 web lines at the Bronze-Mart rooftop and pulled back. You're not getting away, Izuku declared as he slingshot himself upward, quickly zipping into the air. And as he got to the height of his fling, he aimed his wrists at the fleeing villains. Get back here. Whip. The webbing snagged Gentle's foot, Izuku yanking him a split second later. What? Gentle yelped as he felt himself getting pulled down. Gentle. He's got your foot. La Brava gasped. Come here. Izuku roared as he kept pulling, only for the villain to spin around and form an elastic barrier under himself, bouncing himself away, this time yanking Izuku upward. Whoa! You will not catch us, Gentle declared. Begone, vigilante. The villain made a second elastic platform for himself, bouncing even higher as Izuku held onto the webbing stuck on Gentle's foot. The teen then fired another line of webbing at the criminal, only for it to bounce off the barrier Gentle had just created and then went straight for Izuku's face. He quickly tilted his head, dodging his own webbing before suddenly hitting what felt like a giant invisible rubber band. He muffled before feeling the barrier push him down. He kept a firm grip on the web line, only to feel himself keep getting impaled by the elastic barrier, and then the webbing snapped. Split second later, the vigilante was shot down like a bullet, the teen gasping as his spider sense screamed at him. He fired 2 web lines, hitting 2 roofs as he pulled on them, trying to slow himself down, only for his back to hit the street. Yaw! Izuku yelped as he felt pain surge through him, the teen flinching and wincing. The teen let out a gasp, Izuku's eyes rapidly blinking as he saw Gentle slowly get away, Izuku then shaking his head. He slowly got up, cricking his back as he ummed, "Ugh, that didn't go so well." He glanced back up and pointed his web shooters, firing 2 and slingshotting himself upward. But as he got back into the air, he fired another shot of webbing at Gentle, this one missing as he felt the pain in his back made him flinch his wrist. Seeing this, the vigilante began to drop as the villains kept hopping away. Darn it! Izuku yelled before firing another web line at nearby building, quickly going into a long arced swing. And as he did this, he saw his arc was about to shove him right into the pavement below, making him fire another web line, quickly yanking himself back up. He soon got into a web-swinging rhythm while looking back up at the sky, seeing the villain duo bounce away in the air. Blast it! They're going above the buildings. I don't have anything to get me up there. Letting out a small groan, he just kept swinging. Guess I'll have to just follow them and look for an opening. As he continued to swing, hopping over rooftops and through alleyways, he kept his eyes on them. And as he did this, La Brava was watching him, holding on to Gentle as she said, "He's not giving up, Gentle. It's fine, La Brava. You told me earlier that you believe he needs buildings to chase us, yes. I don't think so." La Brava replied as she glanced back at Gentle. "Maybe we should eep." She let out a yelp as something pulled on her. Gentle went wide-eyed before turning his head to his partner, now seeing a web line connected to her back. And with another tug, she was yanked off Gentle. La Brava! Gentle gasped. "Gentle, help!" his partner screamed. Gentle spun around and created another elastic barrier, shooting himself downward this time, instantly catching La Brava just as she pulled away, wrapping one arm around her. But as this happened, he saw a mid-air Spider-Man right under them point his wrist at the two. Webbing came next, Gentle responding with a quick swipe of his free arm, creating another elastic barrier, blocking the web line before spinning again, bouncing on that same barrier before flinging away. "Are you all right?" Gentle asked as he continued to air hop. "I'm okay," she replied while tightly hugging him. "Thank you." "No need to thank me, for you are my dash." His words came to a stop as another web line struck him, this one hitting his free arm. He felt himself get pulled again, Gentle spinning at this as he swung his arm, creating another barrier, this one distorting the web line before cutting it. He then summoned another under his feet and bounced away, now going even higher. "He's not giving up." "I know. Gentle. He is persistent, but I will not be dismayed. Come la brava, let us find a place with no buildings." "Yes, Gentle." La Brava responded as she glanced over Gentle's shoulder. "Oh, this is not good." Back below, Izuku kept swinging and firing line after line of webbing. He was feeling himself getting a little winded at this, having almost caught them multiple times, only to instantly be denied and having to readjust his web swinging before trying again. But after this recent attempt, he had to hop onto a rooftop, quickly sprinting across it before firing another web line as he grumbled, "Gert, that Quirk is ridiculous. How am I supposed to catch him?" He fired 2 web lines and slingshot himself again, covering a few more blocks as he started to get right below them before firing another web. But unlike the past few attempts, Gentle was a step ahead as La Brava warned him, making the villain spin and create another invisible elastic barrier that the webs bounced off of. "Dang it!" Izuku yelled as he got into a swing again. "Come on, Izuku, think. They're getting away, and you're gonna run out of web fluid if you don't think of something." He landed on another rooftop and cut into a sprint, huffing as he parkoured over a few objects before looking ahead and saw he was about to go into a suburb. All his tall buildings were about to end. "I gotta do something." He aimed his wrist one more time. "Come on, please hit." He pressed his fingers on the trigger only for it to let out a pist. He was out of web fluid. He then came to a stop on the rooftop, now seeing the duo continue to bounce away. He slumped over at this, letting out a long sigh. "Dang it. What were you doing, Izuku? Not only should you have gone invisible to take that guy on, you didn't even try to get a spider tracer on him." He put his hand to his face and rubbed it downward. "I can't even catch some random villain." Gentle continued to fly over the suburbs at this. He had gone for over 20 minutes after La Brava said she could no longer see Spider-Man. And it was here that he decided to turn around, saying he was getting tired, and they both slowly landed. He switched back to some disguises, quickly making their way back to the city. An hour or two later, they were in their department, both panting as they slumped over in chairs. "Gentle, let's take a break for a day or two," La Brava suggested as she felt like melting in her chair. "Agreed." Gentle ummed out. "I do not want to run into Spider-Man again. I must say, we've never had a hero be that persistent. Yet we used my quirk too quickly on those first heroes. If I hadn't dash." "Do not say it, La Brava." Gentle interrupted before sitting up straight. "Come, let us upload the video and rest. And after that, perhaps a spot of tea." "Absolutely." La Brava perked up and hopped off the chair. Izuku came home in the most depressed mood possible. Inko was already there, and she was shocked at his expression and entrance, as he was in civilian clothes instead of going through the back window. His face was like Izuku was back at Aldra, only for the teen to tell her he was going to his room. She didn't pry, knowing she wouldn't get anything out of him anyways, and let him go. And as he walked into his room, he slumped down in his chair, flinging off his backpack that contained his suit. He wore a frown that looked like it had been nailed on his face, though his aching back tried to make his frown slightly tense up. The teen slumped at this, looking up at the ceiling and sighing as he thought about what had just happened. It was another failure, something Izuku was used to. His whole quirkless life was nothing but failure and pain. It was normal for him. He would go weeks, months, even years of nothing but bullying and beatings, something he had just accepted was part of his life. But now he had a quirk. A quirk he had been using to try to be a hero, not only to remember all he has done. And it was not much. That very thought led to something else that kept going off in his head for a long time now. "You'll never be hero. You're just a worthless pebble. Listen here, loser, if you really want to be hero to go take a swan dive off the roof and pray for a quirk in the next life. Izuku let out a long sigh as those words kept repeating in his brain. Granted, they repeated a lot in his head over the past 10 months, and even when he became Spider-Man, they never truly went away. They kept reminding him, telling him just how bad he was. And now he had another bad day. He got beat up at the warehouse with the two gangs. He had only stopped minor villains, and every time he encountered the masked men, some always got away. Nothing but failure. Today was just the same, as he found himself against a villain that beat up other heroes, and then they got away scot-free. Like it was nothing. He could have instantly beat the villain, only to hop in guns blazing and mess up. He rubbed his face at this, letting out a groan. Guess Kaken is right. I'm still a failure. But as he said that, his mind rang out 3 more sentences that he had heard recently, one from Martin Lee. If you want to be a hero, Izuku, then go be a hero. And the other from that girl Ochako Uraraka. And as for your dream, don't give up. I know you can do it. There's people that believe in me. Izuku muttered to himself, tears beginning to appear in his eyes as a few words repeated back into his head. You'll never be hero. Listen here, loser, if you really want to be hero to go take a swan dive off the roof and pray for a quirk in the next life. Katsuki's words rang out again, making him shrink into his chair. Kaken's right that I'm such a loser. A worthless Deku. He held up his mask, seeing his reflection in the lenses. Despite all this new power, he still looked the same. The weakling that cowered under those better than him. Under Kaken. The mask then slipped through his fingers, his hand embracing his face a second later as he closed his eyes. More thoughts of failure came through, blocking out everything before he glanced back up, only to see a large All Might poster above his desk. Did you ever fail, All Might? He whispered, only to let out a low chuckle. No, you never fail. You're All Might. He continued to stare at the poster, seeing the giant man grin at him. There was something hypnotic about it, Izuku's mind drifting as he remembered the many things he had heard All Might say on TV. A true hero is someone that never gives up. That was another interview he had watched over and over. It was one of Izuku's favorites. And as he stayed stuck in his head, he reached down and grabbed the mask, putting it on the desk as he said, "That's right. If there's one thing a hero never does, it's give up. All Might doesn't give up, then that means I can't either." Izuku turned to another part of his desk, pulling out a notebook he had been recently writing in called Spider-Man Cases. In it were notes on every fight he had done so far, including that first night with the bank robbers. There were notes on the Vulture, the Masked Men, Tombstone's gang, Mysterio, and now he began an entry for Gentle Criminal. "I'll start hunting for you tomorrow, Gentle Criminal," he mentally told himself, "count on it."